Welcome back to the US Pro Kart Series live from Daytona. We are underway with the first of two KA100 Senior Heats here in the opening rotation. You just watched the last bit of the KAJuniors. We apologize about a little bit of the technical difficulties that have plagued us today. We are so happy to be with you from the World Center Racing, and well, a little bit of chaos to kick things off here in KA100 Senior. 12 laps, everybody's heat races here today, and we just watched this one get underway. Brandon Lemke, overall top qualifier, leads your field down the backstretch back to Sebastian Garzone, and then Paulie Massimino in the 908 Brandon Jarchak Racing LN Kart. 1 lap in the books, and the newly signed SCR Red Speed driver leads as Paulie takes over second. And we are away and racing here, folks. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate all of the patience that all of you have had to this point. Myself, Alexander Searle, Caleb Biesca, the hardworking kart chaser team, we've had overnight runs to try and make sure this temporary circuit looks beautiful to you. Able to bring you happy hour in qualifying. Had a bit of a hiccup this morning. We're back. We're ready. We're live. And again, live right now from Daytona. You're watching KA100 Senior Groups A and B. Brandon Lemke getting hunted down by Paulie Massimino, who got by Sebastian Garzone a lap ago down in turn number 1, Alex. He's going to work again, while behind him, Alan Isambard leads kind of that next group with Mateo Pappas on the Orsolone Tony kart there in 5th. A little gap to Peyton Phillips, who had a rough go in qualifying yesterday on his Arcane Motorsports machine, and Mick Gabriel. Altogether, though, a decent start as we roll here from Daytona for the first round of heat races, and a beautiful Saturday morning has greeted us here, Alex.
Well, this is the first class that I have to say I was really intrigued to see how they race, because watching the microswitch class this morning and into the KA Juniors with A, B versus and C versus D, the senior guys, they always are not afraid to ruffle some feathers, get the elbows out, and get a little greasy early on in this one. And watching the first couple heat races go around, it is a track that is tough to pass on. We've known this from years past, WK Kart Week and other events that have come here throughout the years, but our first time here as a broadcast crew coming over, watching the racing with this new repave. Corners like turn 1, corners like what Lemke's going to enter right now, turn 6 and 7. With that Rhino liner on the entry into the middle of the corner, it's easier to get down early and defend, and it creates, again, a bottleneck, but it is tough for drivers to get by. We watched that KAJunior Heat just momentarily ago. Brady Shad caught up to Nathan Dupuis and then kind of plateaued, stalled out. You really can't do much with it. We're seeing the same thing with Paulie Massimino. Lemke got out to about a half-second lead. Massimino's closed the gap. Can't go anywhere with it.
Yeah, I mean, not only, though, is it a tight track that's easy to defend or easy to kind of hold guys back and keep good lap times, it is narrow, and right there is a prime example of it. Lemke dropping a tire, one mistake, and Paulie's got the lead, and now Garzone will take advantage as well with the dirt on the tires. Brandon had to back that corner up. Sebastian knew he was going to be braking early, and we got a shake-up. So, great point, Alex, about, again, how it's easy to defend if you want to make it hard for someone to get around you, but the narrower than normal surface also doesn't leave a lot of room for error. You can even see right there coming out of that last corner. That used to be a lot more treacherous. Still is a little bit sketchy. And even here, Garzone straight off the racetrack in turn 1 in a very odd turn of events there in the brake zone.
Well, here's what happened with Sebastian Garzone. I was about to touch on it there as Isambard's got around Mateo Pappas, and following through is the 911 of Peyton Phillips. But with Garzone, when you have a track like this, which is easy to get down to the bottom of the racetrack earlier, you create a lot of grip on the inside. Going side by side for one is tough. When you miss your braking zone like Garzone did, you get into the marbles, and it is an ice rink. You saw Garzone on normal racetracks, maybe would have missed the apex by a couple of feet there. He was thrown off the racetrack. It almost accelerates you. You haven't experienced crazy marbles like we're developing here on the inside and outside of Daytona National Speedway. It literally feels like your go-kart is accelerating even though you're on the brakes.
Well, it definitely doesn't help with the amount of drivers that are dropping tires. You saw another angle of Garzone hanging the left rear off in that last turn. But I will say Brandon Lemke's gone back to work. Seems like he has kind of been able to hit the reset button. And lap time-wise, he's got a little bit of an edge on everyone so far. I mean, Nick Gabriel's a little quicker. He's purple overall. But you can see from where he was to where he is now, the 901 is back in contention to mount a charge. And we talk about this track being tight to pass on. It's really up to the leading driver how tough they want to make it. In the heat races, I don't know how much you'll see that, maybe a little towards the end. But everybody knows that it's double positions per position. So while you want to fight hard like we're seeing here with Pappas and Phillips, fighting a bit too much and losing 3 or 4 spots because you really wanted to challenge someone for the position is really more like losing 7 to 8. So you've kind of got to pick your battles wisely here.
Yeah, but track position also matters around this place. We've seen it. A lot of these guys have stayed stagnant from where they qualified. It's really hard to make up spots. But like we saw Lemke dump a tire, or like Garzone, it's really easy to lose spots. So two things can always be true, right? And here again, Lemke closed the gap on Massimino like Massimino did to him earlier on in the race. But since then, it's been tough. Pappas peaks the nose. Phillips goes low enough to where there's just not enough room for a go-kart to fit.
I'm really surprised Brandon Lemke hasn't pulled the trigger to try and go by Paulie Massimino, but I think he's more so just trying to maintain a decent overall average because he knows that second group is still close. Alan Isambard is definitely closing in though. The Rocket Racing Company LN car driver picked up another 10th and a half last time by, and behind him, that second group is still lapping really well. Mick Gabriel, James Overbeck, Peyton Phillips, Mateo Pappas, and Christian Miles on the Mike Doty Racing machine all are matching or going a little better than the current race leader.
The last time around, Peyton Phillips slightly slower, now quicker than Isambard, now that they've actually slotted in line, stayed single file. The lap before, Phillips went defensive on Pappas. It cost him half a second to that front group. If he wasn't too busy worrying about the drivers behind him, I think they'd have a shot there. You see Phillips giving Mateo the thumbs up. He notices that they are catching that front group, and as we close in on 2 to go here, this could get chaotic. We saw the same deal happen in the KAJunior heats where the top 3 began to battle, began to defend, and it on a track that is so narrow, so tight, and such a short lap time being just over 40 seconds long, every defensive move is pretty much highlighted. And as we see, Overbeck's gonna dive down the inside. Same deal there, further back for Christian Miles on McGabriel. He loses that spot for 7th.
Yeah, back goes the 930, one position further, and that'll also split that pack up pretty good. They were already starting to lose touch. Christian had to go, but look at how much gap they've got to make up to have a chance at getting any more spots here. I say any more, they're not going to be in the fight for the win outside of something catastrophic, but we're gearing up for a good battle regardless here with the 6-in frame. White flag, this time by Paulie Massimino leads. There's Overbeck. He'll take over 4th from Peyton Phillips here coming to the last lap. 11 down, 1 to go. Massimino's lead about a car length. He can kind of take it easy. Overbeck gets a little bit sideways there, and you can see Peyton was right on his heels. Was there any contact?
May have had some help there, who knows?
Maybe.
It's tough though because again, being boots on the ground earlier this morning, watching the karts roll through turn 1, sometimes you just get a slight hop in the go-kart with that rhino liner. The inside front tire picks up and it just throws you off the racetrack.
Last time through the bus stop. Last turn coming up. Paulie gonna take a quick look back. Same to Lemke. Too big of a gap for all 3 of them. To Isambard. Phillips trying to block here from Mateo. They'll drag race to the line. That'll be close. Massimino snags the opening heat race win. And Phillips will hang on by 1/100th over Mateo Pappas, James Overbeck, Mick Gabriel, Christian Miles, Sebastian Garzone, and Shane Reddy. Your top 10 from our opening heat race here in KAJunior. This one, a packed house, which means we're going to have more racing like it coming up with the exact same package. 26 of them in this group. We'll have the C and D groups in the next session. Well, let's take a look back at the overall results. Paulie Massimino, Brandon Lemke, Alan Isambard, Peyton Phillips, Mateo Pappas, Overbeck, Gabriel, Christian Miles, Garzone all the way down to 9th. I don't know if he got tangled up with Gabriel or Miles on his way down the board. Obviously, we saw him get out into the marbles and go back a good bit. Maybe he just went all the way back those 6-7 seconds in the grass.
He was his victim of backwards momentum at that point. It's really hard to stop the bleeding.
Here's a look at the rest of the field here. Drivers that are would have been on the outside looking in on the cut line for the main. I believe we may be starting all of your KA seniors, but keeping them split in the heats. So that's good news for the downbeat runs of Alex Machado, Wyatt Downing, Braden Zerves, and company. But a look into the scale line as we keep our eyes on the action here from Daytona. KA100 Senior A and B done and dusted for their opening heat. They'll get to take a little break before the lunch break hits, and then it'll be time for their 2nd and 3rd rounds. All 3 heat races are run today. The main events are run then tomorrow morning into the afternoon with a round of warm-ups to kick off the day on Sunday as well. But we've still got heat 1 for groups C and D on deck, and it'll be another 26 total drivers there. What else do we take away from that one, Alex? I mean, like you said, I think you can lose a lot of time getting trapped in a battle because it is tough to pass, and you're going to want to try and stay defensive, stay on your toes about it. But I think, I don't know, the dirt being drug onto the racetrack from the couple of corners where you're riding on the limit of the gravel itself is probably even a bigger factor than the battles altogether, because even though we've got technically exit curbing, it's flat, it's flush and painted, and in the dry it's as grippy as the racetrack, so you're going to go to the edge of it.
Well, I've taken away a couple things, not only from this race, but just the heats in general. The first KAJunior heat of the day, groups A versus B, saw Theo Salamao put a straightaway on the rest of the field. He just had more pace than everybody else. In years past, when I've been to this racetrack, it is a track that I have noticed it's quite easy, quote-unquote, to pull away if drivers behind you want to start battling, or if you just have a slight pace advantage, which is a bit unusual in the KA class, because usually this is a class that no matter how fast you are, the drivers behind you will at least figure it out and stay within your toe. But this is a racetrack that has 11 corners, 2 decently long straightaways, but it's such a tight racetrack where if you're fast enough on the infield of the racetrack, you don't have to worry about the straights as much because the draft isn't as much as a factor. Here in this KA Senior race, it looked like it played a lot more of a factor. We saw Lemke get out to an early lead. Massimino closed up. I don't think Massimino would have gotten around Lemke if he didn't drop a tire in fourth. You can make the argument maybe he would have, but judging by what we saw when roles were reversed, Massimino got out to a second lead over Lemke. Lemke closed it, and that was all he could do. I think Massimino had the pace advantage at the latter half of the race, but as long as you run a slightly shallow line, not even a defensive line, just narrow enough to where you are tentative to throw your go-kart down the inside, it makes you second-guess yourself, and that's why we saw Isambard close the gap up. Couldn't do anything with it. We saw Phillips, Pappas, Overbeck going after it there, but again, I think at the end of the day, the biggest point that I take away from these heat races so far this morning is how important qualifying played a factor in all of this yesterday.
Heat 1, groups C and D, moments away from going green. There you see a look at a very youthful front row. Enzo Vidmontien, Caleb Gaffaro, a senior rookie, and a in the works towards senior veteran, but still on the younger side in Caleb Gaffaro, and a first weekend together with Holtz Driver Development OTK colors. It'll be new for us to pick him out in his all-black carbon helmet from his USF Pro Championships kit. And then, of course, a brand new go-kart to pick out for Caleb Gaffaro. But the 969 qualified exceptionally well. Enzo Vidmontien, it's a new home for him with SLA kart racing this weekend aboard the Kart Republic that he has been so fast on over the last few years. And then Frankie Mossman, as you can see, standing up onto the left side of your screen there in the blue and white helmet. The JHDD driver hot off that SCUSA Winter Series KA Championship, and a massive performance across the main event, specifically in that mini series. He rides probably the biggest wave of momentum of anyone right now in KA Senior action, Alex.
Yeah, chatted with him yesterday during the cookout. Again, big shout out to Vara's racing truck there for providing the amazing food last night during that cookout. If you guys missed it, hopefully at the next USPKS event, you guys can make it out to it every Friday night. USPKS puts on a really, really good cookout for everyone to go out there and get some food and enjoy themselves. But Frankie joined us at the table for a moment, said, listen, I still think we're the fastest go-kart, whether it's X30, whether it's KA, just didn't put the lap together in qualifying that he liked, more specifically focused on the X30 Pro side. But on KA, he just felt like they missed it slightly on setup. He might have gotten his head a little bit too, just overdriving, overthinking. And on a racetrack like Daytona, it's quite easy to overdrive. Caden McQueen mentioned to us on Friday, and he's actually a driver that's struggling more than we would expect, but he mentioned to us that you have to drive this place 80%. Any more than that, and you find yourself actually being over the limit. Usually you want to be at about 95, maybe 99%. You never really want to be at that 100%, but 80% is as low of a trying percentage that I've heard in quite some time. And again, it makes sense because any mistakes here around this place seem to be highlighted a lot more than other racetracks.
Well, and talk of the pits amongst many of the engine builders and team owners this weekend, Alex, as well, has been how treacherous it is off track. Not only is it very easy to make a mistake and go off, but you've got that Daytona Beach sand and all kinds of very loose levels of sediment off track that can get sucked into your motor, and all of a sudden we saw plenty of engines grenade in Orlando from that exact thing happening, getting into the airbox that's right in front of the actual base power plant. And, well, You do that early in the weekend to your #1 piece, you are not only going to the rear, but you might be down significantly. So hopefully our front runners can keep it on the dark stuff. Here's how they'll line up again beyond that first row with Mossman and Ty Fisher on row 2.
Further back, you go Dono Bonilla, Dominic Karai, row number 3, Blake Nash, Jose Carlos Hernandez. You take another step back to Colin Roos and Steven Iser to round out your top 10 drivers, and it's Shea Aldrich, Sebastian Venegas, Eli Warren, Maverick McKenna, Lorenzo Kaufman, Ben Gaunt, Raheem Alibi, Colin Lloyd, Adam Maxwell, David Martinez, your top 20 drivers here. And further back, you have the last couple of rows before we get out to hit the green flag. Ryan Crouch, Spencer Mast, Joseph Huet, Cal Peter, Raider Santos, Remy Angel, your top 26 drivers that make up the second half of our KA100 field. Slow and steady here. So far, the drivers have been pretty good at getting the green first time around. The only time we've gotten a wave around was the second KAJunior Heat race of the morning here. Vid Montien putting his hand up in the air, doesn't want to get pushed too much there. He knows Gaffera's got to beat him to the stripe. Green is out, and it's a poor start for the outside lane as Jose Carlos Hernandez gets a bumper full of Steven Iser there. Good job to hold on to that go-kart, but they're both going to lose a handful of spots.
This one at least has kept everyone on the racetrack to turn number 3. A little bit of dust kicked up as Aldrich is still trying to find a hole in line. There you see as they cycle by us right here on the short chute down in turns 5, well then over to turn number 6, and 7, and through the bus stop for the very first time. Caleb G leads the way to Enzo Vidmontien and Frankie Mossman into seconds. Flip-flopping your KRs, Bonilla, Ty Fisher, and then right on Fisher's heels there is Blake Nash. So 1 lap in, 11 to go, and already our first change in that main group. Ty Fisher going by, the 2023 Super Nationals champion, and Blake Nash will as well.
I've noticed that's starting to become a lot of drivers' favorite passing zone there. You get a decent run out of 1, and now Donovan Bonilla, this is what I expected. Once you start getting past, it's really hard to slow that backwards momentum down. He did a really good job chopping the nose off of Colin Roos there to at least minimize the damage that was Fisher and Nash getting around him, but getting past here is rough. He's already lost a handful of spots and track position now, and he's losing track of the leaders. Mossman drops a tire. He now knows he has to go defensive of Vidmontien. That brings in Fisher, brings in Nash, and the rest of this group looking to hang on to their go-karts right now, sliding around. I think we might have gotten a glimpse there of Mossman getting past. Yeah, Vidmontien has gotten around Mossman. All of this fighting, great for us. I'm loving it. Caleb G starting to pull away.
Yeah, and I think that's why Enzo went as early as he did. He obviously sees like maybe Frankie struggling a little bit. Frankie, you can see, was even a little more narrow going down into turn 6 at the end of the straightaway. Ty Fisher, on the other hand, in the TB Kart USA entry, looking extremely strong. That lime green machine is all over Frankie. Let's see if he pulls the pin down here at turn 1 for P3. Blake Nash kind of on the way as well, and he will. Nice and easy, clean through. Frankie makes it painless. And that's what I'm talking about here, Alex. I mean, I've watched enough racing here, announced plenty of majors. This was the beginning, really, of the first couple of major races I have gotten the opportunity to call.
Weren't you?
Yeah, 16, just
16,
freshly
right.
16. Broke down on my way down to the racetrack. That story we'll save for later in the broadcast. For now, though, the point I want to make is how easy you can white line turn 1 and not go that much slower. So, you know, you can really pinch that down just because, again, that dog leg, and then it only tightens at the very end of the corner. I mean, it just makes it where if you want to make things difficult, you can. This early in the weekend, you won't see much of it, but even right there, Enzo jumped right back down.
Yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to note. Getting pretty close, up close to personal in turn number 1 is Nash again. The second time he's made a move up into turn number 3, but entering turn 1, even before the repave, you mentioned it, tough to go side by side. With the repave, with the rhino liner, it's a cart width wide. And I've noticed a lot of drivers, they have to bail on entry as yellow flags are flying here through turns 9 and 10, so no passing allowed there, even though you don't see very much passes be made through the left-right chicane. But you have to bail on the entry that breaks on turn number 1. Otherwise, yeah, you can go side by side, but if you're on the outside of turn 1, you're on the outside of the rhino liner, that's where all the marbles form, and I've seen a lot of drivers throw it off like we saw Garzone did a heat race ago.
Well, and it's off camber, so they're gonna naturally
downhill.
kind of fall down the hill right there. And anyone, regardless, dropping a tire in the last turn is going to drag all kinds of stuff down the straightaway into the first turn. Look how much it's changed here, though, with this lead pack kind of getting away. I mean, the top 5 have about a second and a quarter to Bonilla, and then from Dono, another 2 seconds to this man, Jose Carlos Hernandez, who won and ran up front. Won heat races, I should correct myself, but ran extremely well at the finale of the US Pro Kart Series season in the wet at Newcastle, and of course is hot off a Texas Sprint Series win just a couple weekends ago at that regional series opener. He's in 7th right now in no man's land, ahead of a couple of Speed Sense machines in Colin Roos and Steven Eisert. But we're back on the lead because we think things are about to really kick off here. Caleb Gaffera, Ty Fisher, Enzo Vidmontien, Blake Nash, and Frankie Mossman all are bumper to bumper here at the halfway mark.
Caleb G is struggling here. He opened up the race running 40.5s and 40.4s. The last couple laps, he's been in the high 40s. Last time a 41 as Nash muscles his way through. Vidmontien's going to lose a spot there, make it 2. And Mossman says, thank you very much. I'll take P3 as Fisher goes to first. And now it's Gaffera's turn to go back on the offensive there. But Caleb G, I think, was starting to really lose touch of that go-kart midway through this one. And now Fisher, you mentioned it earlier, he looked like the fastest go-kart on the racetrack. He's driven his way forward. He's the first driver that I have seen drive himself to the front. More often than not, so far this morning, the winner of the race has started on the front row. Fisher's not one of those.
Ty Fisher was another big notable from the opening weekend of the SCUSA Winter Series in Orlando. Had to miss the second one. He's set for a full season in USF Juniors, but they are cramming in every single major karting start that they can, and he is making the most of his stint here in sunny Central Florida. Your leader by, well, him and Gaffera about a half second still to Mossman, who finally it seems like maybe has turned things up. Last time by, purple for Fast Frankie, kicking off at the right time. They must have went really low on air pressure for the 907.
Yeah, and further back, as that second group is starting to form, you have Nash, Vidmontien, and Donovan Bonilla on the Ralston Performance Group Cosmic, the fastest driver in the top 6 last time they crossed the stripe. He has been rolling throughout this heat race. He was 2 seconds back from this group, but with all the fighting that we saw, especially with Nash going after it with Vidmontien a couple of laps ago, and now Vidmontien is going to return the favor. Muscle his way forward, runs out of road, and Bonilla is going to finish him off there. Vidmontien loses 2 spots, Dono to 5th.
Donovan Bonilla on the Ralston Performance Group Cosmics only running KAJunior this weekend. He loves to be in these kinds of battle packs, so he won't be rattled by that at all. He wants the challenge of a massive grid. 50 deep will do the trick, but again, he and Blake Nash are still too far back to really get into it if they want to keep any hope alive of holding on to these 3. I think they're going to race regardless, though. With 2 to go, and a mistake out of the young gun. Ty Fisher drops a tire. He's going to try and hold it low, and he will. Smart move there to really back up that corner once he knew he was weak, and Caleb was ready to go after him.
Yeah, that's a move from a seasoned veteran there. Ty Fisher making himself look like he's been doing this for a while in the senior class. Dropping a tire, knowing you got to defend there and holding on to it. Using that rhino liner as kind of your advantage, and you can go low, use the lack of grip you got on your rubber at this moment in time. But now, that's all good. Tires are good. We're coming up to the white flag lap here for Ty Fisher and Caleb Gaffera. Mossman's going to be the one to take advantage if anything else happens. Further back, Nash is holding on to 4th as Dono is under fire from the likes of Enzo Vidmontien. Gaffera goes low. Mossman thought about a nose there. Not going to happen. That sort of fighting, though, is going to give at least Ty Fisher some breathing room. Yeah,
Ty did exactly what he needed to have a smooth and comfortable final lap here. Got a great launch out of the last turn, and luckily for him, Mossman did as well and put the heat on Caleb. Big fight back there for 5th. You see Bonilla and Vidmontien are getting after it. Your leaders, I don't think they're going to do too much. Maybe something in the last turn if Frankie wants to try it. I think if anything, it'll be more aggressive back here, but either way, Ty Fisher and the Lime Green Machines headed to the line, and they're going to drag race, beat side pods, and Mossman will get through for 2nd. Gaffera 3rd, and Blake Nash 4th. Vidmontien hangs on over Bonilla. Elbows out in the opening heat for Frankie Mossman to Caleb G. Early in the weekend, maybe for a little contact like that on both sides, but it takes 2 to tango.
Well, if you're ever questioning what it takes to get around somebody around Daytona, Frankie just answered the question for you, and he also just showed us what he's willing to do to go out there and put himself in the best position possible. I mean, we touched on it, right? Every position in the heat race is actually 2 positions. So for Frankie, he might feel like, yeah, It's only heat 1 of 3, but I just made up 2 spots essentially on my theoretical starting spot for tomorrow.
It all comes down to what you are willing to do. And like you said, Alex, you kind of got to use a little elbow grease on this bull ring of a racetrack with 38 to 40-second lap times. Used to be Ocala Grand Prix about an hour down the road. That was the National Karting Circuit's unofficial short track. I think we found our new one. The first ever US Pro Kart Series Daytona Super Grand Prix rolls on. We'll be back after this.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Car rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now. Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
welcome back. We hope you are enjoying the coverage so far. We've got a lot more of it in store. Still just a little bit into our first round of heat races. Let's kick it off for Mini Swift. Liam Nachawati and Holden Myers, your front row over Enzo De Janeiro and Jaden Francisco. 4 drivers in the first 4 starting spots that have already gotten themselves a major U.S. win in the last 16 months. Let's see if they can add another here this weekend over to row 3, Alex.
Further back, you got Santiago Orioli, Paxton Romero on the Bennick there, Maxwell Mancha, Parker Ives down there in 8th, Jake Benaglio, Cade Wolf, Comp-Kart's 2nd and 10th. Rolling on down, look for your favorite drivers, the one you're watching on back at home or here in the paddock tuned in to us. Let's see where all your drivers are starting. We're rounding the final corner now. Let's see if we can get the green first time around. It looks slow and steady, looks pretty good. They're all waiting for Liam Nachawati to punch the right pedal, and he's done so. Green flag is out. Good start for the inside row. Once again, a big push further back. We got Liam Nachawati. De Janeiro goes to 3rd. Holden Myers holds on to at least 4th as a couple off there. Overall, though, decently clean start.
Not terrible. Definitely a little better than what we've seen throughout. Let's watch the main pack down to turn 6. Bit of side-by-side action around midway through. One of the LN karts with a good start, trying to make something happen. Overall, smooth sailing for Liam Nachawati. The Texan's got himself about a 5-car party behind him, and then it's a healthy gap from Francisco on back. That is a 128 of Lawrence is that Perriman? Yeah, indeed. Lawrence Perriman picked up already. Looks to be about 4 spots. 11th to 7th on the opening lap for him. Mauro Nario right there. Paxton Romero right behind in the 3-pack. A lap down.
Let's see if he can bring that second group up to the front. It'll all really depend on what that first group decides to do, right? I mean, Liam Nachawati essentially is going to dictate the results of this race. It's Liam, De Janeiro, Holden Myers, the top 3. A 2-kart length advantage back to Maxwell Mancha down there in 4th. He's bringing the likes of Orioli and Jaden Francisco back into the mix. Looking further down, you got Perriman, Mauro Nario, Paxton Romero. Parker Ives has lost 2 spots since the start of this race. That RPM machine has not been as quick as we have come to expect from Parker. Up front, De Janeiro gives the big push to Liam Nachawati, saying, you know what, if you're not going to go any quicker, at some point I'm going to have to get around you, just like Jaden did on Orioli in turn 1.
Yeah, that was textbook from Jaden Francisco. Now, for Santi Orioli and the OKP crew, go to work, push away to see if you can keep an eye on this 4-car grouping, because even for the 3 of them, 2nd through 4th, they're struggling to get up to the bumper of Liam Nachawati. The 180's done a fine job kind of holding station and keeping about a kart length buffer. They've only got 2 straightaways to really push up to him. The backstretch is one of them, and even still, a great wide arc right there in the last turn. Got him a good launch. They've got another run. They'll barely get to his bumper, and I think it caught Liam off guard. Between that and the dirt and marbles at the back of the field, your race leader is getting swarmed. He'll go back to 4th as Mancha gets through.
It's that easy around this place, and like you mentioned, I think it might have caught him off guard. It's one of those situations where just timing might have not been in your favor. If you get on the brakes, the moment somebody gives you a push, the brakes really don't work as well as you think they would. So for Liam, I don't think Enzo really gave him too big of a nudge, and I don't think it was intentional at all for Enzo. I know he's not one of those drivers, but he is walking away, and it helps because Holden Myers dropped a tire out of 10. Liam goes through on Maxwell. This race has become unglued at this point.
Yeah, it's anyone's guess how it's going to change out now. Orioli going to take advantage of the chaos to get by on Francisco down in turn number 1, so he'll move back up a spot on his Kart Republic. Lawrence Perriman further back with that good start, hasn't been able to go much further, but last time by, thanks to some of the battling, he was a little bit better. Nobody even close to the same lap times, though, of what Enzo De Janeiro's been able to put together by being able to just be ahead of this fray. I mean, that gap back to Holden Myers up and over a full second now as we check in with some more carnage back here. Parker Ives, bit of a bump and run as he was trying to get by Mauro Nario, sent the Orsolone driver to the weeds, and that was for 9th. As the 148 is going forward, he just went off again. Nario in that last turn on the outside, he lost another 2 spots. Cameron Johnson looked like he got by. One more got by there. That would be Luca Becquerel and I believe Cade Wolf all passing through. Here's your leaders once again. Enzo De Janeiro's caught lap traffic. It's a fellow Parolin really slow in the bus stop. Here comes a 5-pack from 2nd to 6th. Oh no.
The worst place to catch a go-kart too. To the slowest part of the racetrack. The lapper went low. Everyone else went low with him. It ruined Liam's run into turn number 11. He almost chopped the nose off of Holden Myers there, and Holden drops a slight tire out of 11. That's going to give Maxwell a decent run. We saw Francisco peek a nose, but Orioli went defensive before Francisco could even make anything happen. All of that is now going to start to bring in Lawrence Perryman, Paxton Romero, Parker Ives. I have to say, pace-wise, the fastest driver in the top 10 and best lap. He has the second best lap of the race. He has the pace on board that Brian Perry Motorsports machine. He just needs to, go out there and make up some more spots.
Well, I will say that the 148 has gotten himself back to about where he should be based on qualifying, Alex. He got sent way back on that first lap. Now, with clean racetrack, clean tires, didn't make a pass the lap before. Let's see what kind of heater he can throw together as this group continues to go at it. Orioli sends Macha down 2 spots.
That was tough there. Maxwell did not make it easy. Orioli was 2 tires in the dirt on the flagman stand side of the racetrack there. So Orioli not lifting, showing what it takes to go out there and make it happen. As Jaden Francisco a little bit slow out of the corner there, as well as another lap car. Really good job getting out of the way through the fast double right-hander. But for Enzo Di Gennaro up front, he has a 1.3 second advantage. And then it's Liam Nashawati, and then he has a pretty big buffer now over Holden Myers. Holden's been struggling out of turn 10. That's 3 laps in a row that I've seen him drop a tire out of that corner. And again, what that does is, well, it has dirt on your tires. It makes turn 11 pretty tough. It makes turn 1 decently tough. Orioli holding the wide arc around 1. I thought Francisco was going to make that move. Couldn't make it happen. And that slight mistake, you lose so much ground so quickly around this place. Now he's falling into the clutches of Maxwell.
Yeah, and Maxwell's going to be looking to make up ground here sooner rather than later. He got shuffled pretty good by Orioli just not long ago. So once you get a bit of backward momentum, you mentioned it's hard to fight it. When you start getting a little bit back to neutral, back to moving forward and hitting your marks again with clean tires, hot tires, but not too hot, you're trying to maximize that as well, because you never know when it could go away or when the driver behind you might send you back again. And so that's why Francisco faded a little low there going into the first turn. But even so, he closed the gap to Orioli. Something happened to Santi coming out of that first corner. He did not get out well, and now he's off. Way off for Santiago Orioli as he bounces over the cut through.
Well, the timing on that was perfect. Something was going on with Santiago Orioli. That was just a mistake. A similar instance to what we saw from Brandon Lemke, just a lot more exaggerated on Orioli's side of things. I want to shift our focus, if possible, back up to Enzo Di Gennaro and Liam Nashawati. The last couple of laps, Liam has been closing the gap, but I think he must have made a big mistake. Because last time around, that gap was within 0.8 of a second. He was 0.3 quicker than Di Gennaro. This time around, lap time-wise, it looks to be a lot slower. Yeah, he lost 0.6. And again, Orioli proving last time around that it is quite easy to make a mistake around this narrow racetrack, even for these smaller cadet-style chassis. So for Holden Myers, Francisco Macha, if they decide to work together here, Liam could be a sitting duck, but this is a different track from somewhere like Newcastle, like Orlando, where, 2-3 karts are a lot faster than 1.
I still think that even the backstretch that they've got and then turn 1 in the minis, though, it does probably feel a bit super Speedway-esque. I mean, look at this group here, how quickly they'll close up to Holden. I mean, they'll only take about maybe 50 feet to get the run right to him. But you're right, Alex, this isn't a big racetrack. This is a track where you can kind of make your own way, make your own luck, if you will. I think Liam's just going to run out of time left on the clock, and I think he just dropped a tire right there, right off camera. Now he's going to be weak. Let's see if anyone can get by. Vulnerable for P2. Here comes Holden.
Dirt on the tires from Liam Nashawati at this point. He's going to have to go defensive through 9 and 10. He's going to have a pretty poor run onto the back straightaway. Di Gennaro's way up front here. The fight we're looking at is for P2. Nashawati, Myers, Francisco for a moment 3 wide. Liam blows the brake zone in 11. There goes Myers. We're side by side for P2. What does Jaden have? 3rd. Enzo wins the race further up ahead from Holden, from Francisco, Macha, and Nashawati falls to 5th on the final lap. We thought he was going to have a pretty smooth, clean sailing final lap, but doing what Orioli did and dropping a tire in 4th, there must be a lot of dirt on that section of the racetrack for that to be happening this often.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just as much on the run into 3. I don't think he ever really kind of got the time to clean his stuff up more than anything else, Alex. Once he went off, well, it was just it was troublesome from there. You know, he never got a moment to clean it back, and I think he was hoping he would be able to, even though he was offline on the inside, not pick up any more dirt and clean him off in those couple of break zones, couple of corners he hit. Wasn't the case.
Well, the problem is when you go off, you have dirt in your tires, and then you're stuck defending. So now you're in the marbles, and it's just compounding your issue.
Definitely doesn't help it. And it's going to be a P5 for the 180, who led the opening couple laps of our first heat race in Mini Swift. But that still is a lot better than what it could have been. Santi Orioli, obviously, out of that late group from early on, ends up down in the 9th spot, just ahead of Cade Wolf at the very end. Luca Becquerel, Cameron Johnson, Mauro Nario ended up a little bit further back also. He ends 13th by the time that they cross the line. When you take a look to the deeper aspects of the field, a couple DNFs, and a few of them were for lap traffic, like Flynn Fallon and Charlie Marone. Andrew Avalos didn't get a single lap score. Don't know what may have been the issue for the 107 AMAX entry. William Vitor buried a bit deeper back. Simon Klein right behind him. And another one in the books, this time Mini Swift. The next ones to roll into their break for the afternoon. If you're looking for the sessions that are coming up, folks, well, we, of course, have X30 Junior on the grid currently. KA Masters will follow. Then it'll be time for X30 Pro Senior racing action. It is 7 total classes, 9 sessions in the rotation for heat races. You're midway through the first round of 3, which means the afternoon rotation has 2 more. The lunch break set at 12:39 p.m. Eastern. Right now, we're roughly on schedule, and it's a beautiful day to be in Florida. We hope you've been enjoying the coverage of these couple heats so far. More on the way. Karts on the racetrack. X30 Junior ready to go for heat number 1, and double-digit kart counts to start this one across the board, over 220 here this weekend in Daytona. Alexander Vanchev and Ralston Performance Group. This year, they have been, well, the class of the junior ranks, especially in the 125cc classes. And in what was kind of an option year for Alex, the Romanian-American is going to stay in junior and stay, it appears, Alex, on top of the board. He'll lead us to green alongside rookie Ashton Woon.
Further back, Theo Salamao put the field on notice, and KAJunior had a pretty similar performance here in qualifying for X30 Junior. Rolls off third, Sarah Bradley fourth, Nate Dupuis in fifth, Edward Kennedy for the Energy Corsa Americas team in P6. Further back, Jose Shermer, Cole Medeiros, Leonardo Ceravelli, and Ethan Skyman Yencic, your top 10 drivers. And we roll back even more. Benham Abernathy, Martin Hamarillo, Arthur Barbie, Hector Turiaga, Tristan Murphy, Achilles Saperco, and the rest of this X30 Junior field, all the way down to Alexander Savage and Jeremiah Thomas. He rounds out the 22 kart field that makes up the X30 Junior class. Slow and steady is Vanchev and Woon on the front row. I'm sure if you're Ashton Woon, you've noticed the last couple of races, the inside row has gotten a much bigger jump than the outside row, so you're going to try to time this as best as possible, but with such a tight turn number one, it does make life very difficult if you're on the outside lane. Woon's going to try to slot line at P2. He timed it perfect. He's going to stay P2. Salamao third. A pretty clean start up front. They're side by side way further back, but already starting to fan out here early doors in this one. But if you're Ashton Woon, if you're Theo Salamao in the Orsalon as one of the Hoach TD drivers goes off the racetrack at Prix, you can't do what Woon is doing right now, and that is defending on lap number one, because if you do that with the pace that Vanchev showed, he put it on pole by 2/10. This can happen, where you already have a 5 kart length advantage.
Big move from Theo Salamao all the way to the limit on the Orsalon Tony kart as he takes over second from Ashton Woon. How about Nate Dogg?
Wow.
Getting his elbows out early there with a send it for third, and that's going to trigger one heck of a fight into turn 3. Woon trying to be nice and play clean with his teammate, and Sarah Bradley, she'll get the spot from him as well. And it is bumper cars wide there for Edward Kennedy, and he's going to quickly swing across the bow to cover off from Jose Shermer.
You had to do that too, because if you hold the outside of that double right, you're getting past there, you can really quickly lose more spots than you think. But for Nate Dupuis, the reason for my reaction to that pass was just, that was a center corner move. I mean, Woon slid up the racetrack a little bit more than he would have probably liked under braking into turn number 1, but for Nate Dogg to make that move stick, it shows you the grip that this racetrack has been developing on the inside of turn number 1, and if any driver even gives you a lane, you can take it. And so for the newly, I guess, announced sort of deal for Nash with Nate Dogg, this is his first weekend really with those guys on the national scene. It's been a pretty good performance for him. Up there into the top 3 now, Sarah Bradley hot on his tail. This is the second group that's formed. As of now, 3 laps into a 12-lap heat race. The pace compared to the top 2 isn't there, but let's see what Sarah elects to do. She has her teammate behind her in Ashton Woon. I wonder if they're going to try to work together to get around Nate Dupuis as one of the Nash Motorsports machines. Cole Medeiros drops the tire, and there's her answer. Bradley through the third. Woon could not follow, so Dupuis now is in the middle of a SCR sandwich, and what a lunge through 4, and Woon's going to take advantage of all of that. Kennedy around the outside of Bradley, and Bradley's going to lose a handful of spots, but now Edward Kennedy is mowing the lawn here in Daytona.
The energy driver will quickly have to try and cover things off in a moment and get himself back to where he should be. Here we go on the backstretch, though, and the run for the lead. All of this happening has allowed Alexander Vanchev and Theo Salamao's margin to eclipse 2 seconds, make it 3 to Ashton Woon. The fighting all behind them as we got the warning flag displayed there for Nathan Dupuis. So first heat race, first black and white signal given from race director Blake Hunt and crew. That, of course, means the incident's under review. Could be a penalty, could not be. If you think that it is probably going to swing towards the penalty, you, of course, could try to give some spots back and maybe earn the ire of the officials. But Nate right now is focused forward. He's going to stay at the front of this pack, and I think that's a smart move, Alex. There's too many go-karts here to try and let a couple back by.
I'd rather let post-race decide where I finish rather than do it on the racetrack and then realize that you didn't even have to do that. As Martin Hamarillo, I think there was some assistance on that one there. Goes way wide 1, loses 2 spots. Abernathy through now on, I believe, Saravalli there for 10th. But this group here from Dupuis on back has changed dramatically. Ethan Sky started in 10th. What a run for him. Up now into the top 6. That Rocket Racing Company machine has been flying in the opening stage of this race. We're a little bit over halfway through now, and he's got a chance for the top 5. This is a driver who's making his national debut, I guess, on the X30 side of things. He's a driver that's known for running in KA. He's down there in AMR Motorplex doing a lot of testing. Has a great coach now in Alessandro Vitulio there, helping that entire squad as well. Looks up to Alan Isambard down there whenever they're in Homestead working together. So the improvements are showing for Ethan Sky. He's got a chance at the top 5. If we shift our focus quickly here to the top 2, Theo Salamao has closed that gap to 2/10 between himself and Vanchev.
This is going to get close here, right at the halfway mark. It'll be 7 down, 5 laps to go. Vanchev dropped a little bit of dirt on that last turn, and here we go. Turn 1, and they're going to go way wide. Big send and a slider from Theo Salamao. And, well, if there was any doubt that going to the second group was going to get marbles on your tires, going all the way to the edge of the pavement is going to really hinder Alexander Vanchev's current lap.
I hate to say that was textbook, but it kind of was. I mean, that is what you have to do to get around somebody in turn 1, because what that has now done is created a huge gap between himself and Vanchev, because Theo Salamao kept it just on the racing surface. Vanchev puts it all on the marbles. He had to take the next 2 corners off, took some PTO there and get the tires cleaned off. That's going to ruin his chances here at a win with 3 to go. Good move there for Kennedy, but yeah, back up front, look at the gap Theo Salamao has not created. It's almost a second, 8/10 between himself and the Rawson Performance Group Cosmic. Further back, Wound's a little bit too far, I think, at this point to do any damage, but I don't want to speak too soon, because we saw in the previous heat race how easy it is to drop a tire by yourself.
Well, don't write this one off too early. Already, visually, Vanchev's closing back on in. We've still got plenty of racing left, and now with those two, if they fight again, all of a sudden it's new life for this pack here. 4th, 5th, 6th, Dupuis, Bradley, Manuchik. Anything going to happen down in turn 1 now with 3 to go? Nate's trying to keep it from happening. That was a big lockup real early to hug that inside section of the racetrack and keep her behind.
I think he almost grabbed some dirt there. I was wondering what that was. It looked like a puff of something, but for Nate Dupuis, at this point in the race, having to go defensive, but what this does now is create a pack behind you. But this is exactly what Nate wanted. You create enough of some chaos behind you to where now they're going to race for 5th. You have a huge lead now over this group. Ethan Sky to 5th, Bradley to 6th. And now this has brought this next train. Madeiros through. Here comes Shermer there in 8th. And Bradley is going to lose a lot of spots there. She went from fighting for 5th to now outside the top 8. And here, as we see a couple, 2 to go now this time around, Nate Dupuis, that defensive driving has worked as Katowski has spun around and won.
Nico Katowski, we caught moments earlier working his way up and into the top 10. And look at this, Saravalli there on the 787. His teammate is still in there in this fight with Kennedy, and that, I guess, would go back to 11th then. Or no, back to 10th with Madeiros. Whoa, lots of defending, lots of hard racing action, tire-to-tire contact, and nearly into the flag stand. Vanchev says absolutely not.
Vanchev was not happy with the way that Theo Salamao was driving him low. Fireworks here in the heat race. 1 to go. Ashton Woon is loving what he's seeing. I kind of wrote him off with 3 to go. Vanchev at this point parking the bus.
Well, we talked about it. I meant that if the driver wants to make it tough to get by, they can. Alexander Vanchev doing just that. Holding it tight, holding it narrow. He's built himself a little gap with that good exit run, headed into the double right and down that short chute. He should be safe. Final turn, top 3 all together, and single file. Alexander Vanchev survives the onslaught. He'll win heat number 1. Salamao, Woon, Dupuis, Manuchik, and the SCR entries there, 6th and 7th, coming down to the front straightaway. But definitely a bit racy here on this Saturday morning, Alex. For the first heat race of the weekend, that was setting the tone.
Well, I said it in the morning show with Alexander Vanchev. the pace that he showed in practice yesterday into the happy hour, his go-kart gets better and better as the race goes on. And so when Salamao got out to that 8/10 lead with 3 laps to go, I thought to myself that was maybe race over, but it seems like the trend of this racetrack is that it is tough to kind of pull away in certain instances, but it is also, you know, for the drivers behind, they seem to be able to close up that gap easier than we thought. Also for Vanchev, kind of proving my point, I think the late race pace for that Ralston performance from Cosmic is rapid. I mean, he closed that gap really quickly. You were pointing it out, but I didn't think it was going to happen that quickly. And I think for those 2 drivers with Salamao and Vanchev, I wonder how that's going to kind of boil over as the day goes on with 2 more heat races still to come.
We are going to get a front row view to it all, folks. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Daytona Super Prix. X30 Junior now has concluded. KA Master looks like they're already staging up here to try and maybe quicken things a little into the lunch break for the afternoon. Again, that's 2 more sessions on the morning sector of today. Nice Central Florida breeze from the infield of the High Banks, nestled right here in the infield of turn number 3 at the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. The Daytona Super Prix, this event coming together, this track getting repaved, it is a massive, massive effort from all parties involved, from the US Pro Kart Series to the race teams to the Daytona International Speedway crew. A huge thank you to all of them who've been very helpful for us as well. And, well, they've also helped us get wired and tapped in to Caleb Vieska down on pit lane. Caleb?
Thank you there, Xander. I was speaking with some of our Masters drivers here early on. Scout Falcone is dealing with a right rib injury, a hairline fracture on one of the ribs on his right side. So every single left-hander, he said he's in a lot of pain. Luckily for him, there's a lot of right-handers here, so it's putting more load on the ribs on the left-hand side. And for him, it's been a setup change here. They put a front bar in that Kart Republic, and we'll see if he can pick up the pace here to start the heat races.
Thank you, Caleb. Great angle there from him right down by the grandstands off the high final turn angle. And, well, that's a very high angle of the infield of turn 3. I wonder if anyone's going to be able to sneak up there to the spotter stand.
It's pretty cool up there. High up. It's pretty cool up there, though. I've been fortunate enough to at least hang out with my buddy Brad Perez, who spots for the Acura 66 Gradient team, and go up there and have a good time. And, you know, it does get cold up there, I will say. Daytona always during the Rolex 24 at least.
I've seen those little, like, cocoons, too. Did they have those? Did Brad get one of those?
Yeah, no, actually, he just goes out there and by himself. No pee break, because obviously once you're up there, you can't just take a day off of spotting, but there's some of the trams. Those are always fun to ride on there. Usually for the Rolex 24, what, is this a tour going on, Xander, do you think?
I mean, the Speedway's open, dude. Yeah, how about that? Free access. Mark, you got intruders. Someone's got to go and get some pit pass money from all those people. Hopefully they're enjoying the racing. Well, they just came by at the perfect bad time. They didn't get anything here on this run through turn number 3. But, yeah, Speedway's open. This place is open. This place is packed out, though, when it comes to the paddock area. I don't know if you could fit much more in here. This was, talk about monumental effort as well by all the race teams. Being only able to really set up for one day in on Wednesday morning first thing, and then getting parked throughout the day. We were late to get in even Wednesday afternoon, and then Thursday morning, and then on-track activity kicked off right at noon. So to fill this place up as quick as everybody did, a huge testament to the entire industry and all of the major race teams to make it seamless. I'm sure it wasn't easy. Kudos to Bob Kreppen and Tim Coyne for packing everybody into this place. I mean, it's hard to describe from some of the angles that we've got, but there is not a whole lot of spare room here. We'll say the RVs, they've probably got a pretty sweet place in the house here just around the corner along Lake Lloyd for their parking and camping areas. But it's picturesque. There you can see us here. We've got our booth and hospitality set up. The Hodes Driver Development Camp, there you get front row access. They're going to get a lot of love throughout the weekend. Orsalon Racing right behind us. Then, of course, Orioli Kart Performance next to them. And then back, you can see a little bit of that TKG Bureau Art, newly branded red, white, and black trailer. Was the green, white, and orange colors from a year ago. Turned around pretty quick, and I don't know if we could point out any other teams that might be easily visible for all of you looking through that. A couple black haulers. I think that might be the Sodi hauler there in the middle.
Yeah. So Sodi, I want to say, is behind the Orsalon crew. that was the white tent that we saw, and then obviously Mike Doty Racing right here, BJR, MDR crew, and then yeah, you can see Speed Concepts just to your left of the TKG crew.
There you go.
So we got a couple more that we can point out, but it goes pretty way back all the way to the Vars Racing truck, and again, we got a pretty good angle here. So Mike Doty Racing there, we see a slight tip of the RPG hauler there. They got maybe the tallest of the bunch, and there's the USPKS trailer there.
You can see the AMAX flags and their inflatable man right over by their pit.
It's windy.
The AM group, the energy group. Got a bunch here, and someone's got a pretty dusty roof. I don't know is that the, oh, that's the building. Never mind, that's the bathroom. That's from the Speedway.
Speaking of dust, though, I will say, I got back to the hotel and I was joking around with Caleb Fiesca because I looked down and I just bought these shoes and they were brown. And I bought them and they were flat black. And I got them because I didn't want to have dirty shoes, and all of a sudden my feet are completely dirty, and just with how dusty it is. And the wind has picked up from yesterday. What that does is, for one, it can throw some dust onto the racetrack, and two, if you drop a tire and put dust on the racetrack, it blows it all over the racetrack, and that might be why we saw some drivers make mistakes by themselves in turn 3, turn 4, in the final corner, missing the brake zone at turn 1. So that's, again, just little things to expect here when we get ready for heat racing for our KA Masters crew. Renato Yater-David, Martin Stone, your front row. Stone, we spoke to him on Friday. He said the Orsalon driver is the driver that everyone's going to have to be chasing, and he was right.
Yeah, Renato Yater-David, his story's pretty cool. Made it all the way up to GP2 back in the day when he was a whole lot younger, and a Masters veteran. We've seen him a lot on our coverage. We haven't seen him too much in the US Pro Kart Series, but I'm sure he's happy to be here. And, well, they are quickly getting through the outlap and warm-up lap here. Still another lap around to highlight some of the other drivers behind. I mean, different color bars. Scott Falcone aboard a Kart Republic, or at least entered as one, with Orsalon Racing on the inside of row 2. Randy Klimek, then back. Paul Elefante, the owner and captain of the Rocket Racing Company team. Mundi Lawyer with Nash Motorsports. Mundi, we've only seen on our Rotax broadcast. Now he's dipping his feet into some other American major events here with an IMEK 100 package. Brant Estes from Georgia. Paul Montepoli on the best kart. And Barnes, Shambo, Lobu, Simonellic, Felipe Rodriguez. That's your field. KA Masters looking for green. 12 laps, and Renato Yater in the green and white is leading us down to turn 1. And we've got the green. We're racing.
Martin Stone's going to try the outside of 1. Yater-David's going to run him out of road there, but he made it look like it was going to work, and now Scott Falcone has taken the top spot away from his teammate Renato Yater-David. Renato was so concerned with the Rawson Performance Group Cosmic, he forgot about his teammate in third. Here goes Stone to the bottom, and Stone almost put the bumper to Renato Yater-David there. So elbows out early on in this Masters heat race, and I got to say, these Masters guys, we always joke around with the crazy old guys. We just lost one there. Paul Montepoli there spun around in the exit of turn number 9 and 10, but we always call these guys the crazy old guys because, you know, you might think they don't want to put their body on the line, but these guys, more than anybody else, half the time, seems to be the ones that go after it.
Well, and for Scott Falcone, I mean, he has no issue jumping curves. They're flat here. He's flat out right now, even without them to fly. About a 4-car length lead to his teammate. Best run he's had so far in his return. That's another driver that was a regular across the national tour of Masters Divisions racing from just a handful of years ago. And in the last 5 years, he's had a bit of a hiatus. He's back. He's at the lead now from third. 2 laps complete this time by. And the Orsalon Tony Kart leads your field around Daytona with Renato Yater still under a lot of pressure from Martin Stone, and Martin is just kind of blockaded by the 425. He's got nowhere to go. Let's see if he can catch him off guard by turn 3. No. And, we had a moment there. It looked like over down the backstretch that we were picking up. Either way, 4 second, 4 third, 4 fourth there with a good start for Paul Elefante. There is nothing between them.
You heard from Caleb Fiesco, Falcone dealing with a bit of a hairline fracture on his right rib. I bet he's glad that it's the right, not the left side, because this racetrack is a bull ring. We kind of counted. There's 11 corners, but there's 2 double lefts, and that's about it. So essentially 2 left-handers and 7 right-handers is kind of the math that we focused on here. So for Scott Falcone, he really just has to get through the 2 double lefts, and then he's not leaning on that right rib so much. Speaking of that, it's too early on in the weekend to be really discussing it, but at what point, Xander, do you think we're going to start seeing some drivers flip-flop tires so we don't abuse the left side so much?
I don't know. You might see some try to get proactive with it and go back and forth through the heat races. There's nothing against it. You're locked into your set through this portion of the weekend, but what side of the go-kart you put them on, it's a risk that you can take, obviously, like how we saw with Frankie Mossman. You're going to pay the price as those tires kind of re-wear in the first few laps, so you'll be a bit vulnerable then, but yeah, that's a great point, Alex. Even both of the two major straightaways are curved to drivers' right, so you're never really giving those left side tires a chance to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, walking the paddock on Friday and even this morning, a lot of drivers, I can see the left side tires were draining a lot quicker than the right sides. The right sides look almost new because they don't really get abused like the left sides do. These long right-handers don't help. You're just leaning on the sidewall of that tire, and it's not doing any justice, whereas these really easy left-rights, you're not using that right side nearly as much. Back to the racing action, I got to say, just like what we've seen throughout the morning into these heat races, the drivers can catch up to the leader, and then you stall out. Yater David, I think, if you can get around Falcone, is a lot quicker than Falcone, but it's getting tough. And all of this action has brought in the likes of Elefante and maybe even Klemek as well on the Hotes DD machine.
Well, you got to be really, really confident in your braking ability, and you got to hope the leader maybe isn't so much in his to make something happen. The brake zones are short, they're quick, and again, as we've touched on, it's already kind of an early narrow entry naturally, and it's easy to do that even more so if you want to keep the driver behind you. So for Scott Falcone, Renato Yater is going to have to get his elbows out. He'll do it at the last turn. That'll be one of the easier points to get it done. And then quickly cover back off that inside down the bent front straightaway. Halfway, and our poleman's back out in front as Martin Stone is still stonewalled back in third. Nowhere for him to move. Elefante fourth, and then you see Randy Klemek in the Hotes DD machine. Here's Elefante. Little wag of the finger. No, I think that was more waving it back by.
That's nice driving from Paul Elefante. You see Stone give him kind of like the thumbs up, saying, thank you for that.
I mean, that was a sarcastic thank you. I don't know. It didn't look like they were I thought they were okay in the bus stop, or at the turn 2-3 complex, Alex. They didn't look happy in the short shoot.
I've never really seen a driver, not fight for the position that much. So I'll be curious to see maybe during the lunch break if we can maybe talk to Paul or maybe talk to Martin and see what's kind of going on in turn number 4. But nonetheless, that side-by-side action has cost Elefante the most amount of time compared to the rest of the field. And now you have the likes of Klemek, Skitchy Barnes, Mundy Lawyer in this mix as well. You mentioned Mundy Lawyer, a driver that we're accustomed to seeing on the road tax side of it all, but now again on the national scene here in the KA100 package, looking racy. I mean, he's got a chance in the top 5 if the cards can begin to fall his way, and the laps are ticking down, and the chance for Scott Falcone to go back on his teammate is falling away. And yeah, Renato Yater David at this point has put a second on Falcone. When Yater David went around Falcone on turn number 11, Falcone gave him the point by. And that was, again, teammate on teammate. Really nice stuff from Scott Falcone, who at this point of the race feels like he didn't have the pace. And Klemek is spun around, and Skitchy's axle is destroyed.
Yeah, one light tap right there for the driver that's pickup trucking it. And, he's going to have to find himself some spares.
That will not roll, Skitchy. I mean,
brutal.
That's rough there for Skitchy. Having to use a lot of back muscle and leg muscles there to push it off the racetrack. But good job, Skitchy Barnes there to not really need the assistance from the USPKS staff as Martin Stone gets around Scott Falcone.
He had to wait almost the entirety of this heat race for the pack to split up enough that he could finally get a gap, and now he blows turn 1. Too deep, too wide for the 401, and just like that, all that hard work trying to get by Scott Falcone goes back to the wayside.
Now Paul Elefante has a second chance at it for Martin Stone. He might go side by side down the back straight. Not going to happen. Thinks better of it here. I think we've got a better idea now if Paul Elefante gave the point to Martin Stone to point him back through to third, or Elefante is going to try to race this one out. At this point, I think you have to. There's about to be 2 laps to go. The chance of the lead is essentially over for these guys. Yater David is long gone, but Scott Falcone, I think at this point, last lap, thought he had lost second place. He couldn't believe his luck when Stone made a pretty rare mistake on the RPG machine. So now Falcone goes low into 1, defending early here, but he wants his P2, a driver that doesn't make his way over to the East Coast very often. He wants to show what he can do.
The Colorado native is still hanging on for second. I'm surprised he fell off as much as he did, Alex. He was really good to start this heat race, and that pace has absolutely gone away on the 499. Looks like that front end's almost ramping in the air in half the corners he's driving through now. Whatever is amiss, though, it's not for his teammate. How much is the gap going to be this time? It's going to be 3.5 seconds. The Orsillo team trying to tell Scott, keep it low, parked on the bottom. Martin gives him a little love there in the center of the corner. Martin, I'm sure, can see all the hands waving as well, but there's nothing he can do unless he really wants to give him the Chrome Horn here down at turn 6.
The Orsillo crew, it's one of, if not my favorite teams to go out there and watch just on the fence line.
Because
Because
so animated.
I love it. And also because they're the closest tent to us, when they had multiple pole positions yesterday, I heard Fabio yelling out of his mind. Nonetheless, he's probably going nuts right now. Yair David, heat race 1, goes to Orsillo. Further back, they're racing hard. Who's it going to be? Falcone over Stone, and then Paul Afonte, and then a lot further back, Mundy Lawyer for Nash. Top 5 as the Orsillo crew celebrates a 1-2 in heat number 1.
Smooth sailing for Renato Yater, even though that nose cone definitely worked its way a little bit loose over the course of the session. And for the 2 entries the team has, they end up as good as you can have it. First and second for Renato Yater David and Scott Falcone. Martin Stone, Paul Elefante, Mundy Lawyer ends up in 5th. After Skitchy Barnes ends up with a DNF, the only one in the session off the spin for Randy Clement. And the Hodes DBE Tony Kart did drive back around Joey Lemieux to get to 7th, but his forward progress or rebound progress ended there. The eyes up Tony Kart of Brant Estes 6th, right behind Lawyer. Todd Shambo back in 9th. Kevin Simonellic in 10th. One more heat race is on deck here, folks. We'll step aside for a moment. Pro X30 is on the way here with Ryan Norberg getting ready to lead your field to green.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome back to the World Center of Racing. Daytona International Speedway, host of the inaugural Daytona Super Prix for the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Opening weekend, first day back at school for all of our national superstars, and the last group of them are ready to get the racing underway for the regular season, beginning with Heat 1 for Pro X30. Caleb Viesca has been down and around the pits here this entire morning, along with you, Alex, through that warm-up session. Caleb, what do you have for us so far?
Thank you, Xander. Just some news coming out of Rawson Performance Group here. Quentin McPherson, food poisoning last night. He was up all night throwing up, and he feels a little bit under the weather to start this one off today. Ryan Norberg as well. Hopefully he can get through it today. We talk about a Michael Jordan flu game. We might see a Ryan Norberg race here later on.
Well, not the best way to enjoy this Florida weather here for Ryan Norberg. It's the last of a semi-homestand as the massive tour heads over to Texas following this event, with the U.S. Pro Kart Series being the last of our majors in the state of Florida. The Sunshine State finally greeting us with sunshine, a little bit of heat. Overall, though, the racing has been fiery hot here for this opening round of heat races. Let's see if it continues into the final division, the headline class. Ryan Norberg by about a tenth over Paulie Massimino, and then back on row 2, you mentioned it, Alex, Frankie Mossman didn't feel like he really executed overall too well for where they could be in terms of qualifying. P3 for him.
Well, his exact words to me were, I put a little bit too much pressure on myself in that qualifying session. He said, you know what, taking over Joe Turney's stuff is a high standard to go out there and meet. And so Frankie Mossman, he said, listen, I got the pace to go out there and win this thing. I just got to get out of my own head here. So he starts third. Quentin McPherson fourth. Kolar Roberts, the rookie, there in P6. Finn Bailiff back in the X30, first time in a year for him. Raheem Alibi in eighth. McQueen, Lorenko, your top 10. Further back, the rest of the field, 19 go-karts here at X30 Senior. Green first time around. Good start for Norberg. No, yellow.
No, they kept the lights on. Yeah, so no flag from Porter Wiesencel on the front stretch. It's just the light fixture. And I don't know what was out of sorts there for him or for Blake.
Maybe a little bit too fast.
Yeah, light's still on. And you can see it from the backside of that light stand as well. That red light on the top will stay fully lit as long as the lights are on. And if they false start it and keep them on, then the secondary light on the backside that we look at in turn 1 will blink. So we can obviously see them right here. Light still on. Let's see if they go out this time. Looking at turn 1. They're gone. We're racing. And a good start here down to the first corner.
Mossman the second. Kolar's going to slot in line to third for the Vice Racing Machine. Paulie Massimino is going to lose 2 spots there. Finn Bailiff up to 5th as well. McPherson down a couple. There's Caden McQueen. He's getting his elbows out early. He joked with us, Xander, yesterday. We asked him what happened. He said, listen, you know, it's just one of my better performances. Good old British sarcasm there for Caden McQueen. So let's see if they got back to the drawing board hopefully last night for the Energy Force team and figured out what was going wrong, but I don't think so. Caden McQueen back to almost last.
Way off there for the blue and red as Massimino gets by on Jacob Kolar. So backwards for McQueen all the way to second to last on the racetrack. The 342 goes way down the board to 18.
I jinxed him.
In the middle of this battle pack there. And up front, Norberg leads to Mossman and then back to Paulie, who got by on Kolar. It was a great start for the kid from Key West. Still a good one as they are looking to maybe fight behind him. Following along with Finn Bailiff there in that 5th spot. McPherson, Raheem Alibi, 5th, 6th, 7th, all trailing the red and white machine.
Yeah, I mean, Finn Bailiff has got some pace on board that TKG barrel out for a driver that doesn't really drive the X30 all too much. New helmet for him. Gavin rocking the Schuberth last year.
I think he jinxed him again. Watch this here. He's going to have to block. He got really out of shape in the last turn, right as you called it. Big counter steer moment.
I'm just going to stop saying drivers are doing well, all right, because it seems like they're just not going to listen to me after this. But I think with that defensive maneuver in turn 1, it actually gave him a little bit of breathing room over McPherson at this point in the race. But up front, Ryan's got a decent advantage over Mossman. And then it's Paulie, Kolar, Finn Bailiff, kind of what we expected here in the X30 Pro class to start heat number 1. They're fanning out single file. This race, to me, is one of those where it's going to come back to the drivers. And so for Ryan Norberg, he's had a lot of pace all weekend. He's been the driver they're all been chasing. And I've seen time and time again drivers in the X30 field, whenever we come to Daytona International Speedway, if you're fast enough, I've seen a lot of times where drivers are able to walk away.
Yeah, there's been some major breakaway victories, but there's also, I mean, that last lap been a pretty decent swing in times. And I don't know what it may have been stemming from. Frankie took out like 3/10 the lap before, and then last lap there, Ryan added 2 back to his margin. We got issues for Ryan Raffa. The Mike Doty Racing 315's out down in turn 1. He was in the fight with Brooks Shambo's BJR machine and was right behind Remy Andratos' TKG Bureau Art, but it didn't look like there was contact with the wall. So as the pack comes back around him, no yellows, he's off and in a safe spot. And our closest potential fight would be maybe for second as we see Lorenko get the job done on Roberts for 8th. And there is Levi Sangera putting the work on Brook. That was for 11th.
Yeah, now we have the likes of Christian Blevins trying to get after it there with Brooks Shambo for the back. You have Feldstein who had to start last in every single heat race today because he didn't get a single lap together in qualifying with a chain popping off his go-kart. And then you have behind him Caden McQueen. We saw the issue with him through turns 9 and 10, just dropped it from what we saw there on our cameras, and now McQueen's gonna have to get back to work. Norberg's got a lot of pace at this point in the race. Last time around, Massimino matched him lap time-wise, but you're gonna have to do more than matching to go out there and catch Mr. 9 time, a second advantage over Frankie Mossman. I gotta say, the most impressive driver right now is Jacob Kolar. He's sticking with Mossman and Massimino, and if anything, slightly quicker. He was a little bit matched, I guess, Massimino last time around, but they're all quicker than Frankie at this point in the race.
Yeah, but not by much, though. I mean, like you said, half a tenth, and you could attribute that a little bit to even just this slipstream effect down the backstretch. And then the run to turn 1, all 3 of them are just only able to kind of keep even with Flying Ryan, at least till last time by. See, there again, a 2-10 swing from Frankie. Now, at this point in the race, it might be because Ryan is dialing things back. You mentioned Caden saying that you got to drive about 80%. Maybe when you get to a lead like this for Norbert, you're going down to 70. We have different issues here. Caden McQueen into the scale line. So the energy driver's out as well here in Heat 1.
Caden McQueen's bad weekend just keeps getting worse at this point. They can't seem to get a hold of what's going on with that energy machine. Massimino has some energy left in that go-kart. Gets around Frankie Mossman. Let's see now if the BJR driver can get after it over Ryan Norberg. I know Paulie's had a lot of success here in the past.
That time around, 7 down, still with 5 to go. They did give back the time that they had gained a little to Norberg, and he kind of stays at around that 9/10, 1 second margin. Jacob Kolar still right there behind Frankie. Quentin McPherson's gotten away from Finnegan Bailiff's TKG Bureau Art. Raheem Alibi still 7th, Aiden Lorenko 8th, Davin Roberts in 9th, and then Remy Andratos. No major changes here, except for one driver who's trying to make a number change. Ryan Norberg was the number 1 plate last year. Vice champ to Austin Garrison, with Garrison on the sidelines for round 1. And Norberg dominating to start the weekend. He's in a prime spot to put the 1 plate back. And this will help make things easier. Another trade for P2.
All this fighting has brought Kolar back into the mix, and he's just waiting for a small mistake from one of these 2 drivers. 2 guys that don't make a whole lot of mistakes, but this is a racetrack that seemingly has highlighted, mistakes from drivers there, where no matter what, whether you want to or not, there's dirt on the racetrack here and there. It's a narrow racetrack, not a whole lot of exit curbing, if any, like this final corner where there's nothing but runoff there and you can drop a tire easily. So mistakes can happen here. 3 to go. Norberg, just continuously pumping in 38.7. It's his best lap to 38.71. Last time a 38.73. So anytime you can be within 100th of your best lap, you're doing something right. And so for the Rawson Performance Group Cosmic, who knows if he's even showing all of his cars at this point, but he's definitely using less tire than these 3 who are trying to keep each other at bay.
Out of that bus stop run, 2 to go this time. I think the main takeaway for these 3 is they got to fire off better, Alex. I mean, they may not have been as consistent as Ryan. A mistake there from Paulie in the last turn, but they've been able to match him more laps than not. It's just a matter of being able to be good in the opening couple laps where he built that gap. As there goes Jacob, taking advantage on Paulie in turn 3. The 305 to position number 3, the Miami Grands champ, moving forward. And again, one of the other favorites here, along with the kid from Key West, was the Brit Caden McQueen. And Caleb has a bit of an update for us of what has troubled the 342. Caleb?
Yeah, Xander, Caden trying to work his way through the field, got driven over, and a broken front fairing ended his race early.
Well, pulling in early there would have just saved the tires at that point, Alex. Any kind of bodywork damage, if it was fully dislodged, it would have been a DQ in tech anyway, so it's not like there's anything lost. Smart veteran move there if that was the case for the 342.
Yeah, again, saving tires. He's going to have 12 lap pressure tires. look for him to be pretty quick come heat number 2, but let's see. This is the closest battle we have on the racetrack. It's Massimino versus Kolar. Nobody quicker than Ryan Norberg. I mean, last couple of laps, Mossman's been matching the pace, but like you mentioned, they just got to get off the line a little bit faster here. Round in the final corner, they're going to see the checkered flag. Norberg sees it first. Mossman, Kolar, Massimino, the top 4. And then a ways back is the next RPG, Quinn McPherson, Raheem Alabai, Finn Bailiff, Davin Roberts on his debut in X30 Pro, Lorenko, and Remy Andretos, your top 10.
Another heat race, another dominant performance by the winningest X30 Pro driver in American karting history and one of the all-time greats, Ryan Norberg. At last-second entry, looked like it was planned to go this way all along. Perfect stuff from the 302. Frankie Mossman, Jacob Kolar, Paulie Massimino. You mentioned McPherson here, under the weather, performing well. P5, and again, where did everyone else end up? McQueen with that DNF puts him down to 18th on the opening heat. Good news is the heat races, I believe, are still as they were in last season, set strictly off of qualifying. And that, of course, is good news for the Energy Corsa Americas crew. We've got a break on the action set, folks. We'll have 2 full rounds of heat races still to go when we return at Micro Swift's second heat race, 1:19 p.m. Eastern, 10:19 a.m. Pacific, in approximately about 40 minutes. We will see you there. For Alexander Searle, myself, Caleb Vieska, and the entire Kart Chaser crew, well, you're watching our coverage from the inaugural Daytona Super Prix for the World Center of Racing for the U.S. Pro Kart Series opening weekend. And our first opening batch of heat races are done.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Brandon, why are there all these charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson threw on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Welcome back to the Daytona Super Prix. Heat number 2, B versus D, coming to green here for KA100 Junior, presented by BBS Race Engines. On the inside there, on the Mike Doty Racing Machines, Isaac Malcutt. Then on the outside, Nate Dupuis. We're green down to the first corner, 12 laps, rack them up, stack them, and here we go. And a little bit of contact, not all too much, as the field works its way over through 3. Nice move from Nate Dogg. He'll get a spot back there from what he lost a moment ago. That looked to be Darren Kidd. I think he got around in the 8:45. So it's already a decent start as they work their way through the short chute for Malcutt. Back to Vanchev, and again, now back to Dupuis, back for third, Darren Kidd fourth. Then you've got, I believe, one of the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Karts. That's Tristan Murphy in the all-black suit and the chrome helmet. And back from him, the Orsolone machine, Luis Fernandez. 1 lap in the books, 11 to go. Isaac Malcutt leads the way. Caleb?
Yeah, how about a little sizzle here to start this one off, right? A move back to the OTK chassis, and is back on that chassis like he never left. Definitely very quick to start off the weekend for Alex Vanchev as well. Wasn't able to get a heat race win earlier on today, but I mean, he's looking pretty strong so far to start this heat race out, but a lot of side-by-side action all throughout this field. And again, I expected a lot of bottlenecking so far throughout the heat races, and I think we're seeing just that.
Two down, 10 laps to go. A little bit of defending there from Darren Kidd as the 845 continues to try and just hang on. Good start for him there. Pushback looks like it might have just deployed right on screen, right on camera for Luis Fernandez. And all the while, Alexander Vanchev, who was able to have a solid run through his opening KA heat, who was able to, of course, win in spectacular fashion in his first X30 Junior Heat, now pulls right up behind Isaac and is pushing away with the MDR LN kart through that last turn. But Nathan Dupuis, let's see if he can answer. The two of them trying to use some teamwork to build a gap. That time by, he did mark it about 100th better than Vanchev and a 0.5 better than Malcutt the race later.
Yeah, Dupuis has speed here. I mean, he won the second heat race set of the first rounds earlier today. So again, you have to expect that driver to have speed, and it really looks like he's starting to close down. About 0.2 better that last time around, so Dupuis is definitely going to get there. And this is where Vanchev and Malcutt really have to be careful with how much they're going to decide to fight here.
Through the bus stop chicane, down the back straightaway for Nathan Dupuis, now well within the toe. The gaps behind have opened. It's kind of pairs of 3 to 4. And this will be another one down for Isaac Malcutt. Talk about a busy couple of days here. He's had the same tour bus schedule that we have, Caleb, from front of the field in Senior Light last weekend at the CKNA Spring Nationals in Charlotte, to right here going back to work with a new home at Mike Doty Racing, and on an OTK that he hasn't, machine he hasn't been on in about a season and a half. He looks like, well, he's been on that thing for the last 2 years consecutively.
Yeah, you talk about Dupuis as well, right? He's, I think, been following us around as well. He's been out in the West Coast. He was out in California when you guys were out there, Xander, and then last weekend at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and then this weekend as well. And you see already a move for the lead. Nathan Dupuis puts his Nash Motorsports machine back to the front.
He was aggressive in the first heat, but he didn't quite have the speed to really play ball. He's got it now. This looks great for him already here on lap 5. He's been consistently the quickest driver. And the 841 for Nash Motorsports. New colors, new home, same fast Canadian kid. Nathan Dupuis over Isaac Malcutt, and Florida's own Alexander Vanchev right there still in tow. The gap, even with the couple of passes made by Dupuis, has still opened up, though. Kudos to all 3 of them. I mean, Dupuis last time by reset his best lap again, or at least matched it within about 100th, while making both the pass for second and the pass for the lead. And that's something that I was talking a little bit with Alex about, Caleb, is that at this specific racetrack, just because of the way the corners are shaped and the natural racing line, you can defend your spot, or you can make passes to go offline to the inside and not really lose too much. And that's a plus and a minus, right? Obviously you don't lose a lot in the pass, but it also means you don't lose a lot going low into a corner, so you don't lose a lot when you defend, and you can have kind of this white line fest and add into the fact that it's a relatively narrow surface, a little bit narrower than what we're used to racing on.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, again, right, in a lot of different places that we go to, mistakes are are going to happen, but at this racetrack, I feel like they almost can't. And when you look at this field so far, Salamau has been perfect all weekend long, and me and Alex have been trackside all weekend. Looking at turn number 1, nobody's driving that corner better, and no kart is responding better than the Orslin OTK of Salamau, and you saw it in the first heat race that just happened before this as well. He's on rails, so tomorrow, whenever we get into it, I think Salamau is definitely going to be the driver to beat, and for everybody else, he's going to have to figure it out, because you have the battle here. It's very close together, but for Salamau, he gassed the entire field.
Yeah, you got to give a big kudos and tip of the hat to him. He obviously proved himself well at the Winter Series in KA100, but he's been right up there with Alexander Vanchev in the X30 class too. So bar set high for Malkut and Dupuis to challenge him. Then that 4-car pack here, nothing really happening. We have followed Darren Kidd around. He was able to kind of break back away. In fact, it's a mix of them all. Marco Samet and Talon Laney, kind of the other blue and yellow LN cards. Those two under the Brandon Jarsikrack Racing banner. Edgar Rodriguez over with the SLA Kart Racing camp, and then Callan Berghofer. His junior debut here this weekend inside the top 10 in his heat. It's good news for all the rookies moving up. As close as they were to having a B main, was announced through the USPKS Discord that they will not. All drivers here this weekend will be moving on to the main, but you still get, of course, basically 2 spots for 1 with split heats, and that's why you're going to see them race pretty hard here at the end of this one. Malkut defending low here in turn 3, still with 2.5 laps to go, but at a 40-second racetrack, this bull ring, Caleb, the laps go by really quick.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Xander, but to me it seems like Dupuis is struggling a little bit in turn number 1.
Doesn't look good. He looks really out of shape over the bumps and going into the corner, and I think the back end, he's having to kind of chuck the kart in sideways. So it almost looks like at this point in the session here, he needs a, I would say, like a little more front end grip. His hands are a lot busier. Look how little Sizzle's hands are going to move here down into the first corner. Even defending, barely an inch. Dupuis having to put a lot more wheel input, especially that second input in the center of the corner, to turn it a little bit more. And that could be a variety of things. It may not necessarily be set up a front grip. We saw Nate bust out of the gate here in this heat race and be really quick early. That could be a combination of slightly higher air pressure or just pushing the tires that much harder. And we've heard so many of the pro guys talk about tire heat is the biggest thing to keep your eyes on or keep thinking about on this current iteration of MGs. Altogether though, they're still close enough that he can make a challenge with a corner like what he just had in the last turn. And here he goes, trying to make something out of it. High, low, into the side of Isaac Malkut as he sends him into the grass. Dupuis to the lead now.
Yeah, Dupuis really tried to set that up, open up, but just it's very tight through turn number 1. Fitting 2 cars through there is definitely a tall ask for these drivers. As now Vanchev going to be in a shot for the lead here, and Dupuis going to go low in a 6. And now this is where the chess game really starts for Alexander Vanchev. You really have to plan where you're going to make your move. Turn 1 has definitely been a good spot to try and make that, but you have to call your shot on the straightaway.
Down the backstretch here, Vanchev forcing him low. Last second open up. Perfect over-under. Vanchev will score the heat race win. Malkut's going to get back to second there at the line. Third to Nathan Dupuis. Fourth, Luis Fernandez on the last lap. Gets by Darren Kidd. Takes over that spot. And again, all of these 1 or 2 position changes are huge in the grand scheme of it all. Because again, it is a blend of the points when all 3 heats are done to set the lineup for nearly 50 of them and more than 50 of them in KAJunior tomorrow in the main. So let's take a look at how they officially stacked up in Heat 2 for B and D groups from your KAJunior class presented by BBS Race Engines. Alexander Vanchev, top of the heap over Isaac Malkut. So close it didn't even show for us here between himself and Nathan Dupuis. Unofficially, the gap there at the line between the pair, just around 900s and 800s from Malkut to Vanchev. Luis Fernandez ends up again in 4th. Kidd, Murphy, Marco Samet, Edgar Rodriguez, Caleb Tartar, and then Callan Berghofer, your top 10. Talon Laney was there. He dropped back. Tartar moved up. Then it's Grayson Walcott, Indy Anderson, Emerson Lane on the host DD. Tony Kart drives into the top 15 to stay there after a quali effort that has seen really not too much changes there. Lane 11th, back to 14th. Big mover there. Jordan Martin up from 20th to 15th. and for another heat race completed. This one, everybody made every single lap that started it. No show for Jeremiah Thomas, but all the way back to Elijah Matson-Vigas on the AMAX Racing Tony Kart. 23 karts enter, 23 run all 12 laps. Good signs of hopefully what is in store for more action on the day. Heat number 2, our second rotation, rolls on from Daytona. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage here, folks. Caleb Vieska, myself, Xander Clemens, Alexander Searle now down on the pit lane, and roaming the grounds, bringing you all the action.
Why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 at KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Welcome back to Daytona, and from KAJunior we go straight up to KA Senior. Heat number 2, groups A and C together, and Brandon Lemke had a solid opening heat race. He'll be looking to back that up again. The overall top qualifier on his first weekend with Speed Concepts Racing will lead them out onto the racetrack, and we will bring you the starting grid for your second round through the KA Senior classes. Just like in KAJunior, they have been split in two, and so you've got a 26-car grid in each. It's Lemke alongside Caleb Gaffera and his first weekend with Host Driver Development. Then it's Sebastian Garzone, and the last time we witnessed him have one of the most heartbreaking, gut-wrenching weekends possible at the SCUSA Winter Series. He's looking for some redemption here in Daytona as he lines up alongside the eventual Winter Series champion, Frankie Mossman.
Go back to Paulie Massimino, Donovan Bonilla. Full KA season for him here at the United States Pro Kart Series. Back to Mick Gabriel and Blake Nash starting on the outside, and he was definitely not happy about that.
Peyton Phillips and Colin Roos will round out the first 10 starters. Here's a look back to the final couple, all the way back to Autumn Fisher, who starts tail end Charlie here in this one aboard her TB cart, all on her lonesome. There's the 967 indeed of her back there in 25th. We're ready for action again. 12 laps. Lemke, Gafera on the power, lights out. We're green down to turn number 1, and look at Caleb G ripping the high side. He'll keep the momentum up. He'll still keep a nose alongside. Gafera to the lead, and look at Garzone. 3 wide to the inside. The rookie catches both Gafera and Lemke off guard, and we've got a new leader. First time from the second row in today's heat races that we've got someone else besides our top 2 drivers leading the way through the opening lap. Sebastian Garzone is hungry. Caleb, that was he means business.
Yeah, that was wild by Garzone, but by Caleb G as well, to be able to try and make a move around the outside in turn number 1 on the start. We haven't seen that too often, and I think that just shows you how much rubber's getting laid down in turn 1, that groove is starting to open up a little bit, but as well, everything offline is still very tricky. But for Caleb G to make it two car wide into turn 1 was definitely a good move by him, and the first time I think we've seen it so far today.
Well, and you know going the long way around that you're going to lose a little bit in the center of the corner. He did exactly what you're supposed to do. Went in deep where there was grip kind of in the middle and almost overshot the turn. He even went wide on the exit and carried the momentum. It was beautiful. He just didn't expect Garzone to have the run that he did, but he's already tracking him back down, and so is the cavalry. Here comes Lemke, Pauly, Frankie, Blake, and Bonilla there, and then not far back behind them, Gavin Bailiff with Gabriel and Phillips. Let's see if anyone sends a diver. Garzone 2 wide. That was easy, too easy. He's going to try it back again, maybe in 3. No, Gafera holds.
Yeah, Lemke's been strong here so far in the 3rd spot. Fastest lap of the race last time by a 40.780, and I think he's starting to come into his own as well. He avoided a penalty. It was awarded to the wrong cart at the end of heat race number 1 and protested it, so he keeps his protest for the weekend, but definitely a scare for Brandon. So I'm running over to the stewards room into the protest room, and he luckily got that overturned, but definitely a scare that he didn't need after heat race 1.
Side by side there for 3rd. Good catch. Pauly Massimino gets by Brandon Lemke. He'll take over that spot. And here comes Frankie. I think he's looking. Couldn't go. All of them hugging the bottom there in the brake zone. Here's Blake Nash now trying to take advantage on Mossman, and he does. So move Blake through, and Frankie nearly ended up watching Blake go off the racetrack. He kicked up some dirt right in front of him.
Yeah, Frankie, to me, it seems like he's still struggling with setup issues. Talked to him. They were just a little too stuck in that first heat race, and they didn't have a good baseline setup when this track does grease over, if it does for heat race number 3, Xander.
Well, he at least was able to kind of turn up the wick at the end when it mattered in his first heat race. And I think being late to go is going to pay off in this one because they're still fighting quite a bit for the race lead. Garzone going back by on Gafera. And, of course, Pauly is closing in on the pair of them. Pauly Massimino helped coach and develop Caleb Gafera many years ago. So we got problems further back. That is that Alibi in the 946.
Raheem Alibi in one of the BJR LN carts as well. Man.
So that's around mid-grid here. Let's see, where was he when he crossed the line? That was 17th, and I'm going to guess he may have gotten together with Chris Harrower, his LN cart. So 16th and 17th collide in turn 1. We'll see where they populate, as we still have 6 deep here in the main group. On the move is Peyton Phillips, and on the move in that corner was Dono. He'll get by Mossman and send Frankie all the way back to 7th.
Yeah, Donovan took 3/10 out of the gap to Frankie Mossman that time by and again, it just shows you the speed that Bonilla's had so far, just struggling to kind of break into the top 5 so far, just on the edge. But again, this battle here, inside of the top 5, you have a lot of young drivers and a lot of veteran drivers as well. And I think some drivers that are definitely not gonna get roughed up here, Xander, and that's gonna give the shot for Bonilla, in my opinion, to get up inside of the top 5.
Great angle there through the bus stop. Shows you how fast this track is now with the repave. Here comes Pauly to the inside in a very fast last turn. And we saw Gafera slam the door shut on Brandon Lemke. Down into turn number 1 here. He's going to hug that inside lane to try and reset. In fact, he's already was opening up there to maybe send it back on Pauly. But we've got a gap. The biggest one, I think, for the lead so far in this heat race. Garzone by about maybe 4 car lengths to the 908 machine with 6 laps complete. Still a lot to go. We're talking about every pass like it might be the last lap and like it might be the last major pass for everyone. But these races, even on this tight bull ring, are long enough for a lot to happen. And oh, that was contact between Blake Nash and Brandon Lemke. And Blake had to bail out of it hard, and he's going to pay the price. And now Mossman gets into the side of Dono.
Frankie Mossman, the only Kart Republic almost inside of the top 15, and he really gets himself in there and just moves Dono up the racetrack. I don't even know if Donovan saw him there or just tried to crowd him to the bottom. And again, it's just hard to fit 2 cars into turn number 1.
Well, that's at least allowed the leaders the ability to focus in on trying to hunt down Garzone. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, that is. In 5th now for Bonilla, and up to 6th. A slow march forward again for that black and yellow Arcane Tony kart of Peyton Phillips. Let's see if he can't pick off another one here as Dono pulls back away down the front stretch. I don't think he'll be close enough yet, but he is on the move, putting some good laps together after a abysmal qualifying for the former TSRS champ and a multi-time podium finisher in the overall standings on the national tours. Back up front while we were checking in, though, Paulie did get by Garzone, so we've got another lead change here, Caleb. And this time the North Carolina native, who really should have been someone we were talking about as a potential double Supernats champion last year, ended up, of course, with bad luck in different ways in both K and X30. K tagged the wall in the final. X30 got a penalty in one of the heat races, buried him in the grid. But double duty, when he is running 2 classes, he is on another level up, it feels like. Granted, we've seen that mainly at his home racetrack at Trackhouse, but this weekend, 2 divisions, and he hasn't been worse than, I think, 3rd in either one.
Yeah, to me, I mean, Paulie's just stellar in the 100cc package. You talk about the year he had last year at the Carolina Grand Prix, the race that he had there, and then the Supernats obviously didn't go the way that he would have liked, but I mean, he's just, it shows, you know, his experience shows in this package, and it shows against a lot of the younger drivers and the drivers that are maybe more aggressive. He's very, you know, mediated and knows when to go, knows when to hold off, and Paulie, I think this weekend and this season, if he does run the full year, it's that experience is going to shine bright.
Bonilla, Mossman, Gabriel, and Phillips on your screen right there. Nick Gabriel and Peyton Phillips, they have been near each other in every heat so far, but they have neither one been able to be up here. Garzone now back around Massimino, and Gaffera through 2. Don't know, I would imagine Sebastian might have gotten by in turn 3. We were kind of hovering back, and it's just a lot of ground to cover here on a very short and very racy racetrack. Massimino back to 2nd. Lemke gonna try and follow. He'll pull alongside. That'll hurt Gaffera's chances on this last lap. And most importantly, it'll build a nice and healthy gap for Sebastian Garzone. I think he's gonna be too far out of reach, even with a monster final lap for this trio to hunt him back down. So Orsilon Racing, 1-2 in K Masters. Now with their rising superstar, they are on track for a KAJunior Heat race win.
Yeah, Sebastian Garzona, a much better, if he can hold on to it, a much better end to heat race number 2. We talk about the first heat race, put himself off the racetrack in turn 1, and this is a way to bounce back for Sebastian.
Last turn to the line. Garzone, your Heat 2 A&C winner over Massimino, Lemke, and Gaffera. And the Orsilon crew, well, there was a smaller group of them on the fence line, but they are in good spirits, as they should be. Their major talent has got himself another checkered flag. More movement at the line there. Blake Nash, Donovan Bonilla ahead of Frankie Mossman. Nick Gabriel ends up 8th, and he and Peyton Phillips, all that marching forward, ends up with a net gain of, well, about nothing. 8th and 9th for the pair. Quentin Angeli ends out the top 10. He picks up a couple over Shea Aldrich. Eli Warren ends up 2 gains. Lorenzo Kaufman, Gavin Bailiff, Connor Ferris, your top 15. The one thing about this racetrack is it just takes so long to kind of make up ground and pick up spots. You don't get a lot of carnage. You do get a lot of elbows out, side-to-side contact because of how narrow and how tight it is. Not to mention, again, the extremely tight racing line. But you don't see a lot of big wrecks because you just don't have that kind of high-speed, major pack of 8 or 10 or 12 that we've been all too accustomed to in KAJunior racing. So for the 2nd consecutive heat, we end up with a ton of them running all the laps. The only one that didn't Ryan Crouch on the AEM karting. Tony Kart, the only driver failing to finish. He went out on lap number 5. But back to Raider Santos, Raheem Alabai really was the only incident even in that one with a spin down at turn number 1. So a clean one, even though it was definitely aggressive for the lead and for the middle of the group. Let's go down to Alex as we split the difference here between these two KA Senior Heat races.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Got a couple things to talk about here. Spoke with a few drivers on the grid. The first one I spoke to, Alan Isambard. We saw him, you and I, Xander, on that end of that first heat race. Felt good, rolled really good. He said he's still dealing with a little bit of a rib injury from when he hurt his ribs back at the Rotax event at Orlando. So he's got some patches on, and he's feeling good. He's going to have to deal with it because the kart's rolling pretty good for Rocket Racing Company there. Ty Fisher feeling good. Spoke with him, spoke with his dad. Driving smart, right? No need to go out there and be too aggressive, just keeping his car underneath him. Still got 2 long heat races left for that TB machine. Further back, Ryan Raffa, a driver that was really quick in Thursday and Friday. If you're wondering what happened to him in both heat races for KA Senior and X30 Pro, blew both motors. So has to go to the backup for both of those chassis there, both of those engine packages. So for Ryan Raffa, an unfortunate beginning to his Saturday, but hopefully he can get the second engine package rolling for him pretty good. Lastly here, Enzo Vidmontien rolling off on the front row there on the outside. I know we're joking with him. He was kind of sleeping, I guess, a little bit on the first start, and that's why he didn't get a great start on the outside there. Rolling off on the outside once again here for the second heat race, looking for a bit of a better start. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex. Again, Alan Isambard, we saw that. We saw how good it looked like he rolled through it, and this is going to be probably the hardest test, I think, for all the drivers in KA Senior, maybe on the weekend, at least today for sure, with how hot it is and how much the wind is blowing. Check this out. A major tailwind down the front stretch and something of a headwind on the back straightaway with the direction of those flags. I mean, it has really picked up here, and what that also means, Caleb, is there's a pretty high chance that the wind is going to blow a lot of loose debris back onto the racing line over and over again. Now, someone's got to go off track and loosen it up by driving over it and kicking all those dirt rocks and Daytona Beach sand up and kind of loose onto the ground. But if the wind is that windy, I mean, you just are going to be flying blind if you're the first guy to a break zone.
And it may bring some clouds as well, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But, yeah, I noticed it earlier when I was out there on the racetrack. I kind of thought I should have probably applied more of my Old Spice pomade medium hold this morning. But, I mean, again, that wind is definitely getting pretty gnarly out there, Xander.
So, once again, folks, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Daytona Super Prix. We've got KA Senior on deck, and if you want to know exactly when your favorite class is rolling, you can obviously check that pinned link that we have in the live chat. Also, all sessions are listed as well in the stream description, so you can see when your favorite driver will be on the circuit. A full final round of heat races, of course, goes back to the rotation. Top of the lineup with Micro Swift for the final bit of the afternoon with heat number 3. And then we go back through everybody tomorrow for a round of warm-ups. And then we'll go from 9 run groups down to 7 as we throw all 52 KA Seniors, all 48 KA Juniors onto the racetrack at the same time for their main events. Engines fired here now for this next one from KA. This is, again, the senior division brought to you by Brandon Jarsacrack Racing. Heat groups B versus D. Enzo Vidmontien and Christian Miles will be your front row for the 12-lapper. And 2 drivers that are known for a lot of speed, have been regulars at the front, but they haven't necessarily been on track, I think, together. I think this might be the first weekend that those 2 are in the same event. Christian Miles, of course, has been on a partial schedule over the last 2 seasons. Last year with Race Lab Karting TB, this season here for the U.S. Pro Kart Series with Mike Doty Racing. And, of course, Enzo Vidmontien on that all-too-familiar Kart Republic, his only 3rd month in the senior ranks. On the front row ahead of last year's KA Senior, probably hands-down superstar, double champ between Stars and the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. Came up a little short of the Pro Kart Series here, James Overbeck. And another rookie standout in the same conversation as Enzo, Ty Fisher on the TB Kart USA entry, joins James there on row number 2. Here's a look back as we kick things to row 3 here, Caleb.
Yeah, Alan Isambard, Dominic Karai on row 3, Mateo Pappas, Jose Carlos Hernandez, Ursuline Lockout of row number 4. But, I mean, Xander, not very many Kart Republics inside of the top 10. Enzo Vidmontien up there on his own, and it's swarmed by OTKs.
Then back from the last few, let's quickly show you where the last couple are going to start as they populate across. You can see the drivers on the front stretch are getting ready for green. Here we go. Groups B and D. Down to turn 1, and Miles gets a good start. Overbeck had to cut a little bit of the grass there. He got through, and so did the man from 5th. Isambard off the bat up to 3rd here in this 12-lapper. But Christian Miles on that blue and yellow Mike Doty Racing entry takes us back on the far section to turn 6, and Isambard is quickly defending there from fellow Floridian Enzo Vidmontien.
Yeah, for Isambard to be up inside of the top 3 after qualifying out of Group B yesterday is definitely a good showing for Allen. And again, you look back to how he started 2024. He won the first round of the United States Pro Kart Series, but Overbeck was strong towards the end of the year, and he's strong towards the start of this race. Goes in on Christian Miles.
The Florida run, this is the first time James is back in the familiar territory where he really was able to break out and solidify himself as a national household name. But Christian Miles, right back to it. No worries at all. Sent James high in turn 3 with that pass. And now Isambard heard Vidmontien going, sent it on Overbeck, and Enzo's still going to get by him, but it's going to send the 948 back to 4th. This is way, way aggressive here for how early we are. In fact, we just sent one into the dirt. Who was that? Well, that might have been Jordan Hernandez trying to ID it there. No, it was Isard.
Steven Isard off the racetrack there in the back section, and he falls way down the order in a speed sense OTK. And for second on back, I mean, they're letting Christian Miles just run away with this race here, Xander.
Everybody throwing a hip check there at Alan Isambard, all up until Jose Carlos Hernandez. He finally gets back to the preferred lane with the switch back into turn 5. There's still a lot of action deeper in the pack there. You saw Anthony Rivera chasing down to the inside of the racetrack, trying to find a hole past what looked to be maybe Dominic Karai. But like you said, though, Christian Miles getting a gift and a half to start this second heat race. How big is this gap going to be this time? Let's check it. As there's Rivera side by side with the 909 of Braden Zerbs. Only 1.1. You would think it would have been a little bit more. And Zerbs just got a bump and run right there from one of the rocket racing machines.
Yeah, Colin Lloyd just right behind him and looks to go. I don't know if Colin Lloyd was able to hold on to it, but looked like a little bit of a half spin there by Lloyd. Hopefully he was able to hold on to that, but he was up to 13th that time by. I think even 11th after making that move.
Through the bus stop. Vidmontien to Overbeck to Mateo Pappas, who's kind of silently worked his way into our picture, into the spotlight there in 4th, and then Ty Fisher still locked on there in 5th. To the line, 4/10 taken out of the gap there. Christian Miles is getting hunted down and fast. That was 4/10 better for this group, but they're still fighting. Overbeck obviously thinks he's even better than that when it comes to the speed difference, so he'll take all of them by Enzo, who got caught there off the rear bumper of Ty Fisher. He ends up 5th.
Yeah, Enzo just dropped back, and again, this gap, to me, I really think it was just a little bit too aggressive too early in this race for Alan Isambard, and now he has to just recollect himself and try and get back up to this lead group, because you look at Christian Miles just running away, but like you said, the lap times haven't been strong for Miles out in front. A 41.203 last time by. This time for Christian, it's back to the 40s, but still a tenth quicker for everybody else. And Ty Fisher, Mateo Pappas, they still go at it. So for James, he's going to have no help to get up there, but he's doing it really well alone.
Going about how low grip it is down into turn number 1 in the brake zone. I mean, it doesn't seem like you have to do much to kind of get someone up and out of the groove like what just happened there with Ty Fisher. I mean, you didn't even see Mateo's head bobble at all, if there was any contact. But right on the rear bumper, maybe staying on it into the first turn, just enough to kind of break them loose. And they go for a ride, the driver in front does. I don't think James Overbeck's going to have to do that. He's got a lot of raw speed, and he continues to march towards the race leader. This group, though, they can't afford too many more bump and runs, or they're going to have company here, like Jose Hernandez right there on screen, and the 996 of Dominic Karai.
Yeah, Jose Carlos, again, he's another one of the drivers that we saw in the B group yesterday in qualifying. He thought that hurt him a lot. But the 929, he's getting himself up into the top 10. And again, you're seeing all this fighting from third on back. It's opening the gap to James, obviously, but as well, you're bringing more drivers into the mix. You're bringing more factors into this top 5, and that's going to help Jose Carlos Caray as well to try and get himself into the top 5. But you were talking about Overbeck. He has serious pace. Another 2/10 out of the gap of Christian Miles.
And 3/10 were taken out that time by the lime green machine. That tractor is rolling back in third. Ty Fisher, 50.44, sets fast time of the session. And once Overbeck pulls the trigger on a move on Christian, that should do the work to bring Fisher into the fight. And for Enzo and for Mateo, they were also faster. Christian Miles being the leader, maybe a blend of a couple of reasons as to why his times are consistently getting beaten. But the fact of the matter is that doesn't matter. What matters is that he's got to find a way to keep them all behind him for whatever's holding the pace back on the 947. It could be just he's the first one to a dirty racetrack and is basically snow plowing all of the marbles, all the dust and debris from the back of the field out of the way for the drivers behind. He might be a little bit kind of timid, just like in a rain race. As we see a move behind there, Fisher, I think, made a mistake. It looked like Vidmontien might have been able to get by him. Almost did. He did not. Just flurried by there. The green machine still third, but again, there could also just be a straight-up lack of pace or a big difference for the 948 of James Overbeck in terms of overall package power. Here we go. Already, Miles feeling it there. You saw him, Caleb. He went low in 1. He might go low again here in 3.
Yeah, James is going to have to wait for Christian to slip up, or he's going to have to get creative. He's going to have to set something up, and you saw him go a little wide there into 5, and we'll see what he has in a 6. Not enough yet for James, and again, I think we say this race after race, it's all about setting it up, and turn 1 to me has been the best passing zone and the easiest passing zone to do, as well as turn number 11. We'll see where James decides to go.
I think personally it's turn 3, Caleb, because I think turn 1, as easy as it is as a zone, it's easy when they're not defending. But 2 laps to go hits, and you can see it. Everyone starts going lower and lower. You got that new section of Rhino liner specifically on the low side that naturally makes that line low. So it's turn 3 where Overbeck makes the move and takes the lead.
Here you go, and I really think you called that perfectly there, Xander, and it's just catching him by surprise. And James did just that. Now Christian just going to have to stay in the tow, going to have to stay behind James Overbeck and see where he's been lacking where it comes down to pace.
He's going to get a good look. Look how dark the bus stop has gotten already with all the rubber being laid down. Thursday afternoon practice had 4 sessions, I believe, for everybody. A full round of another 4 yesterday. And then, of course, qualifying with sticker MG tires. We've laid a lot of grip down on this place that already was itching for it. The only second event post-repave for Daytona International Speedway Sprint Kart Track. And as narrow, as tight, and as twisty, as much of a bull ring as we like to call it. A short track, if you will, it has been. The racing has been fun for it and fun for us to watch. I can only imagine what the drivers are thinking. I'm sure Alex will give us more from their point of view. For James Overbeck, he's got to be happy enough with it because he's leading. He's headed to the last turn, and as he'll round that final corner, he'll see the checkered flag for a heat race victory. Heat 2, B and D. Give it to the 948.
Yeah, how about that for James Overbeck? Christian Miles across the line in second. Enzo Vidmontien, Ty Fisher, third and fourth respectively. Back to Mateo Pappas. And for Mateo Pappas, how about his start in 2025? Definitely coming to his own after moving up. I believe it was early for him last year, and then to start this year off strong here at Daytona is definitely a good show. And I know his dad, Max, is definitely going to be happy with that. For Isambard, you know, what could have been, that driver had a lot of pace, but I really think just has to dial it back a little bit in the early stages of the race because he definitely had the pace to be there.
Yeah, Alan Isambard, I mean, he kind of got into it a bit with Enzo. It felt like neither one of them wanting to go backwards. And the moment Enzo would try to make a move on Alan, they both would end up making a lot of aggressive moves. He ends up still with a decent result, though, a 6th, and then off that top 3 run he had in Heat 1. Great points haul for him. Back down the board, though, some big names that still need a massive third heat race to be in the conversation for tomorrow's main events, like Colin Lloyd in the 961, Velocity Racing Sodi, P12 here in the second heat. And further back, 1 DNF Ryan Raffa out again. The 953, the Mike Doty Racing entry, has not had the best of days. He needs something to turn around for him because we know that that driver, with the experience that he has, with the speed he's shown, and one of the few probably in the pits, one of maybe 10% or less that have actually raced this layout many times over, can be fast here. But you got to have the go-kart to at least make it all the way to the finish to show that off. So Ryan Raffa, a DNF, the only one out of heats number 2 for groups B and D. Again, Kart Chasers coverage of the Daytona Super Prix opening weekend for the US Pro Kart Series continues here with more from the second round of heats, and then back through everyone for heat number 3. We'll see you on the other side of this break, and more intel to come.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Engines are fired. Alexander Vanchev and Ashton Woon ready to lead us off here for X30 Junior once again. And this day, this heat and wind, absolutely crazy for the Daytona Super Prix, putting the drivers and us to the test and through the ringer. Thanks for all the patience, of course. And here we go. X30 Junior onto the racetrack, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. We'll take you through your starting lineup here for these superstars. Once again, this will be the class like mini, like micro, with a static grid throughout the day. So they'll roll off from the same positions they did back in heat number 1. We saw, of course, Nathan Dupuis make some hay there in that KAJunior race. Looked like a leg up for him from his first KAJunior heat. Alexander Vanchev enters still as the quickest, but Teo Salamao equally good and probably the best out of the gate. Driver to keep your eye on for sure here in this opening circuit. Beyond that, we're kind of waiting to see who else can emerge as a contender. Because first and third, well, they walked away in that first heat race that Alexander Searle and I called here. Caleb, out of the 22, there were 2 that stood head and shoulders among the rest. So we're going to wait and obviously find out in a moment, but see if anyone was able to pack on any more speed during the lunch break.
Yeah, it was close, right? I mean, that race, you look at Salamao, you look at Vanchev, and maybe just went a little bit over the line in between the two of them, but again, they got to do it all over again, right? And they meet each other in KAJunior and in X30 Junior here, so we'll see. Vanchev, though, has been the driver that they've been chasing. It almost feels like so far in the preseason and so far this weekend, Vanchev has definitely been pretty strong, and for Woon only being a second X30 Junior race has been very strong for sure.
Here we are, ready to go. X30 Junior presented by SCR. Alexander Vanchev on the inside in the blue and pink. Ashton Woon in the red, white, and black. And they're racing down to turn number 1. A little bit laggy there on the start for the rookie. He's going to go back to 4th, it looks like, as Sarah Bradley slots in right behind him. And we're up and away with, once again, Salamao and Vanchev. Now, they ended on probably not the best of terms, Caleb, at the first heat race. The last 3 laps got pretty aggressive, pretty elbows out. How much of that's going to carry over? How much is the heat going to play a factor here? Because the sun is beating down on this racetrack, and more importantly, beating down on these drivers where a lot of them just came off the circuit all of a session to 2 sessions ago, or sorry, 2 to 3 sessions ago in KAJunior. How fired up are they going to be? Well, they're definitely wanting to get after it in the last turn. As you can see, more defending here. I think that actually answered my question. I think I went too long with that, Caleb. They're fighting.
Yeah, I mean, this is, it feels like MCC all over again last year whenever Vin Montina was in the lead of the race, and we were white lining for the entirety of it, right? Vanchev definitely wants to stay in control of this one, and if he dives low here, then I think that's really going to show what he intends to do for the rest of it. Looks like he's going to get on with it, and Salamao dove to the inside, but just didn't have enough of a push from Ashton Woon to get himself clear. They're in a 6, so now you have it. Salamao asking for some help from Woon, and everybody else further back. Some fighting. Sarah Bradley looking in a turn 11. Not enough to get ahead of Dupuis.
So Teo closes in down into the break zone to turn number 1. There's a look back to Edward Kennedy leading the next pack. First little split from Benham Abernathy back 9th to 10th. Top 3 still together, though, in these short 12-lap heats. Wider arc for Salamao is going to give him a better run down this short chute. You saw him have that little wiggle. He wants to go, but he's holding himself back, and I think that's buying himself a little bit of confidence and comfort in your race leader. I take that back. We're going to go at it. Here we go. Salamao through.
Yeah, Salamao able to get clear, but drops a tire in the process. Wasn't all too much where he's going to lose like half a second, but he's able to hold on to that lead, and now everybody else is going to start to get stacked up. You have Dupuis, who's on his way. Sarah Bradley is working her way up there. Ethan Skymanichich as well on the Rocket Racing Company. He's working his way up. Medeiros, Benham Abernathy, and Edward Kennedy, all I think in the frame here, who can get there and try and take the fight up to the top 5.
Yeah, you almost have to try to not see more than half the field at one point here with the way these heat races have been going, because the pack stacks up so easily. But Alex made a great point that a lot of times we watch these drivers catch each other and then struggle to get by. In the case here of look at Dupuis and Sarah Bradley. I mean, he was able to white line it. She finally started to really shove her in. Oh no, up and over. Ethan Skymanichich flips at the exit of turn number 1. That could put us under red. For now, we stay green as they quickly go to 10 to the RRC LN cart. Your leaders still racing for the moment here, but a scary moment and a slow flip for the 754.
Man, again, we really hope Ethan's all right, but he was having, I think, one of the best drives we've seen him have, Xander. Hopefully they got that track cleared, and hopefully he's all right. That's the first of our worries here, but we're about to hit the halfway point. Vanchev still in control as we work our way through, and it looks like Ethan is up and out of the go-kart. So, again, that was a very, very scary flip, and good to see him walking under his own power there.
Big jump over the curbing there. Ashton Woon trailing Salamau. Little wide there was Alexander Vanchev. Obviously, if we stayed green, they've checked out and confirmed that Eden Sky Manichik's okay. We got more carnage. 4 together. Look to be Katowski involved. The 708 Sodi involved. Keely Saperko. Oh, man, that's a heavily damaged other machine along with 2 of them. Right around the mid-teens. We'll try and figure out who we just lost there a moment ago. I'm going to guess that'll be Isaac Nolan and maybe Hector Aturiaga.
Yeah, Barb was in that one as well for the pair racing team. I think he was involved. I saw his LN cart, so unfortunate end to him.
Yeah, you're right. Arthur Barb, Achilles Saperko, Leonardo Saravalli, and Nico Katowski collected. There it is, Arthur Barbe. Look at that mangled Pro Racing. And for the first time today, it feels like we've got a little bit of cloud cover, just a hair not as bright as we were moments earlier. Teo Salamau still leads. How about Cole Medeiros? On the move right now. Fast lap last time by of the overall session. Nearly 3.5 tenths clear of the race leaders. Granted, they've been fighting the whole way, but still, tip of the cap to the fellow RPG Cosmic back there, now in 4th as he was able to get by Nathan Dupuis.
Yeah, Medeiros is definitely making up some time. Sarah Bradley as well, I don't know if she was involved in an incident, but she's out of this race, I believe, or all the way down in 21st. As you can see, she was probably collected in there with Ethan Sky Managers, not sure, but unfortunate end to Sarah Bradley's race. She was inside of the top 5, now out.
Yeah, she was kind of the one that he flipped off the front of.
Yeah.
She was right behind Dupuis. They both washed out right here. And then it stacked up. I don't know how exactly. I imagine Ethan was probably trying to get around it on driver's right and got tagged. Definitely an odd incident, an odd flip for sure. We stay green though right now as the leaders head down the short chute over to 6 and 7. With still just in lockstep, all 3 of them. Nothing too crazy, nothing out of line from Alexander Vanchev. In fact, he's basically kind of cruised since Teo Salamau got past him, but he won't be able to do that forever. You saw Ashton Woon pull out just to show the nose there down the backstretch. He didn't have the draft to go with it, and for rookie Ashton Woon, this is a great racetrack to kind of build on his development status and try to work on him in getting the aggression and the confidence on the brakes, because that's what you're going to need to perform here. You cannot afford to just kind of daintily get around or let the draft carry you. You have to get out and throw it in there and probably risk some contact with drivers that are probably twice his height. And that doesn't sound like a ton. Again, they're in, obviously racing machines. He's not having to go and, get into a UFC ring with someone with an extra 40 pounds. But still, for Ashton Woon, I mean, you go from watching the juniors and looking up to them to now having to go head-to-head with them, and you're right behind arguably the highest rated one for 2025 in Alexander Vanchev, and the only way you're going to get past him here is to send it way deeper than where you're comfortable on the brakes and risk some side-to-side contact, because that's just the nature of this bull ring, short track, narrow surface.
Yeah, Cole Medeiros is putting down some heaters so far. He has the fastest lap of the race, ran 2 tenths quicker than your leaders 2 laps ago, and that time was kind of a lap that was a little slower than the driver in 3rd in Ashton Woon, so we'll see if Medeiros can get there in the end. But again, he needs something to happen. He needs a domino effect here for himself to get inside of the top 3 and hopefully start on the inside for the final heat race if he can get himself in at 3rd.
Running through the infield sector, then down the short chute over to turn 6 and 7. Low for Vanchev as Ashton Woon rides the high side, then low, then back again to the bus stop. This is going to back him up a ton. It won't matter, obviously, as we're on the final lap, but it'll be a big gap that'll show on the results sheet for Teo Salamau. Last turn, around the outside. Get it, rookie. Ashton Woon to 2nd. He'll hold it over Vanchev to Cole Medeiros. Nate Dupuis. 6, 7, 8 there, Edward Kennedy. Jose Shermer in the middle. Tristan Murphy and Martin Jaramillo. Tristan Murphy, Benham Abernathy. I mean, we've got away with it pretty good. The mini, the micro, the other junior class, KAJunior, K Senior, X30 Pro, even K Master. Not too much craziness, not too much carnage, but the 22 driver X30 Juniors And in their second heat race specifically, our kryptonite for a clean run through Saturday's heat races here. We'll get an update from Alex, I'm sure, momentarily on the status of Ethan Sky, and hopefully he is okay. And hopefully that go-kart's okay, that if he is good, he gets to join us back for the final heat race on the day. Of course, DNFs as well. Sarah Bradley in the SCR Sodi Kart, Achilles Saperco, Arthur Barb, Leonardo Saravalli, all collected 17 of 22. Get to run this one to the end. X30 Junior presented by Speed Concepts Racing to a close, and you can even hear it through the cameras, Caleb, how windy it is out there. There is sand getting blown around everywhere from the World Center of Racing, but it's not the R word, and it's thankfully not cold either. We'll take a quick break.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Car rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
As you can see here, folks, we are back in a bit of a holding pattern. They have sent the on-site medical team down to turn number 1 to check out Ethan Sky Manuchik. We'll give you updates as we get them. KA Masters is on deck, X30 Pro Senior on deck, and then a full afternoon run of everybody. Kicking off with Micro Swift for the third and final round of heat races. But yeah, we're back in a hold there. So this will be a moment or two, we believe, before we let the KA Masters loose and go racing. Karts onto the racetrack for KA Masters from Daytona. Let's take you through the lineup for their second heat race. Heat number 1, Scott Falcone was able to get away with the early lead. And, well, he faded towards the end. His teammate Renato Yater was able to get around him, but it ended up being an Orsilon Racing 1-2. Falcone got that top spot right off the bat on the very first lap. Martin Stone, on the other hand, from the front row, was trapped behind the 499 nearly the entire race. Ended up watching those green and black machines hold the top 2 spots all the way to the finish. Randy Klimek looking for a turnaround on his Hotes DD Tony Kart. Spin in heat number 1, collected himself and Sketchy Barnes. It sent the Maranello into the grass with a DNF, and well, it hurt his hopes as well. Paul Elefante, Mundy Lawyer, and Bran Estes, Montepulli, Todd Shambo. Joey Lobiu had a good drive forward from 11th and into the top couple spots there in heat number 1. And then Kevin Simonelik and Flip Rodriguez in the 403. 13 deep here for KA Masters, heat number 2. 12 laps on the board. And we're ready to send them again through the cut-through. Here's Renato Yater. He'll go straight to work on pinching that fuel line, or he making a quick carb adjustment, the 425. And then again, Martin Stone, who we talked to earlier in this week. You talked to specifically, Caleb, with Alex on the RPG Cosmic in those blue and pink colors on your right there. Easy to pick out with that bright helmet.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Martin just getting his first time back into the seat here in 2025. Excited to go racing here, but Yader David has definitely had the upper hand. Green flag is out, and we're racing here in KA Masters. Again, a good start by that inside line. David up to the front, Falcone stuck on the outside, and Lafante looking to go through. He's up in a third.
Well, it wasn't quite good enough there for Scott Falcone to be able to do it again here in heat number 2. Good start for Brent Estes on the Eyes Up Racing LN cart. He's got himself into 5th. And a nice little gap for Renato Yater. So in the first heat race, Yater kind of sat behind his teammate Scott Falcone in the early going of it all. Mundy Lawyer here, probably the biggest loser on the start of this one. He's faded all the way to the back of that middle group. Just a couple spots up from the back of the field. Let's pick up our leaders here. Down the front stretch. Elefante about 3 cars, maybe 2 cars back here from Martin Stone with a lap down. And Scott Falcone, unlike heat 1 here, his competitors have fired off a little better. He doesn't have the edge on him like he did, it looks like, in the first few laps.
Yeah, I mean, again, I spoke to him before the first heat race. There's a lot going on in the seat for Scott Falcone this week, and a hairline fracture on one of his ribs, which, you know, is definitely hurting him out there. And as well, he's just kind of been trying to find a chassis that he's comfortable in. He's on the KR this weekend, but speaking to him, he said, man, since I got back into karting, I've gone through 11 chassis, almost 6 motors to try and get fast. And he's been good on the West Coast, but just trying to get good here at the East Coast. And a good start for heat race number 2, but just figuring out the setup so far this weekend for Scott.
Look at that pack behind them for 5th, though. What a race we got going on here. Estes shuffled to the wayside. He'll drop in behind Lawyer. Looks like maybe right behind Lawyer will be Lobiu. And leading that pack now, I believe, is going to be Randy Klimek. So the Hotes DD Tony Kart back to the Maranello of Sketchy Barnes. He severely had the right rear bent, left rear bent, I believe. One of the rear tires he was trying to get by. I think it was the right rear as he flipped Klimek around the outside. It spun him, and it took him out of that first heat race, but he's on the move. Here comes the multi-time shifter master, Winter Series and Pro Tour champ. Sketchy into the top 5 as there's problems for Paul Montopoli. The Team Ferris Racing Best Card entry has pulled off to the infield cut-through.
Yeah, unfortunate end there for Montopoli to end this one early. For Sketchy, a good move into turn 11 to get clear on the 409 of Klimek, and Sketchy now going to lead the second pack. Last time around, Martin Stone, the fastest lap of the race, of 41.085. And he's starting to reel in Renato Yader David. It was almost 0.2 of a second, the gap that he closed down. And for these drivers here, for the back lap times in the 42, so a little bit off compared to what the leaders are running. And you see that gap a lot closer, about a car length, 2 car lengths in between the RPG and the Orsilon machines.
Yeah, Martin Stone ready to take the fight here, it looks like. In that first heat race, I think he was maybe not as frustrated as someone would have been with a winning piece. It didn't seem like he was super happy with the way his kart was. Wasn't bad, just wasn't fantastic. This race, different story. Very fast And sadly, we've got a bad story in the works here for Elefante.
Unfortunate there for Elefante, who I believe won't be able to close this one out. And the lead continuing to get closer. A little bit of a carb adjustment there by Renato Yader-David. And again, hopefully whatever adjustment he can do can pull him away further from Martin Stone, because he was losing time rapidly there. It was at a couple of hundreds last time by, and again, even Martin Stone slowed down a little bit, still adjusting on that carburetor on that straightaway before turn 6.
Same race, different story for Scott Falcone, though, fading late. He's got company. Third place, going to come under pressure in a moment. Battle for the lead, looming battle for P3. Which one happens first? It'll be the lead. To the point for the 401. Here, right at the halfway mark, too. 6 down, 6 to go. Cross flags from Porter. And we've got our first lead change.
Yeah, Falcone now starting to fall under fire. Skitchy has definitely joined the fray. And he's up to third now, so Skitchy Barnes gets himself into the podium places. Falcone falls back to fourth. Clemac, Mundy Lawyer in sixth. But talk about Renato, he was very, very busy on that carburation, on that motor, on that back straightaway, and Stone just took advantage into turn 11. I don't know if Renato's got it figured out yet, because that gap to Stone seems to be opening up here, Xander.
Yeah, I mean, Martin is going to pull even a little further. Another adjustment down the backstretch. He's going to keep working on it. Definitely doesn't seem happy. You've got some drivers that will constantly kind of work the needles. Others that really will only do it if it's a major issue, because they're, first of all, obviously a hair trigger difference in the position of the carburetor needles on these K motors, even on the Swifts and X30s, can make the world of difference. So if you're not super confident you can be very precise with your fingers making those adjustments, then it's not worth the risk. The other part is sometimes you end up with maybe 80 or 90% as good as the motor could be, or as good as the drivers around you, and you try to search for more and you don't get it. You end up getting worse. So it's something where you can kind of tune yourself out, I guess. And Renato Yader, he's made enough adjustments to that thing now. It looked a little better down the front stretch, so maybe he's tuning himself back in, but it's a slippery slope in my eyes. However, in this group, I don't know if anyone's got time to reach down and make an adjustment. There has been nothing but battling and passing here for third now on back since the drop of the green. Tip of the cap to Skitchy for driving through the pack the way that he has after the issue in the first heat. And now Mundy Lawyer trying to do the same thing from further back on the grid, bringing the fight to Randy. He couldn't quite get past him at the end of that backstretch, and the only other really passing opportunity before the lap ends here is the last corner, but you need a good exit. He didn't get one out of the bus stop. I'm curious if Clemec's going to close that bottom off here with 3 laps to go in turn 1. Let's see if he white lines it or if he leaves it open. No, it'll be open, and it's 2 open. Up and over the side and into the soft wall.
Wow, what a big off for the 433 Nash machine of Mundy Lawyer into the pillows. That's the end of the race there for Mundy. Man, that was an incident and a half there, Xander. You look at the front fairing there as well of the Holtz machine of Clemec. Holding on, but definitely pretty banged up. And Falcone, I think he just got swallowed up by that second group. He fell all the way back to 7. So Scott Falcone with something to miss, and for Renato to tune himself back in, like you said, Xander, you were racing a whole lot last year, and I feel like you've been through that. How bad does that affect, I think, the mental side of a race whenever you have to adjust on the carburation?
Well, it's just hard to stay focused. The best guys can, right? But you're not necessarily thinking about how to out-chess match the driver in front of you when you're trying to think in your head, okay, turn it this way, okay, no, turn it that way. What does it sound like? What's it feel like off the pedal? Like you said, it seems like he's gotten into a good place where he can fight for him again, and he's trying to take the fight to Martin, and Martin knows it. Covered low there, slid out a little bit. Renato couldn't take advantage in the last turn. He'll be, I think, too far back to try it in turn 1. But did he get a good run there? Can he go in 3? I don't know. I think it's going to be too sketchy there. So, again, that leaves you maybe 2 passing zones from this point in the lap on. This early in the lap, turn number 4. You've got maybe a run right here at turn 6 and maybe the last turn. I don't know if you can really get by at any other point in the racetrack. especially with the amount of grip that you have now. With the older surface, and it was a bit slower, the minimum speed in certain corners, you had to slow down more, you might have been able to stuff it somewhere in the bus stop. But here, that last turn's your last chance. This time, he set him up well. It'll be a race to the line, but it'll still go the way of Stone as he keeps the momentum up around the outside.
Yeah, Martin, in the last 2 laps I was watching, and he placed his kart perfectly in the middle of the corner where he was just avoiding the over-under from Renato Yato-David, and I think that's exactly what he needed to do. Defended that perfectly and takes the win here in heat race number 2. Skitchy Barnes across the line in 3rd, and you look back to how he ended heat race number 1, a great bounce back for Skitchy to finish P3. Brent Estes P4, Randy Clemec, broken front fairing and all, falls back to 5th. Paul Lafonte, Scott Falcone, who again, you talk about the start he had in heat race number 1. Issues in the seat for Scott this weekend, falls back to 7th to Joey LeBeau, Todd Chambeau, Kevin Simonellic, Felipe Rodriguez, Mundy Lawyer, Paul Montopoli not closing this one out. And talk about the crash by Mundy Lawyer into the pillows, out of this one early.
So KA Master closes out here with Martin Stone winning it. So we've got 2 heats, 2 different winners. What do we have in store for Pro X30? We know how good this guy is. Ryan Norberg, last year's SCUSA Pro Tour champ, the year before US Pro Kart Series champ, and earlier this morning from the pole, Heat 1 winner. But it has not been easy going in all other divisions to try and keep the lead. We've seen how close the field can get. There's only so much you can really do at a racetrack that is this short and this tight. In talking with Mark Coates during the lunch break here, Caleb, he was like, well, what are the drivers saying? What's the crew saying? And from our point of view, right, it just looks a lot like the old Ocala Grand Prix. It looks so similar to that bull ring of a racetrack that kept everybody nice and close. And, well, let's go down and hear from one of them. Alex, as you can see across the way, standing there with Frankie Mossman, is gritted up and just about ready to go.
Thank you, Xander. Frank, you can leave the helmet on. It's all good. I promise the mic's going to work down here. Well, you had a pretty eventful, I say, X30 race. You guys were having fun fighting for second. What's it going to take to go out there and chase the 302?
You know, it's just going to come on, hopefully have the same start of the run pace just like Ryan does, you know, and we're going to try not to battle. I'm going to give Paulie the opportunity if he gets to me and gets by. Obviously, you know, I probably made that mistake the last run, but, you know, I'm just going to try to keep up with him, maybe give him a run for his money, and the same thing with all the other guys.
We talked last night at the cookout. What are some of the things you're chasing here on this go-kart?
Not that much. You know, I've had a lot of positives with it so far. I haven't really had any problems. You know, it just comes a lot of me with the driving. I've been out of the X30 for a long while, and so it's just going to be about just getting better and better every time I'm in the kart.
Last thing here, track's put some rubber down on the racetrack. How hard is it to stay ahead of it?
You know, I think I'm in the good position being in second, you know, especially early on with everybody going off, you know. The lead driver ends up just cleaning it off for you, so it gives you an opportunity to get back at them. So we're going to find out as I don't go and hit a patch of grass from the last place drivers.
Thank you, Frankie.
Yep, thank you.
Holding on to that last piece of that here, Frankie Mossman bringing up a great point about the last couple drivers on the racetrack. The next driver to them is the race leader or the race leaders, and they end up kind of clearing a path for the rest of the pack. So does that play a factor in this heat race? There's only 19 Pro X30s. There was a little bit of pushing and shoving, and wheels dropped in the middle of the pack in heat number 1, but it was basically a bit of a wild opening corner for Caden McQueen. Took out one of the major contenders who had a rough qualifying. And for the front 4, really the easiest ones to pick out on your screen. Frankie Mossman himself, Jacob Kolar in the Vice Racing Black and Pink Kart Republic. Let's set the tone here, folks. It's time for Pro X30 action. Starting grid coming up onto your screen. Ryan Norberg and Rollison Performance Group, a last-second entry. They've been perfect since they've been on the racetrack, at least when you go back to qualifying. Second in happy hour, top qualifier, put them on the pole for all 3 heats. Winner in Heat 1, flag to flag. Paulie Massimino looked like he might have been next best, but I mean, really, it was an even toss-up between himself, Frankie Mossman, and Jacob Kolar. Quentin McPherson in the middle of that trio rolls from 4th. He's under the weather a little bit today, trying to just manage the afternoon, and honestly, probably the same for Ryan. Back on row 3, though, to close it out, but alongside Kolar, another young gun, Davin Roberts, his Pro X30 debut with Ryan Perry Motorsport.
Go back to Finnegan Bailiff. A good showing for him in the first heat race, as well as Raheem Alibi starting alongside him in 8th. Caden McQueen, a DNF in heat race number 1. He's starting on row number 5 alongside Aiden Lorenko. Levi Zangira, Michael Boyadzis on row number 6.
Back on row number 7 to move us to the back of the field. Remy Andretos and Christian Blevin Jr. Ryan Raffa, who had a DNF in the opening heat. Brooke Shambo, Chris Giram, Ming Nanzu, Alex Feldstein. Here we go. 12 laps again. And Ryan Norberg has command of the field. Lights are out on the first time by this time. Paulie on the outside, trying to stay close, but the inside got a big shove, and Norberg's going to get the lead away as they go to turn number 3.
Side by side further back, Finnegan Bailiff going through on Frankie Mossman, who loses 2 or 3 spots in the process. Look at this. Raheem Alibi way off the racetrack. Aiden Lorenko.
Yeah. 2 of them taking a full cut through. Joker lap.
Wow. And that shows you just everything in the mid-pack. Definitely wasn't easy to navigate through. 2 more together. Caden McQueen, Remy Andretos.
And Brooke Shambo's out. Remy Andretos, we're hearing, went up and over. So, wow, just chaos on the opening circuit for Pro X30 from about maybe 8th or 9th on the grid, and it stacked them all up when they went through 3. We saw how close they were. The leaders are good and away. Finn Bailiff into 4th on this start. Kolar 3rd. Frankie Mossman's been dropped all the way down to the 6th position. Terrible opening circuit for the 300. Let's see if he can go to work and start to make back some of those lost spots. He got a little run on McPherson down the back, looking low, and he should get him. There he goes, into the top 5 again for Fast Frankie.
Yeah, what a move there by Frankie Mossman to work his way through and into the top 5 as well. Last race, I heard during the lunch break, just Frankie, Jacob, and Paulie couldn't get on the same page of who was quicker to get up to Ryan Norberg. And in the scale lines, they had a long discussion about it, of what it took, who had the most pace. And that was just a discussion they had after, right? Paulie thought he was quicker, Jacob thought the same, and then Frankie thought he was quicker than the 2 of them combined. So it's just getting on the same page and not letting Ryan get away with it early. Like we saw in heat race number 1, there was a lot of fighting for second on back, so we'll see if Jacob and Paulie can work together and try and get up to the 302 here.
Well, I think really, Caleb, what they got to do is give each other some more room for error. You know, the normal rule of thumb in a class as fast as this is the moment the driver that you're pushing or working with drops a tire, you go for it, like Frankie did right there in turn 3 on Finn Bailiff. But if they drop a tire and it's not, you know, or they miss the apex by a little, maybe dropping a tire might be a valid reason to go here at Daytona, but you know, going a little bit wide, having a little bump in the middle of the corner like Frankie did there, where it wasn't the best apex, but it still wasn't bad. That's a 0.5 loss. That's a 1/10 loss. Every pass sometimes is, in the worst corners, 3 to 5/10. Not to mention, both of you are offline at some point from entry to center to exit that you pick up all the clag on your tires. So when you make that decision to go off of a 1/10 loss and turn it into a 3 to 5/10 loss, and then you end up the same speed after you swap, well, it's a no-net game. It's so hard to see from such a far-out view when you're in the driver's seat, right? We could visually see it, that the passes take the back, and they might have better being a little more patient, but from their point of view, usually one mistake means more are going to come from that same driver, so you want to go by them because you don't want to be stuck behind them as they slow down and miss your chance to either stay with the guys in front or pass. But Paulie, Jacob, Frankie, all 3 of them top tier, national winning, nationally proven talents. they're not going to have that happen all that often, and their only shot to keep Ryan in range is do what Jacob's doing right now, and that's just kind of let Paulie tow him around until something drastic happens, then he needs to go.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Ryan, just flourishing on a track that's, like you said, a bull ring, but also so technical, right? A lot of these corners come your way fast. You need to be almost picture perfect heading on the pedals as well. When you hit the throttle, where you hit the throttle, how much you're brushing the brakes on some of these corners, and you know, the feedback as well that you give to your team, that you give to the mechanics on what the kart is doing, what more do you want, what less do you want of in the kart, I think is super important. And I think for the younger drivers in this class is something that of how Ryan has gotten so good and how he's so fast this weekend. So for the likes of Alex Feldstein, well, again, yesterday issues for him, but to put himself up inside of the top 10 on a place where, again, given he had some help in this race with 5 or 4 drivers out of this one early, but definitely a good recovery and a good damage limitation weekend for Alex Feldstein to get himself inside of the top 10.
Ryan Raffa talking about damage limitations, just trying to make up for lost ground. Let's see if he can pick up the pieces here from this move by Christian Blevins. Not able to go and follow him through that last corner. Feldstein gonna, in response to losing a spot there, cover low in 1. Big opportunity here for Ryan, turn 3. He'll pick him off there. So the 3-1-5 Mike Doty Racing entry moves to 11th. How about Aiden Lorenko? Who knows what'll happen from the race director's point of view, but he's back to 13th in shouting distance of kind of this trio of go-karts right now. Could maybe make something happen to pick up a few more spots after being involved in that scary opening lap incident that collected Michael Boyadzis, Caden McQueen, Remy Andratos, Brooks Shambo. Even took as well as Lorenko wide. I believe we also had, of course, Levi Sangaric kind of getting a piece of it. I think Alibi.
Working their way through now, Ryan, a second on Paulie and Jacob Kolar. So I mean, he continues to just go faster and faster lap after lap and continues to open up that gap to Paulie Massimino, Jacob Kolar, and Frankie Mossman, who again, I just don't know what could be wrong with that Jay Howard Kart Republic here, Xander.
Well, I mean, he hasn't really gotten the starts down well, and I don't mean that in terms of bad positioning. I just don't know if the pace has been there. It could have been in part due to getting shuffled back and then having to kind of work back forward. But I mean, we were cut to him a couple times in his opening few laps. The kart didn't look good in some of the high grip sections, and this is the hottest part of the day. It will be the most stuck to the floor. I mean, look at how black the inside of that right-hander coming out of the bus stop is. So you're getting a lot of rubber laid down, a lot of grip added to the surface. When that heats up at a certain point, it gets greasy. Right now on the new pavement, it just looks like it's adding more grip to it. And I mean, you again kind of watch those hands just almost like stutter when he's going to the center of the corner. That's the front end wanting to jump away from him. Frankie's doing a great job kind of holding on to it, but to me, it didn't look like it was great in the opening couple of laps, and it might be a little bit better now, but you're playing a game of inches with everyone. You know, Paulie, 38.46. Okay, that was better than Norbert, but it was better than him by 400. With a track this short, only so many corners, you can only make up so much time. And I mean, this guy's just out on a Saturday afternoon cruise right now. He's gonna start to really dial that pace down on this last lap and cool his tires off. I don't know if there's anyone better at tire management than Ryan Norbert from the US here. And the only guy that we've ever seen better than him on a consistent basis has been Joe Turney. So, no surprise, he even took a little hand off the wheel to wave that time by coming through. I think more so just to let everybody know that he's cruising.
Yeah, and you see Paulie kind of start to close in just a little bit more, and he pulls away from Kolar as well. And I think everybody at this point kind of on the same page as Ryan, right, to end it off. But what a Saturday afternoon for Ryan Norberg. Wins heat race number 2. Paulie Massimino to Jacob Kolar, Mossman, Bailiff inside of the top 5. And again, just playing catch up for the rest of the field. You look at the gap, how much it closed down, just cruising to the end for Ryan.
Yeah, how about the run for Finn? I mean, avoiding all that, kind of, you know, a really good start. I think best start of any of the X30 Pros when it comes to making up spots in the first few turns. Into 4th on the opening circuit, stays in 5th. kind of middle of the road right now in probably a pretty boring race. You talk about what's asked of these drivers here when they move to this division. Compare what the racing just looked like there in that heat race to what we see in KAJunior. You are having a lot more laps on your own, a lot more laps where consistency matters, down to the thousandth of a second. In K100 racing, from at least what we've seen, even on a short track like this, they're still battling a lot, and you're not being asked to put 5 or 7 clean laps, identical laps together with 0 mistakes. And that's what you have to do, because that's what the winner did, and that's what he does every single time he hits the racetrack and gets an opportunity to pull away. He is flawless, and he is flawless on the score chart so far. Perfect weekend for Mr. Ryan Norberg. On the other end, we're going to be catching up with some of the drivers involved in that lap 1 incident. Hopefully we can get a status or update on them. We're also waiting to hear some more updates about Ethan Skymanuchik from his flip in X30 Junior. So we made it through the morning pretty much unscathed. The afternoon has been 2 for 9, calling it lightly. Hopefully the last round of heat races clean things up a little bit, but we know that drivers may be a little desperate to make up some more ground. You're watching our coverage here from the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway, and the Daytona Super GP for the US Pro Kart Series opener. Heat 3 is up next. Micro Swift onto the racetrack for their final heat race on the day, presented by Team Ferris Racing. Here's a look at how they will stack up. Alvaro Medeiros on the pole, alongside Hudson Howard in the Alonso Kart for Jay Howard Driver Development. Leo Simone and Marcelo Flores on row number 2. It's an all-Kart Republic. 2, 3, 4, and then back to row number 3 with some more here, Caleb.
Yeah, Brody Stoffel, Lennox Lockhart, back to Slade Harrow, Bernardo Goubert, Enzo Ramos, and Grayson Powers. Your first 5 rows, your top 10 starters. Dominic Nagel, Dutch Westbrook, and Al Benek, row number 6. But so far on this Saturday, you talk about Ryan Norberg being dominant. Leo Simone has been dominant from that second row, starting in 3rd.
The micros, unfortunately, we haven't gotten to show you them. We apologize about that, but we're ready to bring you them now. Well, we were. They were not. At least Porter didn't think so. Lights stay on the light stand there in the front stretch. We're going to slow them back down. But yeah, great point, Caleb. It's been a dominant performance here for Leo Simone. And he, I believe, is one of maybe 2 or 3 that have experience at this racetrack before this weekend. That pays off. The Canadian has spent a lot of his winters here in Florida. He and his brother Rocco have many times, I think, been a part of Daytona Kart Week. So being able to put that to good use right now as they round that last turn. And wow, we are in a much different order for heat number 3 than it looked like what we were supposed to be. Hudson Howard and the rest of your front row, where are they? Lennox Lockhart's on the front row. Brody Stoffel is right there. I think they're trying to let the officials know that they are not in the correct position. There's Hudson Howard in the middle of the field there.
Leo Simone's right there as well.
Simone's trapped back there. Yeah, so the first 2 rows. Oh, and then
Marcelo Flores.
Yeah, a bunch of the drivers from the first couple rows must have gotten stuck coming off the grid behind. Oh, okay, getting word now on the aborted start that the first couple drivers did not take the cut through, so they're hustling back to get into order.
Kudos to Brody Stoffel and Lennox Lockhart as well for cutting through and getting themselves through, but looks like it was probably Medeiros who didn't take the cut through, and then everybody else behind him just followed through. They're in line now, but again, 2 slow laps to start this one off, Xander.
Well, the leader let him off the ledge, but the officials and a very courteous 3rd row have allowed them to bring us to green properly. Oh no! Big contact in the middle. 5, 6, 7, 8, nearly 10 karts are around heading into turn number 1. Lots of contact on the opening first turn, and there's more through 3 as the pole sitter's off. Medeiros is off in front of the field. More turned around. Simone, contact still. Brody Stoffel. There is chaos at the start of this micro race. The 52 up on top. Dominic Nagel on Brody Stoffel. Check out the JGD machines. Only a handful have survived the opening few laps. It is Hudson Howard leading the way in the 49 over Marcelo Flores in the number 2. 1 down, 11 to go. Chaos here ensuing in micro. And there's still more because it's so dirty.
Oh my goodness, you can't even get a word out here, Xander. And it looked like Hudson just almost lost it. Now Andrew Anastasio going to go through on the Mike Doty Racing machine up in a 3rd, but I feel like I need to take a deep breath after that start, the first lap in a corner, I should say, because that was absolute chaos. Your pole sitter back on the edge of the top 10. This micro Swift class, I mean, we've missed the first 2 heat races, but I think we've gotten more action in heat race number 3 than we have from any other heat race so far this weekend.
How about some giddy up and go for Liam Francisco on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart, up 20 spots on the opening lap here. Lennox Lockhart taking the fight to Marcelo Flores. These 2 put on one heck of a show down early in Central Florida and Orlando. More passing down in turn number 1. It looked like they might have gotten side by side. I don't think that it was a completed move for the lead, but Flores even a little wide. But Liam Francisco on the charge in that black and red Nitro kart. Then behind him, it looks like is Enzo Ramos in the 16. We're trying to find some of our other contenders that got marred down the board. Grayson Powers right there, that's the 91 and 8. George Ho in 9th. And Francisco right there in the number 20, the Chrome Machine. Liam moving forward. Ramos in the 16.
Yeah, 2 DNFs early in this one as we have side-by-side action in a turn 11. Stoffel out, Pladera out of this one as well. That's the 29 and 38. Yellow flags waving in the first sector. Somebody must have gotten collected there. No passing in that first sector in the first couple of corners, and that's why the 41 machine out of this race early. That's Diesel. Maxwell, sorry.
Diesel Maxwell, so another one out. To the field's credit, Caleb, 32 started. Of everyone involved in the opening lap incident, the only drivers that have not continued, actually no, they all have continued, all but Diesel. 31 of 32, still going. Dominic Nagel was on top of another driver, got back going. Lincoln Wiley, back going. Brody Brown in the 17, the Bennick, last on the lead lap, still charging. Does that mean that we get some lap traffic? I think we're pretty close to seeing it. That could also throw a wrench into things. How about the kid in third, by the way? The only driver up front we haven't given a whole lot of love to from 13, Andrew Anastasio here on the Mike Doty Racing Camp. Caleb, funny side story, his dad's trailer was parked in our spot here right by the racetrack. We rolled in Wednesday afternoon. He said, look, I better get a little extra airtime. And well, his kid has earned it. Although he just lost third, he is still up a net gain of 9 with Hudson Howard now back into P3.
Yeah, there he's going to go back, or at least looking to go back in a 1. Andrew Anastasio, growing up in Houston, Texas, we've seen him a lot over at the Texas Racing Series, and his progression as well. We saw how strong he was in kid karts out there, and again, he's just knocking on the door of his first national podium as well here this weekend, and you got to think how he's going to progress, but so far, really good, and again, he benefited from it all here this weekend and got himself up to 4, just with Hudson Howard, so we'll see if those two can push together, and as well the battles that the driver in first and second have had so far this year. Marcelo Flores and Lennox Lockhart, they've traded blows already this year and traded podiums and not race victories yet for Lockhart, but still looking for that here this weekend.
How about 5th and 6th? Liani Chavo on the CRG just lost that spot to our pole sitter who's trying to drive back forward. Alvaro Medeiros on the Orsolone Tony kart, the number 15, back into the top 5. Liani and the TW Racing group. Luis Chavo, her dad, has their own kind of brother-sister twin duo independent team, if you will. The two CRGs right now have had a flip-flop of this heat race. Of course, Liani, great run from 15th up and into 5th for a bit, then 6th. On the other end, the other Chavo, Franco, well, he's 22nd. He's gotten himself back into the top 20, but I think he was one of many kind of sent backwards a bit from the opening lap chaos. 5 to go, and then right behind him, that's Slate Hurl in the number 88 Nitro kart.
Yeah, Slate's been busy as well this preseason, right? We saw him last weekend, he's here this weekend, and again, he's down in 7th. His lap times are pretty good, a 43.388 for Slate last time around in that Nitro kart machine, and again, still just trying to close in on Chavo and on Medeiros as well, who I believe has gone off almost in every single one for heat race. He was off in turn 1 in heat race number 1, and heat race number 2, I believe he had issues as well. And again, just can't have that clean race so far for that young Brazilian. But heat race number 3, I mean, considering how it started for a lot of them, to be in 5th is definitely a good salvage point here for Medeiros.
Through turns 1 and 2, another lap goes by, another position gain for Liam Francisco. What an amazing run. That young man, about 10 seconds back from the leads put together. He's up to 8th now. I think his progress will stop there. You can see his Nitro teammate just out of frame here from Liani Chavo in the 22. That's Harold all by his lonesome there in the 88. 4.7 seconds back from the lead, which, by the way, while we've gone through the field, has not changed hands yet. Lennox Lockhart glued to Marcelo Flores. But back from, again, Slate there in 7th, 5 seconds back, and you will find Liam Francisco in the number 20, along with Grayson Powers and George Ho. And your leaders, now as we pick them back up, with 2.5 laps remaining, are about to encounter lap traffic. The officials are doing everything they can to alert these young drivers that fast cars are coming. That's Brody Brown in the black and white helmet. Leaders on the way. Hopefully he'll adhere to the black flag and pull into pit lane early and not affect it, but we've already seen it once or twice today that lappers have been caught on this short bull ring.
Oh, and a change for the lead. Lennox Lockhart goes to the front. Brown still trying to get out of the way, and the leader's going through. Just missed Brody Brown, who goes off the racetrack. And again, for Brody, he's so far back because, I mean, he got just driven over by Jack Katowski at the start of this race, and you talk about how hectic it was. No idea what happened to Marcelo Flores if he made a mistake, but Lennox Lockhart has control of this one with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, how about this run here for Lennox? This is a textbook race, exactly like how you want to play it. The number 14 pushed Marcelo Flores all the way away from the pack. kept him away from one of the top starters here at Hudson Howard, kept him away from Andrew Anastasio. And with whatever had just transpired in the moment we were kind of cycling back and forth through the top couple a lap ago in that bus stop, he's taken advantage, and he's got a couple car length lead coming to the white flag this time by. The fight is what we've got on screen. This is for third. Andrew Anastasio in the Mike Doty Racing entry versus Hudson Howard in the 49. And as well, Alvaro Medeiros, he's not gotten rid of Liani Chavo. Liani is still putting a lot of heat on the 15.
Yeah, Liani definitely there in sixth on Alvaro Medeiros. Here goes Andrew Anastasio, still just knocking on the door of the third place spot for the lead. Lennox Lockhart spoke to him a little bit this weekend, says he's never driven out a racetrack with Rhino Liner, and that's been his biggest learning curve so far this weekend. Learning how to drive it, learning how to adapt, and learning how to go fast here at Daytona International. A side-by-side for third, but up in front, Lennox Lockhart wins heat race number 3.
Flores second to the line. Anastasio got it away from Hudson Howard. 0.03 of a second better for the 43. Hudson Howard ends up fourth. Alvaro Medeiros fifth. And, well, Liani Chavo, Slate Harrell, Liam Francisco's drive from 30th ends up in 8th. Grayson Powers, Logan Arteta. That performance by Liam Francisco, I don't think it's going to get topped here, at least in terms of any of the heat races on the day. We've seen drivers go up or down maybe 3 spots forward, 5 at the most, I'd say, on average. He just went up 22. Great job, Liam Francisco. Same to Liani Chavo from 15th to 6th. Andrew Anastasio, 13th to 3rd. And there's a lot more to highlight, but there's just so much to take away from that Micro Swift heat race here. Lockhart, Flores, Anastasio, Howard, Medeiros. Pole sitter, tip of the cap here to the Orson Racing Camp for having Alvaro in the right headspace. He went straight to work the moment that he got put in the dirt, Caleb. Didn't give up, drove it back into the top 5. That's the type of drive you need to keep yourself in the conversation for tomorrow.
Yeah, and again, you just talk about the maturity out of Alvaro as well, right? Whenever you find yourself off the racetrack, and I say this all the time, whenever you find yourself falling down the order, you see a lot of drivers start to make desperate moves, and I feel like we didn't see that out of Medeiros here in this one, and that's a huge, kudos to the entire Orson team, the coaches under there, the mechanics as well, giving all the advice to Alvaro here this weekend to hold on to it. And the mental side of racing, I think, is one of the biggest things, right? Driving is one thing, but having the mental on top of all that, to me, I think is the biggest thing as well.
Here's the back half of the overall top 30, down to Bernardo Nascimento. And again, as mentioned, the majority of the field was running all the way to the finish. We saw Brody Brown get sent to the pit lane, just being at risk of going a lap down. Diesel Maxwell pulled off, or broke, obviously, on lap number 3. Brody Stoffel and Caden Cladera, the only two. I should correct myself. They were involved in turn 1, lap 1 incidents that kept them from getting to run this one to the end. And in Brody Stoffel's case, it's the biggest heartbreak. Caden Cladera, obviously, bummer for him, but for Brody Stoffel, he was well up the order in the points going into tomorrow's grid. This is going to hurt a little for the driver that rolled off in the top 10 for today's heat races. But there's still a lot that could change. There's penalties, of course, that may be added on after the fact. I think more than anything, though, Caleb, it's just they're going to be banking on some pushbacks, because you can't really attribute a lot of blame there in turn 1 or turn 3 with all those incidents. That was just a swarm, a hornet's nest, and it exploded here in the heat of the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, you look back at the Micro's first heat race, they had a crash in that first turn, and as well issues for them. In the second heat race, it wasn't too bad, but we're looking on here with KA100 Junior Salamao, Nathan Dupuis getting set to lead us out onto the racetrack. But yeah, that micro race definitely, I feel like we got to catch our breaths here, and indeed, and we get ready to do it all over again, right? The rest of the running order getting set to go out. Salamao, last little bits of advice. And one of the biggest stories so far, Kemper Jr., a DNF in that first heat race, a meatball flag for a rear bumper that came loose. And then in the second heat race, issues for him as well. I believe just made a contact with another driver, so Kemper was falling down the order. But besides that, we get ready to go racing here once again, a couple of moments away from the World Center of Racing for KAJunior.
Here's a look at your starting grid. Heat 3, Groups A versus D for KA100 Junior. After the chaos of what we just witnessed, Caleb, I don't know if the bar can be topped, but the KA100 classes, well, they always give us a show, and we're in store for more of that right now. Teo Salamao and Nathan Dupuis on row number 1, Travis Pettit and Luis Fernunez on row number 2. This is 4th and 1st in overall qualifying. And then down the order from how they went. So 2nd was 4th overall, 4th was 8th overall, 6th was then 12th overall. We're ready to go, though. They're already ready into the front straightaway. Let's go to it. Here we are coming down, 12 laps on the board. No, not going to happen.
Yeah, so far today, this is the first time that Salamao and Nathan Dupuis are going to meet each other on the racetrack. And it's been all about Theo Salamao so far. He's been really, really fast, really strong. Dupuis has a heat race to his name already. But we'll see what the National Motorsports machine can do against it. There you have your last 2 rows of Noel Patton, Savage, and Jeremiah Thomas.
Yeah, and again, we'll just show you just one more time, just so you can get a grasp on it of who's all in this heat here. Take a look. Remember it now. And here we go. 12 laps. This case, well, we got to thank the field. They gave us a little more time to show you everyone. Green and white, Orsolone colors for Teo Salamao. Blue, white, and black for Nathan Dupuis and Nash Motorsports. Here we go, 12 laps, and we've got him down to turn 1.
A good start by that inside line. Nathan Dupuis wanting to slot in the 3rd. Travis Pettit, a monster start there on the inside, starting 3rd, and Kemper able to make it clean through the start of that race, and I think that's a big sigh of relief there for the SCR junior driver.
Going down the short chute now, one way through the start, and hopefully it's good enough where no one's got anything bent. At least we've kept them all on the dark stuff. Single file to the bus stop. Couple drivers that were side by side going in. They've sorted it out now. That's Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the low side. First driver to fend off any charge and to the back straightaway. First lap complete here. Travis Pettit. Used to saying Ty Fisher at the front of these KAJunior fields, Caleb. But it's the second in command, second lieutenant from last year. That's now the leader of the Green Brigade in the junior ranks right there. Travis Pettit, P2. Dupuis, P3. Drew Jensen, great start for him there into fourth, and then Kemper's got this mad scrum behind him.
Yeah, Luis Nunez had a really good start. He just went on the parallel machine of Gutierrez as well, so we'll see what Luis Fer can do as well. He's already on that rear bumper of the SCR machine side by side into turn number 11. Luis Nunez able to go through.
All right, here we are, another lap in the books for your KA Juniors. And we've got Kemper behind Gutierrez now as Nunez brought one more with them. That middle group still fighting as well. Check out some of the names inside of it. That is Cole Medeiros, it looks like, in the 807, slammed in the middle of it all. Martin Jaramillo right there. Marco Salmon in the 875. The 893, Parolin in the mix as well. This is just back from your top five. So sixth on back to maybe 13th there with Indy Anderson in the 888. 2 down, now 3 down. What's happened up front? Well, not much. Teo Salamao, that's the lead. That's the second group. That's his teammate there in Nunez leading this second pack. Salamao's lead to Travis Pettit's holding even. And you can look at it, Caleb. Perfectly even. 40.62 for Salamao, a 6-1. 1/100, specifically 9,000ths of a second difference in lap time from P1 to P2. And Pettit's getting help in the form of Dupuis and Jensen. They are trying to push him up to Teo, but Salamao holding a fantastic pace all by himself and keeping a margin back. And this will build it as Dupuis finally goes by on Travis Pettit.
Yeah, Dupuis had been setting in some heaters lap after lap. He was just about a 10th quicker than Travis Pettit, and again, just wanted to take control of that second group to try and get up to Teo Salamao as this race continues to close. So that was very smart by Dupuis to get himself there and not waste too much time doing it, and for Travis also to realize, you know what, I am losing a little bit of time to Teo. I see I'm not closing as rapidly. Let's let somebody else take control of the group and see if I can get myself into a position to get up and to fight for a heat race victory here.
Down the backstretch here, Drew Jensen keeping a look right behind Travis Pettit. Then the gap back to Nunez, who, by the way, Luis, went purple last time by. Fastest overall for the 875 as Drew Jensen now goes to third with a move to the inside of Travis Pettit. So the Nash machine starting to go lap after lap on each other in terms of making the same moves and the same bit of headway. That was another good lap for Drew. He was dead even to Dupuis, but Teo, he put a 2.5-tenth gap on that pack that time by, and that was with Dupuis leading them. That wasn't the pass lap. His teammate, Luis Nunez, also a good bit faster than second, third, and fourth. So teamwork, making the dream work for Orsilon Racing. They're the fastest 2 karts on the track right now. One leading the way, one hunting down second, third, and fourth. Another big lap for Nunez, and behind him, the frenzy has opened up again. This is Marco Samet's pack now, with Ruben Gutierrez right there in the middle. He's been pushed back 2 spots. Edgar Rodriguez through on the 847, and Martin Jaramillo, he's in that white and orange Team U-Race Tony Kart livery. He is now in the 8th spot, Rodriguez in 7th, Gutierrez 9th, and Caleb Tarter in the BJR LN Kart colors right there in 10th.
Yeah, that second group just ways back from your lead pack. For Marco Salmon as well, you were talking about the rookie earlier on today at the start of the second heat races, Xander, and I mean, super impressive for Marco, but now Edgar Rodriguez, who's now becoming one of the veterans of this class, is definitely starting to breathe down Marco Samet's neck as Indy Anderson drops the tire into the dirt there on the exit of turn number 1 before turn 2, but Marco super impressive to start this one off for BJR as well, and again, we're only going to see these rookies continue to improve as they start to learn kind of the reins in junior racing as well, because it's so different from what you have in the cadet categories.
Down the backstretch. 8 down this time by, 4 to go, 2 by 2. Samet to the wayside. He'll lose 1, 2, 3, and gonna get in just behind Tartar down to turn number 1. Had to get down quickly. Tyrone Kemper Jr. We lost sight of him for a moment there after the opening couple of laps where he was well inside the top 10, Caleb. He's in 12th. This has been an abysmal day for the New Orleans, Louisiana native because he got turned around and crashed in the opening heat race. He didn't have the best second heat, and now he's just trying to make up for lost ground, but it has been another backward slide in the opening stage for heat number 3. And again, 12th or 11th is 23rd or 24th essentially when you combine the groups points-wise. So it's a big hit. Every spot matters, and that's why Samet had to go right there to get something back.
This to me is looking a whole lot like last weekend. When one kart's going to go, it's almost like 2 and 3 go with them. And if you're stuck on the outside, you just are losing a handful of positions, not just one, like you're used to seeing, I think, at any circuit. Here, I think more than other places, if you find yourself offline, if you find yourself kind of on the outside, 2 or 3 karts are going to go through on you.
Here we are, coming through turn 6 and 7. Teo Salamau, nearly 2 seconds up on Nathan Dupuis, by the way. The gap is closing for Luis Fernandez. He has caught Travis Pettit and Drew Jensen and Nathan Dupuis by a fair bit. I mean, he has gotten all the way to the rear bumper of them now. With 2 laps to go, could definitely bring the fight to them. Down into turn number 1 again. Teo Salamau, 2 seconds out in front, then a second group, and then the first, I guess, group of them all. Nathan Dupuis here leading this, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and that battle pack we've been following. 6th on back to, call it maybe a 13th. Bowen Green's there now, and Timmy Tech comp card, and Indy Anderson's still not far away. Maddox Ruiz isn't terribly far back either, so trying to keep a tab on it all is not easy for our cam crew and ops crew. I mean, just look at it. There's good battles, but they're way apart.
Working their way through into the first couple of corners. Dupuis still in control of that second group. And it looked like Jensen almost wanted to go into turn number 3. Thought better of it. He slotted back in a line. Pettit still holding on strong. Luis Fernandez has been setting in some heaters here as well. And this is where Drew Jensen's going to start to defend and try and hold up Travis Pettit as well, because for Jensen's side, it's just a best average finish for him, right? That's really what matters here for Drew Jensen. And again, continuing to defend here just in the closing lap, in the last lap as well. Just not close enough to go on Dupuis, but Theo Salamau, perfect on Saturday.
Dupuis 2nd, 3rd to Jensen. Fernandez ends up just ahead of Pettit. Snags him 1 spot at the very end. Probably got there just a tick too late to be able to get through the entire 3-car grouping. But those green and black go-karts, they were very, very fast here in this final heat race for KAJunior with groups A and D. Teo Salamau especially. An exclamation point on what's already been a great day so far. And the 8.51, 3 seconds up by the end of it. Really still again at least over 2 seconds on merit to Nathan Dupuis, Drew Jensen, Luis Fernandez, his teammates, no doubt benefited from having the 8.51 in the same tent. And Travis Pettit there, fast early, didn't stay fast enough to hang with Salamau, but neither did anyone else. Edgar Rodriguez on the SLA Kart Racing Cosmic drives up to 6th. That's a good charge forward from 8th. Up from 10th to 7th for Caleb Tartar. Marco Samet ends around the same from 6th on the grid to P8. Martin Jaramillo up a little. Kemper Jr. 7th, then 5th, then 10th. Medeiros, Gutierrez, Indy Anderson, and again, we talked about Bowen Green and Maddox Ruiz. They kind of caught that main group there just at the very last moment. Arthur Barb had an issue earlier today. He's 16th here in this heat race. Jordan Martin, Brandon Soraki, Benja Fernandez, Meyer Lewis, Alexander Savage. In fact, they all finished down with Grayson Knoll, Evan Patton, and then Jeremiah Thomas. And just like that, we're already on to the next group. Let's bring the grid up. This is groups B versus C now in KA100 Junior. Isaac Malcutt on the inside, Julian Rivera on the outside, Alexander Vanchev, Brady Shad back on row number 2, Darren Kidd, Edward Kennedy, row 3.
Tristan Murphy, Nico Katowski on row 4, Talon Laney and Forrest Adams on row number 5, Emerson Lane and Valentino Santillan. You go back to Callan Berghoff for Nathan Golseth starting there just inside of the top 20.
Let's take a look back from the top 20 rows really quickly. We'll show you everyone. Oh no, it's already time to go. Let's give it to you. Green flag in the air. Heat 3, B versus C through turn 1. We've got them all so far. Oh, no, we don't. 2 way off, having to avoid the light pole. That is going to be Rivera, Edward Kennedy. One more just pulled off. Right there, going in the dog leg. Looked like it might have been one of the Holtz DD Tony karts. We'll confirm it when they come by. Was one of the Mike Doty Racing maybe machines. Either way, the MDR crew's got Isaac Malcutt leading. Vanchev second. Back to third is going to be Darren Kidd. So it's a group of OTKs, but specifically a couple of MDR LN karts first and third, and RPG Cosmic in the middle. 1 down, 11 to go. Waiting for them all to get to turn 1. There they are. Little gap back from P3 to P4.
Yeah, Kidd holding on the third spot. Vanchev in second. And for Isaac Malcutt, again, we talked about the move he had at the end of the second heat race. He's definitely showing his pace early here in this one. The start of heat race number 1. Shad up to 4th, Katowski in 5th, and up and down day for Nico so far. He's just, been struggling, has been in trouble almost in every single one of his heat races, and X30 had issues. And this is the best start he's had so far this weekend. Looking for a move on Shad inside, clear for Nico Katowski. He's up to 4th.
Side by side now as Shad goes back right on by Katowski with an over-under. Right there, Forrest Adams and Tristan Murphy now onto the heels of both of them. Then Nate Gulseth, who has gone by Valentino Sentien for 8th. Still trailing Isaac Malcutt, who leads here in heat number 3 for groups B and C. Brady Shad there really hugging the bottom. He kicked up even a little bit of dirt covering the inside curbing in the double right-hander. Down the backstretch, he leads that second group. Here's a look at him over to the last turn, and around we go. 3 complete, and 9 laps remain here from Daytona with no change in your top 3. This next group is, pucker level close, Caleb. I was certain one of them was going off in 1. We're at least going to see a clean change in 3. That's a better sight. Katowski back by.
Yeah, Shad and Katowski have been trading moves lap by lap. You saw Katowski going Shad early on, but they're bringing more drivers into the mix, right? Tristan Murphy is getting himself closer. Forrest Adams as well is closing down his gap. So 6th and 7th starting to close in, and that's for Nathan Gulseth as well, who's in 8th. Sentien and Emerson Lane, they're not too far back as Murphy's still looking for a way around Brady Shad where he won't lose too much time, and it's getting close. Shad knows he's going to have to go back on Katowski, but you just got to be careful with how much they fight.
Yeah, Brady Shad and Katowski, neither one of them I don't think looks a whole lot better than the other. With Nico now in the lead of the pair, they're still missing some speed comparatively to the top 3. He, I think, might have a little edge up right now on Brady, but it's marginal. And the draft should kind of bring them back together down the backstretch. Let's see. Well, actually, Shad's going to have to worry about more pressure. He's going to fade back to the clutches of Tristan Murphy. Let's keep an update as well on the drivers that are trying to rebound from that opening lap skirmish. Edward Kennedy, 13th across the line last time by. Julian Rivera, 14th. Don't quite know who else we lost on that opening lap chaos. I'm going to guess that it might have been, I don't think it was Emerson Lane. Maybe Thomas Anthony. Hard to say, but the 2 biggest losers for sure, Julian Rivera and Edward Kennedy from 6th and 2nd. They have driven their way back to 14th and 13th. Still got a little ways to go. You can see now Kennedy leading the duo has gotten to Lucas Dreibel. Next will be Emerson Lane up the road there. He's in that Holtz DD yellow and green machine a little bit further ahead. Here's back to 5th, 6th, 7th though. Murphy, high, low, no dice in turn 3. I thought he was going to be able to make it though.
Yeah, it's been a couple laps now that Tristan Murphy has been looking for a way around Brady Shad and just can't set something up so far there for Brady. Look at this group further back. Valentino Santillon in that mix there, as well as Nathan Gulseth, who's leading that pack away. And you talk about the first heat race Nathan Gulseth found himself starting at the tail end, and Again, just a lot of half moves for Nathan. He said we're really not letting him make progresses. There goes Kylan Berghofer on Santillan. He's able to get clear, and right behind him, Emerson Lane for the Haute CD.
So change up there, Berghofer up and into ninth. He's easy to point out with the black helmet and the blue and red AKT Racing Team suit and colors. Kennedy's caught them. Here comes the energy. Julian Rivera right there to go with them on the back of the group. Let's see if they can go right here. Looking inside on Emerson Lane, and a 1-2 punch right at the end of the short shoot there into the bus stop.
Yeah, this is good for Kennedy, right? I mean, you look at, for him being 4 tires off the racetrack to now fighting to get himself inside of the top 10. What a recovery drive for Edward Kennedy, and as well as to keep his head in it is definitely a good thing to see. Back up at the front, Isaac Malquit, Alexander Vanchev. That gap less than a car length. And these two OTKs have been going at it almost, it feels like, all weekend long, and now Vanchev is really close on Ike, but hasn't tried anything yet. We're getting to the closing stages. Next time by, 9 laps completed with 3 laps to go.
Here we are with no changes still up front. Malcutt, Vanchev. The only change really is Darren Kidd's faded a little bit. He's still put together a phenomenal drive in this final heat race. He's made some serious strides. And just in the same way that Luis Fernandez has kind of picked up the pace over the course of the day, probably with a little bit of help and coaching from the Orsolone camp and learning from Teo Salamao. Same for Darren Kidd. You're seeing one driver drop down the board. Something happened to Nate Golseth and the Arcane Tony Kart. Not sure what, but he has just fallen completely to the wayside.
21st for Nathan Golseth there, so he might find himself off the racetrack in this one, and I would assume out of this one early. The battle for the lead with 2 sticks in the air, this time by Isaac Malquit, Alexander Vanchev. We saw him trade blows in heat race number 2. Expect to see the exact same thing this time around. And again, for Malquit, it's just about putting his kart at the right place on the racetrack, in the right corners as well. Turn 3, like you said, Xander, one of the favorite passing zones here. We'll see what Vanchev can do.
Yeah, it's a matter of just making it difficult for the driver near you, the drivers around you to get by without losing too much time and bringing more into the fight or frustrating them to the point they might kind of try to muscle you out of the way, root you out of the groove. Malcutt's done just that. He's kept that kart wide when it needed to be. He's put good corners together when he's needed to. And now on this last lap, a perfect lap for the 825. It'll be more than enough of a gap coming to the white here to open things up in turn 1 and really try to build on the margin. I think Vanchev is going to close a little, but it won't be enough to make anything there. A little drop of the tire in turn 1, though, on the exit's going to open the door. Here we go. Vanchev back by.
And that's the favorite passing zone, right? I said it the lap before. Vanchev able to get clear. We'll see how Vanchev can hold back Isaac Malquit. Malquit's defending, I feel like, wasn't as aggressive as Vanchev's like we saw in the prior heat races, where Vanchev just fully throws that Cosmic to the bottom of the racetrack. We'll see how he decides to play this one out. 1 corner to go for Vanchev and Malquit. We saw an over-under go to the bottom of the racetrack. Isaac Malquit looks to go an over-under for Vanchev. Not enough. Isaac Malquit gonna win heat race number 3.
How about that? Malquit able to find a hole and get it done on the backstretch on the last lap, and as well a last lap move for Kylan Berghofer. Wins out on the fight for 10th in that group. Edward Kennedy, Julian Rivera, they charge all the way back to 8th and 9th. One heck of a recovery for those 2 drivers who were really off it in the dirt, doing some extracurricular mowing of the Daytona infield grass on lap number 1, going through turns 2 and 3. So Malcutt, Vanchev, Darren Kidd, Nico Katowski, Tristan Murphy, your top 5. And down the board here to the drivers that we lost along the way or faded back, like Nate Golseth there with the DNF behind Elijah Matson-Vigas, and then Talon Laney did not finish it either. So 2 DNFs out of heat number 3, groups B and C. KAJunior's on deck, folks. They'll roll in a moment. We're able to catch up with the California kid himself, Blake Nash, earlier today after that 2nd heat race.
Qualifying, I made a mistake and hung the wheel going onto that white flag lap, so I had to abort it.
So we qualified 15th, and I had to start 4th row every heat race, but starts have been good and the pace has been really strong. I've been able to get in the top 5 every single heat, so hoping for one more clean heat, and I should have a good starting spot for the final.
How tough is it to keep it clean around this place?
It is pretty tough, especially going into that back section where it tightens up. You got the double left and then the tight right that really tightens up the track. Everyone's bumper to bumper in KA, so it is pretty difficult to stay clean, but I've just been trying to make sure I don't get any pushbacks or any dumb penalties. And so far we've been able to do that. So
this track gets dirty. We know it's tough grip-wise. I haven't had a chance to ask many drivers this, but are you guys finding issues motor-wise, carburation-wise with all the dust?
Honestly, not our program. I feel like it's been running pretty consistent. The 80s A2Z and JO has been doing a good job to stay on top of that, and it's made my job really easy. But yeah, I'm really happy to be driving such a good package this week and hoping for one more good heat.
Thanks, Blake.
Thank you.
Well, Jacob, it's been 2 heat races now so far today. Heading into heat 3, what do you think you guys need?
Just a little bit more front end. I mean, I'm just there, but it's just not enough to Ryan. I mean, with Paulie, we're kind of equal. With Frank, we're kind of equal. Just a little bit off into the chicane. I mean, that's where we're struggling the most. Just not enough front end, and then just to the back straightaways, you just have nothing for them.
It looks like you guys are struggling. You can catch up to the drivers in front of you, but you can't pass. I mean, how tough is it as a driver to kind of go through that?
Yeah, I mean, every session, everybody's changing gear and whatnot, and like that session, for example, Paulie just had a little bit more bottom, so I couldn't get him into the corners, and then I just had that little bit of top end just to get right to him on his bumper at the end, but I just couldn't make a move. And so it's extremely difficult, especially with everybody on different gears and whatnot. You just have to make sure you're in front of the other person. If not, it's just super hard to pass.
Lastly here, it's gotten a lot hotter than it was yesterday. How has the track progressed?
I mean, it's for sure gotten a lot more grippy, but not in like other trackways. I mean, here you go a little bit off the line and then you're just going to slide off the track. And then you're just a little bit too tight and you're almost grip flipping. So you just have to make sure you're consistently on the one rubber line that everybody else is. So that, for example, when you're passing somebody, as soon as you get past, that's one lap, you're already lost. So you just have to make sure you're super consistent on this track.
All right, thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
Great bit of analysis from both Jacob Kolar and Blake Nash as well. We've got your KA100 seniors now onto the circuit, and let's take it through the lineup once again here. Brandon Lemke and Enzo Vidmontien on the front row with Sebastian Garzone and Ty Fisher. Back on row number 2. Heat number 3, groups A versus D. We will quickly show you the grid and then take it back away as we get set to roll green here. Here we are actually already ready to go. On the inside, the red, white, and black, SCR Red Speed. Brandon Lemke, perfect so far with 1-for-1 in quali. Can he get a heat win to close the day? He's going to get a big shove, and it'll send him wide. Garzone, for the second consecutive heat race, gets the upper hand on the driver starting in his lane. And further back, it's really hurt that outside groove. Couple drivers off, one way off and into the marbles. It's one of the Kart Republic machines that's bouncing around.
Yeah, one of the KRs way wide there, further back in the field. You look at it now, Sebastian Garzone holds on to the lead here. Lemke in third. Massimino, it looks like up to second to start this one off, and Gavin Bailiff started from the tail end of this field. Must have had some change, either an engine change or a chassis change for him to start that far back in the order. But you look at your top 5, you have a rookie who leads the field, a veteran in second, a veteran in third, a rookie in fourth, and a driver who's starting to become a veteran in this class, and Peyton Phillips in fifth. And what a start for Phillips as well here in heat race number 3.
Yeah, Peyton Phillips, a much better start, something he can really work with. The last couple heats, he just kind of had a decent kickoff and then had to slowly chip away. Now he's right on the back of the lead group. What can he do? As Garzone is going to get a bigger lead with Lemke taking back the top spot there of that group from Paulie.
Lemke able to go up to second. Vidmontien in fourth, just holding on for the moment. Back in fifth, Quentin Angeli currently sixth. Jose Carlos Hernandez in seventh. Down to Ty Fisher, who's in eighth. that's definitely not what we'd expect to see Ty Fisher to start this race off, Xander.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would have hoped that would have been the case for the 937 at all. I mean, this is a bad start for him. Bad start for that whole outside groove. I mean, they all lost a ton of ground. Here we go down the backstretch. Garzone will lead another lap to Lemke, who drives it off and is going to open the door. Paulie Massimino goes through, and a wise decision from Brandon Lemke to go, okay, yep, went a little too deep there. I'm not going to, I'm going to try and not bleed out here in turn one by fighting Paulie for it. I know he's going to want to go by, so I'll let him go. He tucked in. That was a smart decision, a long-term play, and even Paulie there struggling a bit, went a bit wide out at turn number 5. So the dirt, Jacob described it super well. I mean, you have to be so careful here, and the rubber's getting laid down in one specific spot in every corner. You go a little bit wide from that, or especially if the marbles take you a little bit wide from someone else bringing dirt on, and you're in trouble. Another spot lost for Lemke, and another spot gained for Peyton Phillips as we put 4 down.
Yeah, you talk about the last year that the 11 car has had. I mean, a gnarly crash in North Carolina to end his year last year, and then moving around teams as well, and then finally found a home this year with Arcane Motorsports. Trevor McAllister and the group out of Dallas, Texas, running here at USPKS a full national schedule for Peyton Phillips so far with that Arcane team this year, and that 11 is definitely moving in third, getting himself up there and into the fight. Enzo Vidmontien was able to make a spot up on Brandon Lemke, who after going off the track just hasn't recollected it, but again, I also think he really went off with the outside tires and just took a while to get them cleaned up, and you see now the speed starting to come back. He goes back on Enzo Vidmontien, who takes a peek on the inside of turn 3, thinks better of it, and Lemke off the racetrack again, and I think he might have gotten some help for the second time this race by a rookie.
Yeah, they are giving no love here to the 901. He's trying to get his elbows back out on Ty Fisher. He'll run him all the way out wide there in the double right. Fisher spears him in the tire there on the left side, and a big detriment to both drivers' days. Ty Fisher trying to not let one get put over on him by Brandon Lemke. Lemke trying to just fight to hang on, and the two of them getting into it are going to fall all the way down to 8th and 10th with a lot of dirt, a lot of clag on the tires, and more importantly, clag for the rest of the field to hit, and that has spurred battles all throughout this pack. Look at Steven Eisert, Colin Lloyd in the mix of it here. You've got a couple of Team Ferris racing machines at the front of this pack, Cole Wilson and Connor Ferris. And Eisert still fighting as Lemke is now determined to get going back forward. And I'm sure we're going to have our cameras locked on the 901 if he gets back to the 937.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. And Eisert, you saw him defending low. Gavin Bailiff took advantage of that. And from last place, Bailiff is getting himself further up the order. He was 18th, I believe, when that lap started. I think he's going to find himself up to about 15th this time around for Gavin. So that's a good recovery so far in this heat race with 26 drivers in this field. He's making some good progression. For Mick Gabriel, been up and down weekend. He finds himself just inside of the top 10, and one car splits up Brandon Lemke and the rookie Ty Fisher.
And that, of course, is Quentin Angeli, who, by the way, is just trying to have a good, clean race on his own, as well as Mick Gabriel. Angeli in the front of it, Gabriel in the middle, both of them up a couple spots. Also had a change for the lead, by the way, folks. It's been clean enough for Paulie Massimino to hunt down Sebastian Garzone and get by the Orsolone Tony Kart. So the 908's back out in front. Great weekend in the works here for Paulie from Daytona. Can he close out the afternoon KA with another heat win and put him really good in the points, looking for the grids tomorrow. And of course for Peyton Phillips, this will be at least a leap forward for tomorrow's grid if he can finish where he stands right now, P3, and I think he will, having about a 7/10, push an 8/10 gap back to Enzo. Then Jose Hernandez, who also was buried in the pack, and something has no, that is the speed entry of Dominic Karai. I thought Lemke had already gotten up and around Ty Fisher. He had Karai right there in 6th. Great session going here for Dominic. Ty Fisher's already gone by Quentin Angeli, so he's gotten further away from Lemke, and more importantly, he's gotten himself one spot back higher on the board.
Yeah, looking back, Alex just giving us a report here, Xander, that indeed Gavin Bailiff switched the motor before this race. We talked to him as well earlier on the weekend, the in-house motors for him and one of the mechanics as well under the team, and team manager, I should say, with Jarrett. The two of them working closely together, building those KA motors for the entirety of the year, as Nick Gabriel and Jelly side by side into 11. And with that push from Lemke, they're going to be able to get themselves through. 2 laps to go this time by. Massimino still leads the KA Senior field away. Garzone in second, Phillips in third. Back to Jose Carlos Hernandez, who's on the edge of your top 5.
Yeah, Jose Carlos last time by. Let's take a look at the times here. We haven't talked about it much. Where was he in regards to the leaders pace-wise? Well, a little bit better than Vidmontien, a little bit slower than Phillips, and a couple tenths off Massimino and his teammate in Sebastian Garzone. But he's got the night to continue to work on that. This 5th place result is going to be a safe one. And it's not over here. We still have a fight to decide who wins this heat. Garzone, who has looked oh so fast. Paulie Massimino, who has been oh so consistent across both senior divisions. About a half car length to car length cushion right now on this final lap, and a mano-a-mano fight here. Veteran experience versus rookie tenacity, and it looks like the gap may be just enough that Paulie won't have to sweat it in the last turn, but never say never.
And he had a good run there on the exit of the bus stop. It's looking good for Paulie, and Garzone just closes that little bit on the back straightaway, but I don't want to speak too soon. I don't think it's going to be enough side-by-side across the line, and it's not. Paulie Massimino, a good end to his day in senior, takes away heat race number 3. Garzone across the line in second, and Peyton Phillips, the 11, gets himself up to third.
Yeah, I can't say enough about the run there that Peyton Phillips has had today. And I think this TV card might go a little bit quicker into the scale line here, Caleb. Look at Brandon Lemke. He's rolling on up. He ends up just by Nick Gabriel. He also gets around Quentin and Jelly, so he ends up 9th. Not as far back as he could have been, not as far back as he was. Colin Lloyd, 12th here. Cole Wilson, 13th. Gavin Bailiff, backup motor, drives forward, ends up 14th over Ben Gaunt. And the final few drivers here on your results page: Chris Harrower, Stephen Isert, Wyatt Leslie, David Martinez, Maverick McKenna. And the only 2 not to finish, Cal Peter and Sebastian Venegas. We heard from Blake Nash. We're going to hear from another one of the superstars ready to go here in KA Senior. Groups B versus C. Alan Isambard was able to catch up with Alex as well following heat number 2.
All right, Alan, it's been 2 heats now, heading into the 3rd one. How do you feel like your go-kart's been progressing throughout the weekend?
It's been pretty good. We started really strong, kind of got a little worse as the weekend progressed, going into happy and quali. Took a few steps in the right direction this morning, and just still trying stuff as the weekend goes along.
Dude, it looks like this track, I mean, we know how tight it is and how much grip it's got, but how tough is it to go out there and actually make moves in KA?
It's hard, because, I mean, there's a lot of people going off. The last corner is not easy, and especially the wind today doesn't help. It was a lot easier to stick with people without the wind than with the wind, and just really tight, so it's really hard to pass.
Do you find yourself almost waiting for the other guys to make mistakes more than you being proactive?
Yeah, you kind of wait for the mistakes, but at the front there are no mistakes, so it's kind of just, if you get close enough, just hug it down the inside and hope for the best, the 50-50 shot.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah.
Great point there by Alan Isambard that, yeah, it really is a game of inches up front because you are racing some talented superstars. And for him here in heat number 3, he needs a little bit more than just luck to try and pull it off against Group B and Group C. We're ready. Christian Miles, Caleb G in the lines, and lights out. We're green. Gafera fully clear of Christian Miles off the start. Around the outside for the 2nd consecutive heat race. Caleb G goes to the lead. Miles 2nd. Overbeck 3rd. Mossman 4th. Isambard. And I do believe it was still a decent enough start that it blended them well. Oh, no.
Exiting turn number 5, Blake Nash needs to buy a lottery ticket after that one. He ramped over. I couldn't see the number in front of Blake, but should have probably been out of this race. Able to at least get the go-kart facing the right direction. Loses a handful of spots here up front. A couple of different movers here. Over back to P2, Mateo Pappas. Going to get around Dono Bonilla there for P6 as they cross the stripe. P5, sorry, as Isambard goes to 6th. And speaking of Donovan Bonilla, I got that a little bit wrong there, Xander. Bonilla fell down way out the order here.
Yeah, the blue and pink Cosmic was down to maybe 5th from last right here coming out of that sector. That split the packs up pretty good too. There's a decent amount of change and movement, and there's a big spin right on cue. One of the Orsolon drivers turned around the back of the field, and one more with them. That is going to be, who did we lose there? I think that might be Luca Reyna, and collected with Vladimir Verveka. 23rd and 22nd out as back up front. The fight for the lead and the win is getting ready to heat up. James Overbeck's gone by Christian Miles. He's going right to work on Caleb Gaffera.
Yeah, Overbeck is shot out like a cannon here to open this race up, and I think he wants to take advantage of the early race pace he's got on that OTK machine, because we know as Caleb G goes on, that HOTD OTK gets quicker and quicker as the races go on. If you're Christian Miles, if you're James Overbeck, you want to get around Caleb Gaffera as soon as possible, because Gaffera, at this stage in the race, 3 laps in, looks like his pressures are lower than the guys around him, and it's starting to hold him up. Yeah, there goes James. James through on the inside. Miles going to throw his go-kart up the inside, put Gaffera in the dirt for good measure there to make sure he clears them. Overbeck, Miles 1-2. Mateo Pappas the third, but gets a bumper full of Frankie Mossman. Mossman the third, and the biggest beneficiary of it all, Isambard the fourth, Mateo the fifth, Gaffera first to sixth in one corner.
James Overbeck and Christian Miles out of all that are going to get about maybe 4 car lengths, pushing 5 back to fast Frankie Mossman. And the pack separates here. And Alan mentioned you gotta take those opportunities the moment you can get them. It's difficult, and it's not gonna happen a lot where that window of opportunity opens. So I think he's got a chance at Frankie right now. Turn 1, let's see if he pounces. Bumper, look in. No, too low there for Mossman. He'll keep it pinned on the bottom. Maybe turn 3 here, still on the cusp. Not gonna happen, but we've got time.
Yeah, I wonder at this point in the race if Isambard feels like maybe, even though he feels a little bit quicker than Frankie Mossman, if he just works with him instead, maybe they can get up to Miles and Overbeck, because right now they look rapid to start this race. I gotta say, the fastest drivers visually, Mateo Pappas, Caleb Gaffera, since getting moved to the wayside, both of them actually have been hooked bumper to bumper, and they're working together pretty well here. Let's see what the gaps look like as they cross the stripe. Last time around, Pappas needed about 6/10 to the bumper of Alan Isambard. This time around, 2/10 quicker from the drivers in front of him. Behind him, Blake Nash, Tony Rivera, Shane Reddy. They're on a roll here. That trio of 7th, 8th, and 9th are beginning to work together as well. So we're starting to see different groups of go-karts working together here. Groups of 2, groups of 1 now. Isambard getting shuffled to the wayside there out of 5. Pappas goes through, Gaffera through. So Isambard, the driver that said you got to take the opportunities when they come. Unfortunately, the other drivers are taking advantage of his mistakes.
Another lap going to be put in. This time it'll mark halfway. Eli Warren, Shea Aldrich side by side. All battling for the edge of the top 10 as Isambard officially clocks through down in 6th. With Eli Warren now taking over the last spot full-time on frame there in 10th. Here's a look back at Dono. The recovery back to 17th. Dropped all the way to the early 20s there with that opening lap. Big moment for him. And he is working on the back of Ryan Crouch's AEM karting machine. But he'll have to kind of pick them off 1 or 2 at a time. With how the field's kind of spread apart, he's not going to benefit off of maybe a 10-car group that's riding the white line and driving really slow, getting all kinds of dirt on the tires. They're all evenly spread, and even up front, things are opening up quite a ways. This battle here might be the closest. Mossman, Gaffera, Blake Nash, picking up 2 into passing zones. Got him.
Nash is fast right now, 40.386. Quicker than anybody but the top 2 in the moment. The Nash Motorsports driver there started outside the top 3 rows. He is absolutely flying. Inside the top 5 now. Caleb G starting to fade here. Wow, 2 tires in the air entering turn number 9. A pretty low-speed corner, but it didn't matter. Caleb G's clearly struggling maybe with a bit too tight of a go-kart. One driver who's not struggling, Tony Rivera, through on Alan Isambard. His backward slide continues as Gaffera gets a bit antsy there with Blake Nash, uses the elbows and kind of maybe returns the favor a little bit on what Nash did to him the lap before, but Gaffera did it to a much more exaggerated degree and now creates a bit of a gap here between himself and Nash. And Nash forced to look back to see Frankie Mossman, gives him the point, so let's work back together. And I wonder if Nash can get back to Gaffera, what's going to happen there?
Yeah, I mean, it's always worked together if they're leading, right? Never, usually it's working together if you're the guy behind, but there's also times where we've seen the nice guy say work together, push someone, and end up getting the worst end of the stick.
Yeah, I think that the phrase is nice guys finish last, Xander.
Yeah, no, I think you're right there, Alex. You know, but you can lose a lot of time if you can't settle a debate. So let's look at Tony. Anthony Rivera on the move, look in. Mossman lets him by, and the 925 TFR machine is up another one.
What a start to the year for Tony Rivera. Got his maiden national win. Got at the SCUSA Winter Series in Orlando earlier this year. It's been not the weekend maybe up to that standard for Tony up to this point, but for heat number 3, he's on a tear. Up to P6, getting around Frankie Mossman on pace is not something that I think if you spoke to Tony Rivera before the weekend, he'd be able to say he's done. And now he's starting to walk away from Frankie and has his sights set on Blake Nash. He's got a top 5 potentially in the cards here with a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, Tony Rivera has been quietly impressive over the last 2 years. You got to look closely to see the results there. He's not made a lot of noise. You know, hasn't torn up a lot of equipment, usually out of necessity because it's been a lot of a small program, privateer or small team entries from him and his dad. But this weekend, fast again. Took him a little bit to wake up and get going, but he is going to be a factor tomorrow. Who else will be? Let's see how the grid shakes out. This is the fight for third. Mateo Pappas, little wide, turn 1. Gaffera trying to go, and Mateo covers it off down in turn 3. That'll bring Blake Nash into the mix. Gaffera through the dirt, side by side. Can Blake get a nose back low on Caleb? He can. Will he go 3 wide? No, he will just stay behind Mateo. Caleb's gonna rip the high side. He'll run out of grip. Nash through. Big bumper to Mateo there in the bus stop.
Yeah, this is all kicking off here for third. It's up front. It's BJR, MDR 1-2, Overbeck and Miles, but it's Nash versus Pappas. Pappas can open up on the corner as Overbeck wins over Christian Miles further back. Let's see who beats each other to the line. Pappas, Nash, Gaffera, Rivera, Mossman, your top 7 drivers. So not a lot happened there in the final corner, but it was getting a bit dicey there. I think some of these drivers realized that they just wanted to finish the third heat race before they go on to tomorrow's main.
There's a look down to Jaden Francisco. Liam Francisco was a driver to watch in micro. Will Jaden be that driver here in mini? Let's quickly show you the results from heat number 3, groups B and C. KAJunior done with the on-track activity for the day. A pair of LN karts and the former combo entry of Brandon Jarstrach Racing and Mike Doty Racing. Now running as fully independent platforms. They're still top of the pylon. BJR first, MDR second, Ursuline Racing third, Nash Motorsports fourth, Hotes fifth, TFR sixth. I mean, there are 8 different teams in the top 8, all represented in that heat race there. Great bit of brand diversity, chassis diversity, team diversity between it all. Of course, really, it's all OTKs and KRs in that contingent, but at least there's different colors. Here's a look at that blue, white, and black kit by Jay Howard Driver Development and Liam Nachawati. Top qualifier yesterday in Mini Swift. He's ready to roll, although it hasn't been an issue for him when he hasn't had this the opportunity to start at the front. That a ridiculous main event he had in Orlando, going from, I think, 18th to the lead and the win. It was sensational to watch. He's got a much shorter point to do it from here today, rolling from the pole. Holden Myers will roll from second alongside him. Enzo De Janeiro, of course, rolls back behind, but here's a look at Holden. Got himself a big win last year at Miami Grands. Got himself some more wins in between then and now. And Timmy Tech, a small, tiny but mighty force here of comp carts this weekend. Nearly every single one of their superstars are at the front of the field. Holden Myers, just one of those under the Total Legend Tim Shutt here this weekend. The 136, great angle of him as he's ready to rock from the outside of that front row. Row 2's got another pair of familiar faces from last year's mini grid. Enzo De Janeiro, the kid who really, I think, of all of them, had the best stay in Orlando. He earned a ticket to the Team USA, or to represent Team USA at the Rotax Grand Finals. Ran up front, fought for wins and championships in every single race weekend in that opening stay of the national season. Now we're in weekend 1 of the regular season. First day officially back at school. Rolls from row 2 here with Parolin USA. He's gotten major wins with the Super Tune livery. He's gotten major wins now with the official Parolin Motorsport USA entry now as the newly rebranded camp, without a doubt, has their superstar in cadet categories. And to his outside, Jaden Francisco watched Liam drive from 30th to 8th in that final Micro Swift heat race. Granted, it took a lot of chaos in the opening couple laps to make it happen, but for Jaden, he's only got to pass 3 to put his Nitro kart on top in the final heat race of the day. Rolling from P4 for Ryan Perry Motorsport. And Jaden Francisco, last year it seemed like it was close. Then he finally got that big one at the end of the summer stretch, Alex. I think the floodgates could open here starting this week.
Yeah, Jaden's been fast all weekend long, and like you mentioned, well, I'm sure for Jaden's sake, he's hoping that the chaos doesn't happen like it did in the micro race. His brother taking advantage of it all, but for Jaden's sake, all the chaos in that micro race happened at the front of the field. Jaden rolling off at the front of the field. Here's one of the OKP drivers. It is Mr. Orioli, Santiago Orioli, the 116 machine, rolling off on the inside of row number 3 on his outside. Paxton Romero, the 155 Bennick, has been rolling this weekend. I mean, for a moment, he put it P1 in qualifying with a lap to go, and then it got eclipsed towards the end there by the likes of Nashawati, Myers, and others. There's a look at Paxton Romero, the 155 machine. More of a West Coast kid, but really good to see Paxton here on the East Coast making the trek over. It's a long trek for him to come here to Daytona, but he has been strong and mighty, and he's a chance here for a really good result in this third heat race. You go to the next row, row number 4, and I don't even want to call them veterans at this point. You can't really say veterans in the Mini Swift class, but Maxwell Macha there on the inside of row number 4 for the Sodi USA by Velocity Team, and Maxwell's been good. The 174 there. Down there at Homestead, I know he's testing a lot. It's actually funny because I saw him running one of those junior, or I guess mini shifters, so to speak, and then he's also testing KAJunior, getting ready for next year as well. So Maxwell has been doing a lot of driving and a lot of different go-karts and engine packages, but here, no matter what, he's still too old to go out there and do all that cool stuff. He's out here in Mini Swift.
Here's the full lineup of how everyone's going to roll for the third and final heat race for the Mini Swift drivers. Parker Ives joins Maxwell Macha. These two have been about attached at the hip since their debut micro season, and now here in both of their second seasons in Mini Swift. Again, like you said, can't really call anyone a veteran because there's not that many that stay around too long, but those two were at the front from the start, and a year and a quarter in, we're ready to begin journey number 2. They roll from row number 4. Jake Manolio and Cade Wolf on the Roto-Rooter Timmy Tech Comp Kart rolls from the outside of row 5 and 10th. And then Lawrence Perriman with that new Lando Norris-inspired helmet on the inside of row 6 alongside Cam Bam, Cameron Johnson, and the Team Franklin Motorsports entry.
And that's the Orsalon driver there, Marinario, alongside Nico Salazar, row number 7, Luca Besseril, and Camila Canache, 15th and 16th, William Vitor, Simon Jack Klein, Colton Bruck, Oscar Gus Wanderley, your top 10 rows, top 20 drivers here, getting ready to see the green flag, or the green light, I guess you can say, for the Mini Swift drivers. Slow and steady for Liam Nashawati and Holden Myers. These Mini Swift drivers, usually some of the drivers that we joke around with, maybe having some trouble getting the green first time around, they've done a pretty good job so far today. Let's see if we can go 3 for 3 on these heat races. Waiting for the light. Looks pretty good. Good jump for the inside row. A lot of shuffling further back. One driver way off. 3 drivers way off further back.
Well, you jinxed them, Alex. We let the kids hang around too long. The summer heat got to them. We got 3 spun off. First half, the grid did a good job. Around the early teens where things got a bit sideways, but it always does when you're packed up that tight and you have that many drivers that want to fight for the lead and the win. How about Orioli there already going right after Enzo De Janeiro and Holden Myers for P3. Maxwell Macha right behind. I think, unfortunately, Orioli may have lost out in the way that all shook. Let's see how they go down the backstretch towards that final turn and onto the front straightaway. It is a full run for Liam Nachawati, leading the way to Enzo De Janeiro in second, and on back now, down with 1 lap underway.
Yeah, Orioli did lose out to Maxwell Macha there. It's tough. If you can't make that move stick in turn 6 and 7, you actually are put on the outside, essentially, for turns 9, and then it becomes the inside for 10, but Orioli got shuffled wide by Macha. Good start for Nachawati, has a decent advantage over De Janeiro, who leads that second group, and that goes down all the way back to, I'd say, Jake Manalio there in 9th at least. It's De Janeiro, Holden Myers, Macha, Orioli, Francisco. There's Parker Ives. I was speaking with Aiden Levy on the grid before heat number 2, and I asked him, what do you think you guys are missing here? He said maybe a little bit too much grip in the go-kart. The pace is overall good. He's just constantly been on the wrong side of the racetrack here, and it's tough. Again, we keep talking about backwards momentum. He's one of the drivers that has been victim of that, but there's a decent move from Ives on the outside of turn number 3 here on Paxton Romero. Makes it stick. Ives on the move early.
Timing and scoring, trying to catch on up with how quickly the kids got going. Parker Ives here, center of the screen, middle between the 2 groups. Unofficially, it looks like P8 with how things have gone. And can he close that gap back up? Last time by, fast lap was all the way down in 12th with Cameron Johnson, but we're just getting going. We'll put lap number 3 down. Here we go to the line. Enzo De Janeiro still trying to hunt down Liam. And Maxwell Macha continues to put some heat on Holden Myers. Little love tap in the brake zone. Into 1, over to 3, and got him.
Fastest driver on the racetrack last time around was, in fact, the 174 Maxwell Macha. So he knows that. He can sense how quick he is at this point as a driver. When you're inside the driver's seat, you know when you're fast. So you can see the driver getting closer to you, and you just feel fast normally when you're going purple out there. So Maxwell Macha leading this second trio, or quartet at this point, down to Jaden Francisco from 2nd to 6th. So Macha doing a really good job here, leading Myers. Let's see if this pace can continue, because usually around Daytona, the trend that I've noticed, at least as it's gotten hotter, is if you're fast early, you're going to struggle late, as Orioli puts the bumper to the back of Holden Myers there, and I think Myers might lose a 2nd spot there. No, he'll have the preferred line entering turn number 4 there. Jaden Francisco looks quick, but unfortunately for him, just struggling to go and make the move stick, and all that fighting has now brought Parker Ives into the mix. Let's see, this time around, again, getting the nose chopped off of him. At some point, Ives is going to get frustrated, and he's going to have to go through soon.
4 laps down, 8 laps to go. This time by, it'll be 5 down, 7 to go. Coming around the last turn, Liam Nachawati, Enzo De Janeiro through the last turn. What's the gap down to? Just a 10th and a half. Back at it here as the field is working its way out of the bus stop and over through the horseshoe section. Still halfway in, halfway to go for your mini Swift drivers. Liam Nachawati to Enzo De Janeiro through the double right-hander there, top of the run, over through the bus stop. No change yet between the pair of them down the back straightaway. De Janeiro could go here. Instead, he's going to opt to push with Liam and try to buy themselves some time. He might know or might be signaled from the fence line that Maxwell Macha and Santi Orioli are on the way. Jaden Francisco, Holden Myers, Parker Ives, they are as well, trying to close that gap up to your race leaders right now. Heat 3 underway, 6 laps now, 7 complete, working lap number 8. So indeed, 4.5 to go. There's not a lot of time left, but that was a major opening sector for Nachawati. I don't know if De Janeiro dropped a tire or what. He just lost a lot of position on it.
Yeah, well, I was about to ask you at what point of your De Janeiro do you go through, but I think at this point now, if you're Nashawati, you just keep looking forward because this driver right here, the pink helmet, Nitro Machine, Jaden Francisco on board under the Ryan Perry Motorsports tent. Another move up the order. He went purple last time by. He couldn't bring Parker Ives with him. Those two drivers the only ones to be in the 41-second bracket in this heat race. But Francisco up to 4th there after getting around Santi Orioli. So at this point, if you're Nashawati, you're growing your gap over De Janeiro. It almost could be a bad thing because now you have two drivers working together in Francisco and Orioli that at least to get to the bumper potentially of Maxwell Macha. It looks like this time around either Nashawati made a mistake or De Janeiro put together a flyer of an opening sector because he's now back on the bumper of the Jay Howard drive development machine there. So let's see as they round to 11. Yeah, it looks like De Janeiro's back on the bumper as we just saw Parker Ives get around Holden Myers. So a lot of shuffling for position happening at this point, and De Janeiro has re-caught Liam Nashawati. I think reproving our point, Xander, that again, you can pull away around this place, but it can be tough sometimes to actually catch up and then get around them.
Yeah, it's tough to make something of it, right? I mean, he has done a flawless run forward to get there, and then it's just you struggle to make the lines different than the guy in front of you and lose your markings a little bit, I'm sure. I mean, you're only able to do so much when you get right behind somebody because the track is just so narrow. We'll come to the line again here this time. Another lap in the books. This will be 10 down. Hitting the loop. Here we go. And 2 laps remain for Nashawati back to De Janeiro.
I think the best point that I heard all day was by Jacob Kolar in that interview just about an hour ago where he said, listen, I mean, it's hard to set up the go-kart properly to actually make a move because oftentimes you're in a pack with drivers with different gearing, and around a track like this, which has tight corners and long straights, you can set up for the corners and then you can't make a move on the straights, or vice versa, and you struggle in the corners. So again, we'll never really know what the setup gear ratio-wise is for those two drivers, but that could be part of the reason why De Janeiro is able to get back up to Nashawati and then struggle to make a move, but this is going to help. Nashawati low, De Janeiro looking for the crossover out of 11. Not going to happen this time around. White flag in the air one more time for Liam Nashawati and Jay Howard. De Janeiro giving the bumper there, but Liam holds on strong.
Still low, all the way low there in turn number 3. Here they go around the infield corner, over to turn 4, turn 5. Can he get the over-under? I think he's got a nose on him. There he is, looking to the left. Enzo's got it! De Janeiro to the lead, battling still for 3rd behind them. Here we go, Macha versus Jaden Francisco versus Santi Orioli. Orioli might have just nosed out in front of that group. Down the back straightaway, final time here in Mini Swift. All the way low for Enzo, now to the middle. Nashawati trying to cross him up, he won't get there. It'll be De Janeiro scoring the heat win here at the end of the day.
That was close at the end there. If that straightaway, if that finish line was maybe about 10, 15 more feet, this would have belonged to De Janeiro there, but it goes Nashawati, De Janeiro. Maxwell Macha finishes 3rd, and we just caught the edge of it on our camera exiting turn 1. He threw it off the racetrack, actually, and entering turn number 4, he was in 5th. It was Francisco and Orioli ahead of him. Somehow gets right back around him, finishes 3rd. Francisco Orioli, your top 5. Ives, his best result of the day so far. A lot of positives to take away from today for Parker there on board the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine. And again, he's been one of the fastest drivers all day, just missed it in qualifying. And again, it proves how important Friday afternoon is here around Daytona. Myers, Francisco, Lawrence, Paxton, Jake Finalio, the rest of the drivers that round out your top 10.
Yeah, and just beyond that, of course, Cameron Johnson and Cade Wolf in the 154, Mauro Nario, Oscar Gus Wonderl, and Nico Salazar, your top 15. And on back down to Andrew Avalos there in 30th. Good amount finished, a little bit of chaos overall. Decent enough for the 30 minis. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
All right, stop.
For just over $200.
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs, and if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Well, we got some updates for you here watching along at home. We also have some updates for all of you in the paddock. Due to imminent weather, inclement weather headed our way tomorrow, we have shortened and moved up the race day timeline. The race lengths will stay the same, but they will be back-to-back, ready racing. The moment the track's clear, the next session will roll, and they've slightly shortened the warm-up rotation and moved it up an hour. Warm-ups tomorrow will now be at 8 a.m., and the main events will begin at 9:08, right afterwards, with all carts going through to the final. Micro Slip will go green at 9:08 a.m. Eastern, 6:08 a.m. Pacific. The full official schedule has been posted to the US Pro Kart Series official Discord, so you'll be able to catch it there. Well, once again, folks, just a quick update on what's coming tomorrow. It'll be a very early start to the day and probably a bit of an early finish. Here's a look at the grid here one more time for X30 Junior. Same grid it's been throughout the day. Nothing changing besides, of course, if anyone opted for an engine swap of any kind. 22 in total. And Alexander Vanchev will lead them all over Ashton Woon. One more lap around here for the 125cc juniors.
Yeah, these drivers put on a really good show for us, and I know a lot of these guys running double duty, running KAJunior, running X30 Junior, and some of them are having a bit of, I guess, elbows out racing. We saw Salamao Vanchev get into it earlier on. I think at this point that's already bowled over, and it's just on to the next one for those two. But Ashton Woon, a driver that's looked to at least split the pair of those drivers. Sarah Bradley out there on the racetrack. Ethan Skyman Yenchich haven't really gotten a chance to speak with his parents just yet on an official word of his you know, how he's doing after the flip. But for Sarah Bradley, I want to give her a quick shout out. She was the one that actually picked the go-kart up off of Ethan Sky, so that was really badass to see from her. But nonetheless, lights are out, green. And Alexander Vanchev, really good start. Salamau inside row. I mean, no shock to see that row going through. And right behind him there, wow, what a launch. Nate Dupuis from 4th to 2nd. That Nash Motorsports machine has been shooting out of the gate like an absolute cannon there. Got a chance to speak with his driver coach, DCD, throughout the weekend. He said, listen, Nate's been good. He's been good. I was joking around and said, you know, Nate's really improved since last week. He said, yeah, just wait till Sunday. That's where Nate really needs to actually improve and make that stride up to be a national race winner on a consistent basis there. But Nate's had a really strong start to the year. So too is Ashley Moon. 2nd race on the X30 Junior package. Doesn't look like it. He looks like a seasoned veteran in this class there, but Nate Dogg, I think, is giving the bumper on the exit of 1. So Nate back through to P3, and I think Shermer following through as well.
The 787 picking up the piece as well. Sarah Valley going by on Sarah Bradley. Edward Kennedy trying to find a hole. He's easy to spot in the blue and red. Bradley covering low from Cole Medeiros and Jaramillo. As Kennedy ended up losing about 3 spots there. It looked like all the way back to Benham Abernathy able to get by him. More on the way. Tristan Murphy is there. All the while, the top 2 from the day getting a big gap, and a bigger one now as Dupuis covers off the bottom and blocks them all. Shermer, Woon, 2 by 2, hunting the Nash kart, who is still hovering the low side.
Look how much ground this next group, which I think consists of the entirety of the field from 3rd to 22nd at this point, has lost to the top 2. And Sarah Valley there has had a tremendous start with that TKG Burrell Art machine up to P6. And this is, I think, all thanks to Nate Dupuis struggling to either fire up the tires or what, or maybe has an issue and we don't really know about it yet, because he is defending for his life out there. You'd think he's leading the race the way he's defending for 3rd. Speaking of defending, Vanchev blocking early on there as Medeiros goes through as well, and defending into 11 is tough because it leaves the crossover vulnerable, and Salamau says, thank you very much, I'll take P1.
Oh, Salamau dropped a tire though, and Alex is going to go right back by him there in 3. This is the only way that I think anyone would have been able to catch these 2, and that's the 2 of them not settling their differences, going at it early and giving that opportunity, just keeping that door cracked for Nathan Dupuis and company to kind of close back up to him, because Teo Salamau, Alexander Vanchev were on a track to be probably 3 seconds out at the end of this lap. Instead, they're going to be only about 1.5 seconds in the middle of the group. Heavy fighting there. That's going to open the door. Vanchev low in 1. Dupuis a little bit more of a normal line, and that'll close up even more so.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Salamau looks to be the faster of the 2, but Vanchev, like you mentioned, it looks like their differences have not been sorted out, and Vanchev blocking for his life, looking over his shoulder. Cole Medeiros up there in P3, late lunge on Nate Dupuis, and now he has his sights set on his teammate Alexander Vanchev, and then Salamau on the Orslaw machine as well, but Nate Dogg dropping a spot there, and now Woon behind him. Whoa, that's almost a double move there, and Salamau sold the dummy. He's going to go through to P1.
Come on, Alex, that was sick. That was sweet from Teo. High, low, Vanchev trying to play it off the engine sound, and Salamau's going to get away, and now Vanchev's going to have to give way to Cole Medeiros. Big ups there to the 707. He's been having to come back from 2 not so great qualifying efforts today. He has driven through the field almost every single time. 6 for 6 in making up spots, I believe, in the heat races so far for Cole. Now he's got the pressure on. Vanchev's going to give him at least this portion of the lap, but if he didn't like what he saw, he'll go here or maybe turn 1 to go back around his teammate. Let's see. 6 down, 6 to go to the line with Nathan Dupuis right behind. And he'll wait. He'll give him another corner or 2. Through 2, through 3, Medeiros still there.
How about it for Cole Medeiros, though? I mean, he got his first pole here on, I guess you could say, the national scene. Put it on the Rotax US Winter Trophy for Racing Edge Motorsports, and now here for Ross and Performance Group, putting on a show for us there, getting around Vanchev on pace at the moment, because Vanchev, to me, has been the driver that everyone in this class has been chasing, no matter what series they've been a part of throughout the first 3 months of the year here for the junior class. So for Medeiros to go out there and actually get around his teammate, really big ups there for him as Bradley goes through on, I believe, her teammate Shermer there. That's for 9th. It looks as though, to me, if you're Vanchev, either he feels like it's just better to work with Medeiros at this point, or Medeiros is quick enough that Vanchev can't get around him, and he feels like he has a better chance of getting up to sell him out. They work together. Here's a good scrap for the back. Abernathy got through on Katowski, but then proceeded to throw it off the racetrack, exit of 4, and lost 3 spots.
Well, but I will say to Benham's credit, like, that move happens so often at this racetrack because you're constantly turning. So the car's constantly kind of under load, and the inside rear tire is really light, and so when someone is slipping back into line with you, they just barely scoop your rear tires off the ground, and you're off for a ride. And so Benham, yeah, it looks like he just slid right across the nose. Might have had a little bit of help.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, if they grab the rear bumper, it's also going to pick up the inside rear slightly, and again, you have no ability to turn the go-kart at that point, and not the first time we've seen it this weekend, not the last time for sure. Medeiros has been matching the pace of Salamao here, and at some point if you're Vanchev, because we know how strong that RPG machine is later on in the race, and it's getting late in the race. Next time around, 3 to go. Medeiros goes slightly wide out of 10, and I think this is Vanchev's cue to go through. And fortunate enough for Medeiros, he only loses 1 spot there. Further back, Kennedy through on Saravalli.
Yeah, he had the opportunity and he took it to jump right into line off that gap. I mean, we were so punched in on Vanchev that you kind of only barely saw him get up on 2 wheels to not run over his teammate. I don't know if Vanchev's as strong as he was earlier in the day. I think Salamao may have found another gear. I mean, I could be, made to look silly right here if Alex starts to turn on the afterburners, but even when he was trailing Cole and even when he was out in front, he didn't look as confident and as dominant as he had been through the day. Big ups, though, to Ashton Woon. After the way he drove through that second batch of heats and then right now recovering from getting sent way back, I mean, he is all over Nathan Dupuis, ready to bring the fight to him. He'll go to the high side in turn 1. Fellow young gun in the junior ranks, Edward Kennedy, on the move to try and get there. And Woon is going to back him up a little bit as he makes a pass on Dupuis. Same story as earlier for Nathan. So good off the rip and just can't seem to kind of maintain that level of edge he has over the other drivers in the field later on in the race. And that could be one of 2 things. Obviously, it could be himself or the package fading a little bit in speed, or he's just that much better on low air and cold tires than everyone else, but his actual raw pace is around 5th to 8th overall. And so he is able to maybe get a leg up better than where he regularly should be, because he's so good off the start, but then it shakes out back to where he, again, ends up just around the hover point of the top 5.
I mean, I think it could be one of those 2 things. I also think if he, with the way this race started, I think he might have overheated his tires a little bit with how aggressive he was really using the fronts there. Further back, you have the likes of Saravalli there, you have Tristan Murphy, and Jose Shermer in 10th there. It's a really good scrap from 8th, 9th, and 10th. The Salamao's in a different zip code between the rest of the crew. Vanchev low, Medeiros low. Woon might have a crossover here. Let's see what they look like across the stripe. Vanchev, Medeiros, Woon. Kennedy got around Dupuis to lose another spot. What a run for the Energy Corsa driver into the top 5. Sarah Bradley, Saravalli, Tristan Murphy, and Shermer. Those 3 remain the same for we saw them going through turns 8, 9, and 10. Further back, we have Iturriaga, Katowski, Camarillo, Nowlin, and William Kim, your top 15. Benham recovers to 16th after going off the racetrack there, so solid recovery for the HTD driver, but a much more spread out field, I guess you could say, than what we've been accustomed to seeing in this X30 Junior class. But I mean, besides Salamao putting the afterburners on there in the last couple of laps of this one, the 2nd through 6th battle was pretty scrappy.
Ethan Sky Manuchik would show as a DNF, but he was technically a DNS. We want to send our well wishes to young Ethan Sky. Confirmed broken arm as the x-rays have just come in. He was on, just checked out and had the scans done here in the last few moments at a nearby medical center. So we are down from 22 to 21, sadly, in X30 Junior. Caleb Vieska was in the booth with me for a little bit while you were running around, Alex. Now he's running around. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Just a quick pre-race report here for our Masters race. You're looking on closer to the front of the grid, Martin Stone, Scott Falcone, because Renato Yatter-David has taken an engine penalty. We talked about the issues he's having with carburation, a whole new engine for Renato to start this final heat race.
How about that? I mean, I don't know if I would have banked on that one happening at all, Alex, but, I mean, we watched him basically play with the needles, drive probably half that race one-handed, and it was enough to stay even with Martin, but last heat race of the day, I guess you don't have a lot to lose. considering you split the difference of heats 1 and 2, but you're probably, I mean, unless you really think you got a rocket ship you're bolting on, going to be surrendering a front row starting spot tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'd rather do that now than for the main event later on tomorrow. So I think he's making the right choice here. It's one of those things where you don't want to do it, but that's racing, right? You have to sometimes just you take your losses and try to make them wins. So for Ronaldo Yater David, the one positive is I think the driver on our screen, Martin Stone, is really one of the only drivers, him and Scott Falcone, to take the fight to the Orsilon driver. My guess is if he can keep himself out of danger, I think a top 3 is in the cards here for Renato, and he might still have a shot at a front row starting spot. You mentioned it, right? A first and a second for the first 2 heat races so far for Renato. So I think a P3, depending on how the math works out with Scott Falcone, could be good enough for a front row start. I think at this point, if you're Martin Stone, you probably have a smile on your face. You know at this point, if you just keep it clean, you got an inside front row starting spot for the main event tomorrow morning.
Scott Falcone and the Kart Republic was the best driver off the rip in heat number 1. He gets an opportunity to try and do that here in heat number 2 from the outside of the front row after starting in 3rd for all those heat races. What could happen for Scott? Well, it will remain to be seen as we keep tabs on the grid here from across the way. Martin Stone, Scott Falcone, Randy Klimek, and Paul Elefante, your front row. Let's show you the full grid here one more time for your Masters drivers. Heat number 3, 12 laps on the board, and it'll be the RPG Cosmic of Martin Stone on the inside, and again, Scott Falcone, that green and white Kart Republic for Orsilon Racing on row number 2. He's fired up and ready. He's got a white front bumper. Obviously, it looked like it had been crushed in the second heat. He's used up the side pods a little bit. And we've got reports coming that Paul Montopoli's got a problem down on the grid in the best kart. I believe he's been able to fire up. Looks okay. There's Elefante. And down to Brand Estes. There's a look at the best kart driver. Fired up now. We're good. We're ready. A DNF in heat number 2. He's ready to rock here for heat number 3.
Yeah, all the karts rolling off onto the racetrack. You mentioned Scott Falcone's front nose cone there. A new one. It was crushed in, but I think it looked like we got a decent view of the entire 360 of that Orsilon machine, and it's been through the wars, I'd say. If you're Scott Falcone, got tire marks everywhere, and that's just the nature of this racetrack, the nature of how these Masters guys drive. They like to throw it all out on the line for this one. Martin Stone and Scott Falcone. It's a new front row here compared to what we're used to seeing for the first 2 heats, because Yater David's on the back of the grid with an engine change. But Stone, Falcone, Klimek, Elefante, your top 2 rows.
Back to row number 3, of course, Mundi Lawyer on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart drove through the grid after having to go from the rear earlier in the day. Now he's on the inside of the Eyes Up Racing LN kart. Paul Montopoli, Skitchy Barnes, Todd Shambo, Joey LeBeau, Kevin Simonelli, Flip Rodriguez, and then again, keep your eye on Renato Yater from tail end, P13. And the black and yellow helmet there will be easy to spot as he tries to charge towards the front. 12 laps to do it. I think it's manageable to at least get up a good amount of spots, probably top 5 overall, maybe top 3 if he can get a clean start, and maybe more if that piece is a good bit better than what he took off. Let's go. KA Masters underway down to the first turn. Side by side in a high, wide, and handsome moment there for the 440, trying to go the long way around in the first turn. Not going to make up any really ground out of it, and if anything, the big winner from turn 1, if it's not Martin Stone, it's the man in second, Randy Klimek, with a good start and the highest he's been so far. The host DD to P2, Yater David's got 3 of them as they work through the bus stop.
Yeah, that's going to put Yater David already up into the top 10 there, so a decent start for him. And again, this is the time to make up moves. I mean, no matter what class you're in, the start is always the time where the class is as bunched up as it will ever be, as I believe that might have been Shambo there trying to go around Montopoli through 11, couldn't make it stick. It's Stone, Klimek, Falcone, Mundi Lawyer again, the master of the starts, up into the top 4. Yater David up another one around Skitchy Barnes. That puts him 9th.
Through the bus stop for the race leader, Martin Stone, and the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic. The blue and pink crew, they have been good, maybe not as dominant as they've been in earlier parts of this season, but they've got at least one heavy hitter in just about every division. Junior, of course, with Vanchev and Medeiros. X30 Pro Senior with Ryan Norberg. Dono has been good in KA up until that last heat when chaos struck. But in KA Masters, Martin Stone has kept that flag at the front, and right now, with the gap building to this 5-car grouping here. Mundi Lawyer on the verge for his best finish of the day. Elefante trying to rebound. He had that mechanical issue hit him at the end of the second heat race. And we're still keeping our eyes on Renato Jader David back there in 8th. He's closing towards Brant Estes, who's the next driver, the last one before you get to this 5-pack.
I noticed something pretty cool with Martin Stone. He shifted his line in turn 1 from what we've seen him in the first 2 heat races and what we've seen from a lot of drivers. As we enter turn 1, you'll see he actually puts his front two left side tires on the outside of the Rhino liner here as Scott Falcone uses the inside of the racetrack, getting a bit of dirt to get through on Randy Klimek there for P2. Let's see if these two have any pace to get after Martin Stone. Right now, 1.2 back, probably a little more, as that pass will definitely help them lose time. There's Renato Jader David. Now on the bumper, Brant Estes. Let's see if he's going to go through. He will. Throw it up the inside there. Up into P7. And now he has about a 1.5 second gap to chase after Paul Matopoli.
Renato Jader giving you lap times right now, 41.72. Last time by, catching up to Brant Estes. That's still a couple tenths off what the top few are hitting. Let's see what this lap is from Jader. That's a good time. It'll put him ranked 2nd quick overall. Only faster driver was the race leader, Martin Stone, 41.29 with a pass made for Jader. So that one was good. Is it enough to get to this group? I think so. So a shot at maybe P2 if he plays his cards right, with still plenty of racing to go.
And ironically, the guy that I would argue stands between him and a P2 finish is his teammate Scott Falcone, because as long as Falcone continues to make life difficult for Klimek and Mundi Lawyer, it'll bring Jader David back into play. There goes Elefante on the inside of Mundi Lawyer, and anytime you go for a pass, you know you're going to lose some time. Jader David through on Paul Montepoli, so now he's through up into the top 6 positions. The Orsalon driver is absolutely flying, as we come to expect from the 425 machine. I got to say that backup motor looks pretty strong, Xander.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he definitely is showing the pace that he had earlier. I don't know how much of a motor-based track this is. Maybe it is a little bit more of one with the new repave and how much faster we're going, but and it's so tight. The drivers have talked about how little room for error it is. I think if you put just about anything besides a boat anchor on that green and white Tony kart, he'd be going to the front.
Yeah, well, they're getting pretty dicey on the front straightaway. I think Klimek was looking back more than forward. And Jader David says, thank you very much. I'll take 5th. Moves Mundi Lawyer up the racetrack. Paul Montepoli there takes advantage of that one. He's up into the P6. Renato Jader David, my prediction was P2, P3. He's already up to 5th. And I think at this point, I don't want to speak too soon, but P2 looks pretty solid of a guess here with 5 laps to go, 4.5 to go at this point. Scott Falcone still really can't find the pace that Martin Stone has. Half second slower last time by. Jader David went purple 2 laps ago. Still quicker than Martin Stone last lap with a pass. So that 425 has an absolute rocket attached to it here. Lap 8 underway. I thought for a moment Jader David was throwing up the inside, but he knows at this point he's made up enough spots that there's no need to really make too much of a risk. The pace is there. He'll get there at some point.
Yeah, there's still plenty of laps left. I mean, like you said, Stone's too far up the road. These are the last 3 he will probably get to. You want to take care of your piece and learn a little bit, maybe of not so much about what you're at line-wise to these drivers. He's been better than them through the day, but he's probably getting a really good gauge right now of where that power band is in comparison to the rest of the pack. Good in the middle, good off the bottom, good at the end of the straight. He's good enough at the end of the straight there to complete another move. That's going to put him 4th. Klimek back to 5th. 2 more remain on the chopping block here for Renato Jader to get back to the front row for tomorrow with a 2nd place result. It'll surrender the pole to Martin Stone, but this would still put him P2 in the points as he's just got the blue and yellow Rocket Racing Company entry of Elefante and his teammate in Scott Falcone up the road there in 2nd.
Yeah, when I was down there on the grid, Xander, I know you and Caleb touched on it a little bit, but it got very windy. But besides, creating a headwind for the drivers and creating a big draft, I was looking at turn 11 and turn 1. It's gotten really dusty on the line with how windy it's gotten. It's throwing the dust out on the racetrack. And I think that's why we're seeing such a big difference in lap time as Javier David goes through Elefante for third. But I'm watching the laps fluctuate compared to a lot of these drivers' best laps. We're seeing 41.7s, and then the next lap 41.4, 41.1, 41.5. They're not being consistent, and I think it's because it's almost a new racetrack every single lap for these guys.
Yeah, it changes so much with just a little bit of dust and debris blown onto it. What is it going to do for the X30? Maybe it'll take Ryan Norberg off his game, but that's a tall order for sure. I mean, you have a guy that has experience about everything there is to experience in our sport. He's going to be prepared for it all. That's, of course, in the next class up, and I think the same can be said here for Renato Yater. Up and down in lap times, he's still been ranked, I would say, best, if not second best. He's going to be second best here. Oh, was going to be second best. Didn't go. Falcone, even a little narrow, a little defensive there. And now he's going to say, dude, just go.
I don't think Scott realized it was Renato Yater to beat. I don't think he would have defended because they had a big enough lead that if you would have just pointed a by in turn 1, it would have been okay. But now with going defensive in turn 1, turn 4, and turn 5, Elefante's on his tail, Klimek, Lawyer, Montepoli's all there. So this is going to be a pretty rough final lap for the likes of Scott Falcone to hold on to a top 3 spot.
Final lap indeed for Martin Stone. Final lap to decide the last few spots there in that group. Scott Falcone, there's not a lot of drivers that got more personality than that man, and he is definitely sorely missed in this class because you have the, well, still a guy who enjoys a good time, but I would say about as clean cut as you can find of a Masters driver in Martin Stone. And he's going to take that nice profile, nice go-kart, and blue and pink machine to the top. He'll win Heat 3. Renato second, Falcone third, Paul Elefante fourth, Randy Klimek fifth, Paul Montopoli, Mundi Lawyer, Estes, and nothing else really from your Masters field. Skitchy Barnes got clear of the back couple and kind of just watched a lot of the racing from that pack, about a second away this time in the Maranello. He had a great second heat though. Grant, good start. Mundi Lawyer, up, down, net even. Montopoli, at least he made it to the end of this one. Same for Elefante, of course, and Klimek. A pretty topsy-turvy day with a ride through the spin cycle. He ends with a top 5 on the circuit in the third and final heat race. Flip Rodriguez there right behind Kevin Simonelli, 12th and 13th. It closes out the action for KA Masters, presented by Nash Motorsports. The United States Pro Kart Series Daytona Super GP, presented by Ryan Perry Motorsport, Parolin USA, and AMAX Racing has one more heat left here in the Saturday action, and then it'll be a very early start for everyone tomorrow, 8 a.m. for warm-ups, 9 a.m. basically for the national anthem, and straight to all 7 main events. The last one in the lineup, well, it is looking to be led to green by that guy right there. Ryan Norberg is 2 for 2 on heats on the day. He'll lead us to green for the third and final one as he begins that championship chase for another U.S. Pro Kart Series title and to bring the overall combination of regular season pro championships to 10 here, beginning with the run in Daytona. Paulie Massimino, of course, great solid day for the Brandon Jarzakrak Racing Camp, and the BJR driver has been, I think, no worse than third. He rolls from second for the final time here in Pro X30, trying to fight for that outside front row starting spot. Frankie Mossman and Jacob Kolar have given him chase throughout the day. So have a few others like Finn Bailiff, who got close and cracked the top 5 in the second heat race. But for Paulie, it's trying to maximize the opening couple laps. The same for the rest of the field. That's where the advantage has been, Alex, I believe, with the 302. They've got to fire off better. They've got to find a way to keep him within reach, because when we get to the middle part of the race, once we get to lap 4, they're about even. Maybe you could make the argument that Ryan starts backing things off a little more. He's a veteran. They will do that to take care of the tires, but we're in the third heat. You're going to get a new set for tomorrow, so there's no need for it, and I don't see him doing it. So if that's the case, well, find a way to put him behind you on the opening lap. Whatever you got to do, cleanly, of course.
Yeah, I wonder at some point who decides to be the one to maybe take it to Ryan here. I know Frankie wants to beat him, and he's got a pretty good piece to do it. This is Joe Turney's equipment. He let me know. So for Frankie Mossman, I think he let me know last night. He said, I put too much pressure myself. He can go out there and wheel. We know he can do it. He got his maiden national championship over at the Screws of Winter Series a month and a half ago at Orlando. So for Frankie Mossman, we know the pace is there. He was the fastest driver all through Friday practice, even into happy hour, and then when it got to qualifying, couldn't put the lap together. But I wonder at some point, maybe that front nose cone gets a little bit more use than he would like, and take it to Ryan Norberg. But obviously you want to keep it clean at all times. But you mentioned it, right? Ryan, it seems like lap 3, you look at the gap, and it's a second. And at that point, we know how consistent he can be. And Isambard mentioned it even on the KA side of things, right? These front runners, they don't make mistakes. And so for Ryan, a guy that's experienced enough, no matter whether it's dust on the racetrack or not, he knows how to navigate it. I will say I was watching Norberg's go-kart midway through the race when his lap times faded about 2/10 compared to what he ran on his best lap. It does sound like, I don't want to say lift and coast, but earlier on the brakes than what Mossman and Massimino were doing. I don't think he really needed to push all too hard throughout the second heat. I think the third heat, like you mentioned, you don't have to tire save anymore because you get a new set for the final. So I think we'll get a pretty good idea of Norberg's real pace here.
I mean, that too, right? Like, he doesn't want to give you that. So maybe that is the reason to take it easy. But look at the tire wear, right, that he's got. Overall, looks pretty good still through the fronts. And I'm sure that's something that all the drivers are kind of being mindful of when they get to the scale lines, and then when they roll up to grid is, you look at what your competitors have for wear compared to yourself and seeing how much you've got left in comparison. Do you have a little bit fresher tires or a little bit worse for wear? I know Caden McQueen's probably got some fresh tires after the rough go he has had today. He would love nothing more than to turn it around and put on a performance here in heat number 3, and it would leapfrog him quickly up the points tally in the grid for tomorrow, because the Energy Kart driver has had about the worst shake from Lady Luck that you can have. Finn Bailiff just ahead of him here will be the first of the drivers that we haven't yet really touched on here in our first 2 rows. First weekend back in an X30 machine. First weekend in a Pro X30 race ever for Davin Roberts. And the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver was one of the top junior superstars from 2024. He was one of the best across all platforms: OKN Junior, Rotax Junior, Rock Power Plants, and of course Miami X30 and KA100 machines. He was there. He was a factor everywhere he went, and he is another rookie superstar in this stacked rookie class we have this year in senior.
I joined in on a conversation between him and Dalton Haynes on the grid before heat number 2, and Davin was joking around, but also being serious, saying, I wish I was a little bit faster. And Dalton looked at him and said, "Are you serious? You are on the inside of row 3 in a Pro X30 race." And then Davin's like, "I want to go out there and beat Ryan." It's like, it'll come. It'll happen. This is weekend 1, and you are out qualifying Finn Bailiff, Caden McQueen, and a couple other drivers. That's pretty impressive.
I think that's probably the biggest learning curve or adjustment, probably more so than learning curve, is that these young guns that are moving up at 14 or 15 years old, at the most experienced level when they move to a new group, when they moved up to junior, when they moved up to mini, when they moved up to micro, they were going against a kid that had 2 years of experience in that class or 2 more years of experience than them in a go-kart. You're going up against now the likes of drivers in their early 20s and late teens who may have been racing as long as you have been racing altogether. They've been in senior, racing this package, racing this tire compound, racing each other, and knowing what it's like to extract every last ounce out of every race, every decision, every bit of it. It's Ryan Norberg, right? Season number 11. Paulie Massimino getting up there a little bit as well in veteran level experience. Frankie Mossman on the books. I mean, Jacob Kolar, he's not the tallest guy out there, but he's been racing senior for 4 years. That's longer than anyone that any of the junior drivers moved up this year will have to go against, longer than any of the minis or the micros. Davin is going up against guys and out-qualifying some of them that have been racing senior as long as he's been racing a go-kart, period. And that's why Dalton's point rings so true.
Yeah, well, let's run you through your starting lineup. We've touched on most of the drivers at this point, but Norberg, Massimino, your front row. Mossman, Quinn McPherson looking for a little bit more here, rolling off on the outside of row number 2. Kolar, Roberts, Finn Bailiff, Raheem Alabai, Caden McQueen, who has 4 laps on those tires throughout the heat races. And then further back, Aiden Lorenko, your top 10. Let's see if we can get the green first time around. Yeah, I was going to say, it looks pretty sloppy here for our Pro X30 guys. We're going to try it again.
Yeah, slow it down, Ryan. Looking like a rookie out there, just touting about how many years he's had behind the wheel of this thing. And, well, he was obviously way too fast to get our last heat race underway. Let's try this on attempt number 2. He'll bring it down nice and slow. And, again, maybe that is partly by design. And as they head down the front straightaway, here we are, Ryan Norberg, Paulie Massimino, and it looks good this time. Green flag for heat number 3.
Good start for that inside row. Kolar with a half slide gets into it with Finn Bailiff. Quinn Macpherson, the biggest beneficiary there, goes up to P4. There goes Roberts through on Finn Bailiff. McQueen is going to try to muscle his way through. At least McQueen is facing the right direction this time through turns 4 and 5, but the energy driver, he knows he needs to take advantage of those fresher tires he has.
How quickly can he get up the board here, and what can Quentin McPherson and Jacob Kolar do with the gap that has been gifted to them? Aiden Lorenko's in a similar boat here, having gone backwards in that last heat race. He's trying to charge up the board. He'll go to the inside of Alibi. Levi Sangera following him through, and challenge for second. Frankie Mossman's been slow to fire off most of these heats. He's not slow to fire off right now. Quickly and on Paulie. And with 11 laps now, can he keep sight of Ryan Norberg? For both of these drivers, this is a great test towards the latter parts of this season, when we know we'll have much more talent at the front of the field. You'll have a lot further of a shot away from the 302, whatever number he ends up being, of course, depending on the event, than what you'll have right now. But obviously, Frankie, not good enough that time. Paulie looked low, went by. Frankie let him go. We're back to teamwork to try and hold on to him, but already 9/10.
There's Caden McQueen. We got a slight glimpse of him getting around Finn Bailiff heading into turn number 6. I wonder if he gave him the business there, because Finn Bailiff lost quite a lot of ground to Caden McQueen in 4 corners alone. As felt seen off the racetrack, his weekend goes from bad to worse for the Hope TV driver.
Caden McQueen, last time by, lap time wise, decent. Not amazing, but not bad, and definitely back to where we expect him to be in the conversation of the lead group. This time looks really good, though. Can he start to carve through that top 5? Last time by the line, 2.9 back. He'll pick off 2/10 from Norberg himself and close into all of them. Back into this group here, led by Bailiff. Roberts right there, Aiden Lorenko, and then his McQueen's teammate and Levi Sangera. That was a slick move there by Levi. He'll take over 9th.
These energy carts look like, I mean, I know for McQueen's sake he has a lot fresher tires, but Levi's got relatively the same tire wear from the guys around him. These energy carts look like they are finally starting to come to life a little bit as the temperature of the racetrack and the air temp has heated up. So maybe this is what they have needed. And then obviously the main event's tomorrow in the morning, so back to where they maybe have struggled throughout the weekend so far, but at least some positives, a consolation prize here for the energy team and for Caden McQueen to go out there. And like you mentioned, I mean, even one good finish here would at least put them maybe in the top 12 in the starting spot tomorrow. We'll have to see how the math all adds up. We've had a lot of DNFs and movers throughout the 3 heat races thus far. McQueen is rolling. Another 3/10 faster than Ryan Norberg, a 38.993. He goes purple, and that's a pretty competitive lap time from what we have seen throughout the heats. So I think the pace is there on board the energy machine if he can just find some luck in tomorrow's main event, and again, closing the gap on Kolar.
Yeah, he's there, about a car length back. Should be able to get him into turn 3. He can get a great run out of turn number 1. Looks like he's got a good one. It's not quite going to be there for him into that 3rd corner, but he'll be ready to make that move for 5th any moment now. Paulie Massimino, Ryan Norberg, they've still been trading blows in a game of inches. A 10th one way, a 10th back the other. That gap staying right around that 7/10 of a second mark. McQueen's the only one making a lot of movement up the board. Kolar still dealing with him through the bus stop, keeping him at bay. Little bobble there for the 305. He'll look down to maybe make a carb adjustment. He's trailing Quentin McPherson still, but no change for 4th. I think McQueen's going to have to really send it here this high up the grid. He tried to. Kolar covered it off well.
Yeah, you got to get creative here if you're Caden McQueen, because Kolar, you don't want to point him by because you feel at this point you're also faster than McPherson. So Jacob Kolar, you're looking up ahead. The 305 machine, he wants to go out there and make a move, and I think at this point, that looks like it's the more probable of the two results here. I think Kolar's going to try to go through. He poked the nose there in 9. He sent it up. McPherson went tight in 9. It's going to have a bad exit out of 10 here. Kolar's going to have a really good run on this back straight. There he goes, inside, through in 11. McQueen's going to try to follow through. No. McPherson knows he's there, though. Down the front straight. No, McPherson went low, I think as defensive more than offensive there, and at this point, if you're McQueen, you got to go in 3. Yeah, there he goes, inside and clear.
Yeah, I mean, there was just no way around it for Quentin McPherson. Once his momentum broke there from Kolar, he was a sitting duck. McQueen was going to get by him at some point. He didn't have a pack that he could white line and back Caden up to, so McQueen into the top 5, Kolar up to 4th, and by the way, Paulie Massimino, up until the last lap, was making some serious strides towards Ryan Norberg. Best we've seen out of him all day. Let's see this time. Was back up to half a second, back down a half tenth. So on the overall, it's a little bit better. Head to head, I'm not sure I can quite recall the last time it's been a true Paulie versus Ryan fight, or if they've had anything like it. It's been quite some time. Both of them have experience here at Daytona. Paulie much more recently. He's run Kart Week here in the last couple of years, kind of off and on, whether it's been KA100 Senior or even in I believe he may have run at least 1 year in the 206 Senior with the PPK BJR combo entry. For Ryan Norberg, his last time racing here was also my last time racing here, both of us on Scuderia PCRs. Him with Checkered Motorsports and the Pajoso family, that's of course turned into Magic Kart USA. Myself on a borrowed independent go-kart from Braden Eves. That was Yamaha Junior Can, 2014. 13, December 2013. Back then, Davin Roberts was 1 year old.
Nice. Well, way to make Ryan feel old if he goes back and watches this race, but
he knows he's old. He's fine. What he needs to worry about right now is another old guy tracking him down there in Paulie. Let's see if that last turn was good. I think Massimino really sent it, and he did. Purple lap time there. I just don't know if he's going to be close enough. It is a game of inches now, 2.5 tenths. He's just got to get close enough to force Ryan to go low and block. Throw him off his game a little.
If you get there, how much do you care about winning this heat race if you're Paulie though?
It's ego. This is all ego right now. He wants to beat the 302, and I think Ryan doesn't want to give these guys any bit of confidence. So, I mean, yeah. Is Paulie the type of guy that's going to throw it into the side of Norberg? I don't think so at this point. I'd maybe put that on one of the young guns that really wants to beat Ryan and is really eager about it. I know Massimino's going to play the long game at this point, but man, does that go-kart look good through turn number 1. He is rolling so much speed.
Yeah, didn't even use the exit curbing there compared to Ryan, so he's able to get to the power a little bit earlier and square it up better, and he's just got a better launch out of the corner. I think compared to Ryan at this stage in the race, who knows if Ryan's just starting to make mistakes, missed it on pressures, or maybe Paulie's go-kart is better on the long run, and that bodes well for the BGR crew heading into the long 25-lap mains tomorrow.
Well, he might be kicking himself for letting Mossman get around him in the first lap because it might have cost him. At the end, Norberg will hold. Heat 3 winner, the 302. Massimino, Mossman, Jacob Kolar, Caden McQueen, Quentin McPherson. And then there's that middle group. Davin Roberts getting one over on Finn Bailiff at the line by about a half tenth. Levi Sangera, Aiden Lorenko, Raheem Alibi. And when you go past your top 10, you'll find Ryan Raffa, Remy Andretos, Michael Boyadzis, and crew. All 19 that started will finish. And it's a perfect day for Ryan Norberg, but it started to maybe crack a bit at the end. Definitely a bit of pressure building for tomorrow. We've got a challenger, and he hails from North Carolina. Paulie Massimino, a 10.5 back at the checkers. Fast Frankie Mossman will go to work tonight, see if he can't get some more speed out of the JHCD Kart Republic. Kolar and McQueen again. Tomorrow is a new day for the pair. McQueen will have to find that extra bit of speed that we saw in the first few laps on even footing, but at least the consolation prize on the day, he finally gets to finish one of these with a clean run from start to finish. P5 for the 3-4-2. The last few results here we'll show you just outside your top 15. Brooke Shambo, she ends up with a rougher go of it here in the final heat. Ming Nan Zhu right behind her Alex Feldstein, we saw, got turned around. He drives back just past 2, ends up 17th after the spin to close out that one. So, yeah, a lot of experience between Paulie and Ryan. Paulie was close, and I'm sure that was a man, I almost had you type of conversation we were just zooming back in on.
You can see the laughs there from Ryan. I know those two. I mean, I've had a lot of goes throughout the years. You mentioned it was a good point. I don't know how many times you've actually seen in recent years, at least, Paulie chasing down Ryan. It's pretty cool to see, and I know Frankie, more of a frustrated look on his face. I think he's still scratching his head a little bit on where he might be missing to the top 2 guys. I know Kolar, we heard from him a little bit earlier after the first 2 heat races, and he was just talking about how it's tough to really get it right. I mean, sometimes you gear too high, you gear too low, you still can't get around the guys, and he was kind of in no man's land there, a little bit too far from Frankie, ahead of Caden. And speaking of Caden McQueen, I mean, he had decent pace in the middle half of that race, but lap time wise, Norberg and Paulie still had 3/10 on him, even with a lot fresher tires. So I still think Caden is probably not going to be the happiest camper in the world, but at least it's a consolation prize to go out there and round out in 5th.
Ends up good, ends up clean, and probably got to learn a good bit, trailing some of the fastest guys in the field for a full 12-lap run. Once again, folks, it's an early start tomorrow. 8 a.m. Eastern kicks things off with warm-ups. 9 a.m. Eastern will begin with main events, and it'll go straight from start to finish for all 7 mains with that. Thanks for watching all the coverage today. It's been a long one from us and our point of view, and probably an equally long day for the U.S. Pro Kart Series officials and all those at the World Center of Racing that have made it possible to bring the U.S. Pro Kart Series here for the very first time. Hopefully tomorrow we can get all the racing in clean and dry before some inclement weather hits. And we do, of course, want to issue that warning to the pit area to please do every bit of prep that you can. The wind today, well, it's going to be a lot worse potentially tomorrow, and it may have some more stuff with it. So be careful getting home tonight. Enjoy the evening. Enjoy the weather today. We'll see you first thing in the morning.